here at the Super Sydney Dragway, getting ready to roll out, and we're starting off with the Street Fighter bracket. We see all the guys down there, the starter and the water box people. They're all ready to go. Look at them. We've got the head of staging lanes, and we've got an action-packed program here today for the Speed Adict Clothing New South Wales Track Championship here at Sydney Dragway that have been going for, gee whiz, it's 18 years. In 2024, on the 14th of February, it will be 20 years since this facility opened. And here we go with two regulars here at Sydney Dragway in the Street Fighter bracket. From Mount Hunter, Danny Stadelmeyer in the Toyota Echo, a little car down there, just over there in the Aeroflow lane. And in the Rocket lane, we've got Grant Law in the Toyota RAV4. Unusual to see one of these cars here, but we welcome any four-wheel and two-wheel races here to Sydney Dragway. Always have, always will. This is just the first round of qualifying here. Now, there seems to be, we're just waiting for Grant Law to get in. It starts off heads up, but this is just to get just a time that they'll, a 2:34 and an 8:71. 8:71 reaction time for Grant Law, but Danny Stadelmeyer, he's bolted with that little Toyota Echo. What happened to his other one? All right, thanks very much there, Benny. And we see Danny Stadelmeyer and Mr. Law go through for their first qualifying runs. Benny Roberts in the Street Fighter bracket now in the Rocket lane. Wayne Smith from Oakhurst in New South Wales in the HSV Club Sport. He's scarpered off a 0.81 reaction time. It'll put him with a 13.467 at 103 mile an hour. And for Benny Roberts there, a 17.117, 63.04 miles an hour. And you can see, I think they still flash. I've been here for 12 months, but I think they still flash the kilometres per hour straight after the miles per hour to give the metricated generation an idea of what's going on. Lockie McCaskill, one of the guys from Junior Dragsters, come up through the ranks from Sylvania. A .123 reaction time. He runs it through for a 15.364 at 89 miles an hour. And for, we don't have any details on T52, that's the racer, in the opposite lane there in the Rocket lane. Now we have Don Zammit and Darren Moody. I haven't heard from Darren. I haven't seen him for a long, long time from St Clair. Gearing Motorsports, the Holden Commodore Ute that he's driving, 6 litre it is, up against Don Zammit in the VT Commodore V6. It doesn't sound like a Commodore V6 somehow, but young Don Zammit from Claremont, he's scarpered off. Gee, both guys. Oh, here comes Darren Moody. That was a 12.95 for Don Zammit at 109 and a 13.59 at 102 miles an hour for Darren Moody. He was coming on with a big top-end charge. And it's good to see that the racing hasn't and the competition hasn't subsided. There's some great action here. Brett O'Connor from Landilo in New South Wales, just down the M7 a bit. But look at that little Holden Gemini from Nick Bennett from Mudgee, from Wine Country. Gets out with an 0.46 reaction time. What a screamer. A 13.543 at 98 miles an hour and a 16.55 for Brett O'Connor at 80.98 miles an hour. Wow, that's 80.98 miles an hour. That's pretty quick for such a big vehicle that he's got. Now we've got Alan Stevenson from Warnervale in the Power Plus Race Fuels Holden HQ Ute, running a Holden 253. That's what it says on the board here. 253. Let's see how it goes. He's off. A .291 reaction time. That's a pretty stout 253. Let me give you the drum. 8th mile, 20.438, 81 miles an hour, 25.289. I think there's something wrong there. 25 seconds. That was, he must have been at the start line there for must have tripped the lights and just sat there for a while. 25.289. That's heaps. Now we're on to street bike. Stefan Stavala. Oh, a great racer. I think he's been racing at this facility ever since I've started here on the 14th of February 2004. So Stefan Stavala, he's a really, really great supporter of the facility here, and he's not bad at going down the quarter mile either. Phil Gardner from Googong in New South Wales. It's just over the back of my place. The family racing Yamaha XSR 900 triple. Oh, Stefan Stavala. Nah, Stefan's out. A red light for Stefan, but it doesn't. They're free in qualifying, and Phil Gardner goes through for a 13.04 and a 10.106, a 10.06 for 10.106 for Stefan Stavala there. Angela Phipps, gee whiz, she's back on the motorcycle as well from Pitt-Town, New South Wales. The Suzuki GSXR 1000 cc's up against Tristan Anderson from Toongabbie, just up the road here, in the Royal Enfield Twin. That's him in the Aeroflow lane, Angela in the Rocket lane. She's been around racing and took time out to have a few little, something's gone awry. Missed a gear probably. And Tristan Anderson in the Royal Enfield. Gets down there, not bad, a 14.011. And Angela there, something has gone wrong with the machine. I think she's going to take the early exit, or where the junior dragsters sign off. There she goes through there. Let's hope that it's nothing too drastic. And we'd like to see her back in the oncoming qualifying rounds itself. Mark Roberts, that's Mark. Been around here a long time as well. In the Ford Falcon there, a Barra 4 litre, probably a XR6 turbo. I'm not quite sure. It's probably an FT, or it could be an FG. But that's a sharp little Tirana from Jim Raptus. 6.2 litre. He's out of there. Wow, black tracking. Look, still black tracking down there. Gets out with an 0.85 reaction time. Hey, he's pretty sharp. Runs it through. A 12.093 at 120.84. That's in the Super Street bracket. And Mark Roberts saunters down there for a 19.134 at 70.55 and a 0.754 reaction time. So he have to sharpen up a bit. Nice bit of action there by Dennis Matesic in the Chevy Camaro. Got a 383 stroke. Gee, the difference between, when you have the standard 350 and then you superimpose a 383, it's like chalk and cheese. The 383 has turned out to be a great size engine for drag racing. Peter Villaris in that Ford XT Falcon running a Windsor 363 Cuba XT, because it's got the lights with the bar going across, whereas the XR, the model before it, was one big round light with just the indicator in the middle of it. Oh, gets off the line, a 0.705. Now there, Peter Valaris. Oh, I tell you what, Dennis Matesic there, he's not going to just sit back and take it. Villaris gets there first at 10.629 at 132. Dennis Matesic, something went wrong with the timers there. Maybe he left before he jumped the start, but no time recorded for him. That's over there in the Aeroflow lane. This is a name I'm familiar with, but haven't seen for a while. Mark Bull. from Bangor, all the way from Bangor. Shire Automotive Mechanical, Ford XD Falcon over in the Aeroflow lane. Nice too. Barry Willis, Baddo Bay in New South Wales. That beautiful Mustang. Mustang gets there first, runs through for a 10.92 with a 3 at 124 and an 11.11 at 119.47 for Mark Bull, as we welcome the evergreen Stephen Bush to the microphone here.
Or should it be the ever late? I think I'll be late to my own funeral, Les. How are we going this morning? Looks like a cracker day out there. There's plenty of
isn't it a change?
Yes, plenty of blue sky and plenty of nice cars glistening in the sunshine in the staging lanes, and of course out on the start line here.
Yes.
This morning. I apologise for being late, Les. I've just been one of those mornings, and then the traffic getting here's been a bit of a struggle. But the Matasevic brothers on the racetrack right now. Richard in the utility. Looks like he's just out in front. Tell you what, side by side, the Cortina takes it by 31 hundredths of a second.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. 10.80 for the Cortina, 108 mile an hour to a 10.83 with a 1 at 106 there for Richard in the ute.
Pretty sharp racing there, Steve. And gee, it's great to be back here. I haven't been here for over 12 months now.
Yeah, so it's fantastic to have you back, Les.
Oh, thank you.
It's really good to have you here. I thought I was going to be doing today on my own, and I saw your little car in the car park. I thought, you beauty. So, because I'm not Chris Diggles, and I can't commentate with 3 different split personalities to the same person. So, yeah, it's always great to have you here at Sydney Dragway, Les, and it's going to be a cracker day of racing, and we're going to look forward to sharing the microphone with you.
Oh, and the same goes here, Steve. We're Steve and I go back a fair way now, and along with the rest of the commentary team, Stewie White, and we've got Mark Thomas. I see is making a few cameos.
Yes, he's generally on most or nearly every Wednesday night here now. I get to join him every now and then as well. I've split my duties between other roles in the venue on Wednesday night. But it's a pretty good team. We've just seen Jeff Goodwin, unfortunately, I think has broken on the start line. I heard a couple of pops and bangs while Anthony Gadolari left the line with a 002 red light, but he'll get a nice time recorded, 10.73 with a 9.123. And unfortunately that Monaro of Goodwin, not sure what's going on. Normally a very reliable car for Super Street.
Yes, yeah, but well, it's good nice to see Jeff in that pristine-looking Monaro, and it's very unfortunate, and unfortunate for others that have a mishap or something goes wrong at the line. But hey, those parts are under a lot of stress, as we know in drag racing, and the facility's looking magnificent too. And I can't help but notice that it's very clean and it's very organised in here, Steve.
Oh well, sometimes it is, but yeah, it's not too bad. It's pretty good. The venue's looking absolutely splendid, of course, with all that wet stuff that we've had over the last couple of months. The sun's come out and everything's turned green rather than various shades of brown. But it's a fantastic time of year, and it's very, very pleasant outside right now.
Well, it's that thing that you just mentioned, the sun, that's something my grandfather told me about.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way, doesn't it?
Doesn't it ever? You know, like we've had nothing out of our solar panels on the roof. The inverter hasn't. It's been switched off. Yes. And I went down there to do some work on my car the other day, and it was I could hear it snoring.
Oh, right. Yeah, so hopefully it gets woken up today and earns you a little bit of money back on your power bill. On track now, Les, we've got Greg Robbins and Guy Greenland. Greenland in that VX Bellina wagon, of course the LSA power plant on board. Very much a sleeper, this one. In beside Greg Robbins in the XR Falcon, running for Churchill Mechanical at Orange. 427 cubes of, I'm assuming, Ford power plant in the XR Falcon.
Wow, look at it. Oh, both of them.
Yeah, Robbins just out in front at the moment. Got a very good reaction time, 0.43. Greenland not too far behind, but the Falcon will take it. There's 11.01 with a 2 at 118 mile an hour, and an 11.25 with a 1 at 127 there for Greenland. So big speed out of the blown Commodore there. at 14 odd mile an hour difference there.
Well, that's it. It doesn't sound much, 14 miles an hour, but when you sort of say 21 or 22 kilometres an hour, it makes a difference when you're travelling that fast.
It sure does. It's it's a big top end difference. Who we got on track now? We got Bruce Ritchie in the Rocket Lane, Les, in the big Chef Bel Air. 003 red on the tree, but that's okay. He'll still get a time. Only qualifying here at the moment, 11:51 with a 0, 114 mile an hour, and a 10:75 with a 1 at 1:23 for the car that was in the aeroflow lane. Yeah,
Bruce Ritchie, affectionately known as Greyhound, because he's about the build of a greyhound. He's put a lot of effort and loves his drag racing all the way from lines in the ACT. That none of them. Phil Armstrong is down there though in the Rocket Lane, in the Holden Commodore up against Craig Warren. Whoa, that little Tory there.
Has a habit of lifting that left front quite high in the air, the Tirana, and it twists the car over towards the left-hand side, either the wall or the centre line, and there he got pretty close to the centre line, 10.16 with a 9, 131 mile an hour to an 11.10 at 119 for Philip Armstrong in the Rocket Lane there.
Oh, well, now we've got Henry Spickak from Georges Hall in the Holden Commodore. I have seen him race this car. I haven't seen him in the VW for a while, up against Dave McGlynn. Now, from Morisset, New South Wales, Dave McGlynn, he's as regular as clockwork as well, a great supporter of the facility and of the events that we put on here. And just waiting for Henry now to come into the Rocket Lane, into the staging lanes. To face the tree. There's the pre-stage, and 6 inches, 16 centimetres or 160 millimetres. There we go. Oh, Dave McGlynn at a 0.45 reaction time. Pretty hard to beat, Steve.
Yeah, he's done pretty well there. The car left very nicely. 149 to the 60 and a 10.62 with a 5, 125 through the finish line. And Spickak in the Ute, a 12.03 at 117 mile an hour through the finish line. Someone told me he sold the V-Dub, Les.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, right.
So okay. I haven't heard it from him directly, but yes, the rumour mill tells me that that's what happened. If I've got it wrong, then I'm sorry for spreading rumours.
Yeah, all care, no responsibility.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Mark Hopkins now, still into the Super Street bracket here at Sydney Dragway. Mark Hopkins from Wattle Grove, there in that very sharp Holden Tirana, running a Holden 312. Runs through for a 10.73 at 124.76. And Sean Smith from Waniassa in the ACT runs through for a 7.81 at 70.77. There's a lot of sevens in there.
Yes, there certainly is a lot of sevens there. It could have been 2, 3 more though. But unfortunately, I think Sean having some issues there with his the car seemed to be backfiring. There's a lot of exhaust, like soot, coming out the pipe there. So hopefully nothing untoward, and he can get that fixed and come back for round number 2 of Super Street qualifying and get a more representative time. It looks like we're going to be moving into a modified bike.
Yeah. Well, we're running Mick Borg over there in the Aeroflow lane from Pendle Hill in New South Wales, running the Kawasaki ZX12R, thank you, up against Mark Davies in the Rocket lane there, in that little Suzuki GSXR 999cc. Mick Borg there, he's got his work cut out for him. Mark Davies left a red light, but as we were saying before, they're free. A 9.75 at 138 in the Rocket lane, and a 10.011 for the rider in the Aeroflow. Santina Keith, Revelry Cycles, AGV helmets, Royal Enfield GT. Well, that's a super bike if it's a Royal Enfield. Dale Williams from Cowra in the Rocket lane in that Yamaha R1 998. Oh, he did well, Santina Keith. He did well to keep that motorbike upright. Dale Williams goes through a 944 at 141, but a 1220 at 118.13 for Santina Keith. Wow, I thought the bike was going to come around and sort of flick him off like you see in the bull ring or those rodeos. So they have Bobby Joe Simmons in the rocket lane, all the way from Bligh Park in New South Wales. It's probably not very far from here, but Suzuki Hayabusa 1330cc up against Rob Simmons. So this is a husband and wife deal. Rob Simmons, very, very good. Just he's bordering on, you know, like being unbeatable. But Bobby Joe would really like to take the win. But Rob Simmons got an extra. Whoa! She's out. 0.159 reaction time. Bobby Joe from Bligh Park, racing for As a Party Racing, runs it through for a 9.53 at 152.61 miles an hour. Rob Simmons there, a 0.43 light, but a 19.201 at 86 miles an hour. That is not representative of his stature here at the track here. Rob Simmons, track champion numerous times. I haven't even got enough fingers to count the time that he's been track champion. Lorenzo Capogna from Mount Pritchard, New South Wales, in the rocket lane in the Powerhouse Motorcycles Harley Davidson V-Rod, up against Adrian Watson. Shed Built Racing, Yamaha R6. 4-cylinder 600, so we've got 600 cc's against more than double capacity of Capogna. He's got 1430 cc's. He gets out with a 0.95 reaction time. Wow, runs it through at the top at 8.970 at 145. Adrian Watson 11.327 at 123.5 miles an hour. Well, man, these guys are really putting on a show. Sean Ricketts from Castle Hill in the Kawasaki ZX12R. It's 1199 cc's. Up against Chris Hocking from South Windsor in the Smart Looking Sheds Australia sponsored Aprilia RSV4, 998 cc. So Aprilia got all that racing background behind them, as does the Kawasaki ZX12R. Sean Ricketts, yeah, gets out. He's pretty hard to beat as well, Sean Ricketts. A 0.33 reaction time for Ricketts. Runs it through a 9.38 at 141 and a 9.81 at 147 for Chris Hocking over there in the Aeroflow lane. So getting through the field here now, we've got Peter Strudwick from Kendall in the Harley-Davidson V-Rod, 1300 cc's. That's Peter in the rocket lane. And Ron Adams. Gee, Ron Adams still racing here from Narellan. Ron Cut Builder Supplies, the Harley-Davidson. Red light, but it doesn't matter. Red light for Ron Adams, but oh, this is neck and neck, folks. Look, they get it going through. Gee, it'll be close. Oh, Strudwick gets there, 9.52 at 137, up against a 9.64 at 139. And it's only qualifying, folks. Some terrific times there, and the result of some terrific performances. Albie Davidson, Western Smash Repair sponsored. It's a Digger TL 1000S. Never heard of it. Oh, might be a diesel. A lot of black smoke coming out. Oh, there's the track. See those track walkers? They're really on the money. It's probably a metric, you know, sort of like a 10 mil nut or something that fell off, but he scarpered it up all right. So Albie Davidson there. Well, that's the first round of qualifying for comp bike. Albie there is running double C modified bike, so it's got some sort of mechanical or chemical supercharging device on it. I've never heard of the bike, a Digger TL 1000S. Yeah. But as you see the riders coming back there, cheers and waves from the stupendous crowd we've got here. But they're enjoying the racing just as much as we are up here. And the sunshine, wow, it'll heat that track up. And it won't get too hot today either, which will be beneficial to every single racer here at Sydney Dragway. For the Speed Adict Clothing New South Wales Drag Racing Championship that we're currently running. We're up to about round 5 or 6 or something like that. Okay. Good to see. I haven't been here and I haven't said those words. Speed Adict Clothing. They were the sponsors that took over, I believe, earlier this year, the beginning of the year. The racing started after the Christmas and New Year break, so it's good to have them on board, and we thank them for their sponsorship, as does all the other sponsors that you see around here on the boards, on the lanes, either in the rocket or the aeroflow lanes going down the strip down there. We've got the Pepper Money, and Titan Group of companies, and Atlantic Oils, PRP, their VP Racing lubricants as well. Great supporters of drag racing here and around the rest of the world as well. We must be getting close to Junior Dragsters because they've got that little crane there putting the hay bales, and they'll put the tyres, if they still put them down there, and there'll be a marshal that will signal the racers, the juniors, into their exit gate. To let them know that that's they can't go any further, and they're supposed to have backed right off. No approaching those people down there under full throttle or under power. Here we go. Archie Boscovich from Lakesland in New South Wales in the rocket lane. That's Archie down there. Comes from a very notable family of drag racers, and Alira Cardam from Noble Park in Victoria, all the way up from Victoria in the RK Carpentry Speed Pro Junior Dragster. That's Alira in the aeroflow lane, and Archie Boscovich in the rocket lane. Now Archie's still in C Junior Dragster, which means he can go no quicker than 12 seconds during qualifying. And an A Junior Dragster cannot go any quicker than 8 seconds flat in qualifying. So we've got an A and a C, so it's good. The Archie Boscovich he'll one day end up an A Junior Dragster, so that's what Dad would like, and I'm sure he does too, because as I said earlier, he comes from a great drag racing family.
Yep, and by the time he gets there, he'll have 3 or 4 years experience.
Yes.
And, be pretty sharp, I reckon. Not that he's taken a few scalps already, has Archie. A little bit unexpected, I guess. It's
really
good to see that. That's the beauty of Dial Your Own Racing, is that anyone can take the win light.
Yes, yeah.
Of course, Alira pretty experienced behind this wheel as well. 051 green on the tree. Archie with a 127 red. But he'll still get a time at the other end of the racetrack. Alira will get there first, runs through for a 812 with a 178 mile an hour to an 870 with a 5, 74 mile an hour there for Archie.
Is that right?
I'm not sure if the C Junior Dragster designation still applies, because I think he might have gone to B, but I'm not sure. Yeah. I'm not sure. I know the time difference between a B and an A is not drastic. No. But there is still a slight restriction there. So next up we will have Ryan Pettiford in the aeroflow lane, running for Arnox Enterprises, Fine Line Motorsports, and of course the most important, Bank of Mum. I want to know what her interest rate is. Yes. Because I'd be keen to talk to her. Yeah. Alex Rafalo in the rocket lane from Vineyard, running for Sydney Waterscapes. He's B Junior Dragster.
Yes, I think you're right there, Steve. They're getting ready, and yeah, the difference between B and A is only half a second. 850 as opposed to 8. tell you what, that's... Oh, look, pretty close reaction times there between Ryan and Alex.
Yeah, side by side all the way down.
Yeah.
8.46 with a 5 for Ryan to an 8.45 with a 3.
Gee whiz.
So it's both around about the 75-mile-an-hour mark as well. Those two eyeing each other off the whole way down the 8th mile here at Sydney Dragway.
Wow. And Jake McNamara from Fairfield, Nan and Pop, and Arnox Enterprises, junior dragster there. So young Jake, a junior dragster in the Rocket Lane up against Claire Little from Forbes. Now she's been racing for a long, long time.
Yes. And, she has. I'm not sure how much longer.
No, she must be ready to step out, surely.
Although we said that about Lachlan McCaskill. I think we were saying that for like 5 years, it felt like. But we know he's no longer in juniors. He's now running in Street Fighter. But Claire Little, another one of those races, Les, that we've seemed to have been calling her name for many a year.
Yeah. Yes. It's,
Okay, McNamara with a slightly better reaction time, 0.20 to a 0.92 out in front, and he'll get there first, 8.02 with a 5, 79.89 mile an hour through the finish line to an 8.11 with a 6 for Claire Little in the aeroflow lane there, Les.
Yeah, but Jake McNamara there, a 0.20, pretty good for a first off the trailer.
Yep. You've got to remember these cars have no electronic driver aids. As such, it's all done with the eye and the foot.
Yep.
No trans brakes, no delay boxes, nothing like that.
No, all the technology is between the two ears, and that's it.
Yeah.
It's about as far as it. That's how basic it is. So, but these kids are really, really dedicated. They're switched on, and they're also very, very keen. So Zach Ruffalo from Vineyard in the junior drags at the McGee in the Rocket Lane up against Harry Rako. Young Harry, he's I was going to say he must be an A junior dragster by now. So it's good to see him. Zach Ruffalo, well, he's been around as well. He's been very, very competitive. So, and Harry comes also from a noted family of drag races. 0.50 for Rako and an 0.36 reaction time for Zach Ruffalo. Zach runs through an 8.27 at 78 and a 7.98 at 79.98 miles an hour. Well, it must be 7-day today.
Yeah, it's going to be the number that haunts you, Les, because we're numbers people.
Fantastic. Max Perry now from the Perry Racing Stable over there at North Narrabeen. Top form concrete. This one's Max Perry up against Tegan Smith from Albion Park in New South Wales, down Wollongong Way, in her JM Auto Repairs APM sponsored junior dragster. So and she got Power Cruise Promotion, Jet Flow Plumbing, Liquid Clothing and Speedy Diffs. Wow, someone's been busy knocking on doors for sponsors.
Networking for sponsorship.
Networking, that's the thing. Yeah, see, us fossils and that, networking is a network already exists, whereas these the networking these days was you trying to open up more opportunities for yourself.
Yeah, exactly. So I think Max is the last of the Perry Junior Dragster races of the family, I think.
Yeah, there was, what, 3 of them?
There was 3 of them at one point. I think the older 2 have graduated, I guess you could say. 8.1 at 3 with a 3, 80.7 mile an hour there for Max, and an 8.09 with a 6 for Tegan Smith, who'll take the win light on this occasion.
Yeah, and that's running through the program very smoothly, and it's good to see the like even they congratulate each other for the the teams and that, and shake hands and things like that, even though it's only qualifying, so you can see that they're it's very family orientated.
Yes.
Alex Rottenbury now from Picton in the Rocket Lane up against Zane Condello from Barrack Heights in New SouthAles. Also, Mum's gee, a lot. Mum and Dad.
This bank of Mum. It's
I
have to.
Yeah, like you say.
I saw a bank of Nan and Pop too, so maybe Nan and Pop.
There we go. Zane Condello, gets there first. He runs it through for an 8.37 at 77 miles an hour. And for Rottenbury there, an 8.72 at 75.15. Rottenbury there with a, is it Rottenbury or Rattenbury?
Rottenbury, I think.
Rottenbury.
Yep.
Oh, okay. His opposition there, just a red light, but they're free in qualifying.
Yep.
So, different story in eliminations though. Liam O'Neill in the rocket lane up against Chloe Rako. Here comes another one.
Yeah, so as you say, Les, there's quite a number of brothers and sisters, siblings, cousins, family relations, whatever, that run through all different categories of drag racing, but it does seem to be a little bit more common in junior dragster.
Yes, yeah.
But the good thing is too, we're starting to see those siblings continue into other brackets once they get older as well, which is great.
Yeah.
That's the whole idea of having junior dragster.
Yeah. Yeah. So because they they start off in junior dragster, doesn't mean that they stay with dragsters necessarily. Yeah. So we'll see Chloe Rako there in the A junior dragster. Go on. An 8.045 at 80.98 miles an hour and a 12.240 at 51 for Liam O'Neill. That's still good, 12.24.
Yeah, that's right. He's looking for a 12.0.
12.0, yeah. He'd be very pleased.
All right, next up we'll have Joshua Burtonshaw and Johnny Lucy. Lucy running for Lucy Sybil from Menangle. Burtonshaw running for D&J Haulage, Scorpion Racewear, and MacArthur Signs and Graphics. It's another one of the races from down south.
Yeah, Menangle's down at the there's some racing going on down there around the track. I'm not quite sure if it's trots or something like that, but it's down Wollongong Kiama way there. Josh Burtonshaw, that's his dad there. His dad's pretty quick on a bike as well.
He is, yes. Runs modified bike.
Modified bike, yeah. That's him. Okay, that's Burtonshaw in the Aeroflow lane. Gets out with a .125, and for Johnny Lucci, a 298. But it's a C junior drags. It's just getting a handle on it. Lucci runs through for a 12.658 at 49.49 miles an hour and an 8.073 at 79.73 miles an hour for Josh Burtonshaw in the Aeroflow lane.
All right, next pair up, we've got Tom Baker from Currajong taking on Jeffrey McNiff from Warrington Downs. McNiff running for St Mary's Engines. And I love the paint scheme on this car. I just think it looks really cool. The black with the big star up the side.
Oh, right.
And Baker running for BG Engines and Image Conversions. Both A junior dragsters.
Oh, well, the McNiffs are they're just pretty out there too when it comes to racing. There's been a couple of generations there. Well,
yeah, well,
three.
He'd be three. He'd be the third at least, because Brett running the Valiant and
Mum had that little Cortina.
Jeffrey Senior, I guess, and Patricia was his grandmother. So yeah, there's a fair line of races there. 8.03 with a 3, 80.91 mile an hour for McNiff in the rocket lane, to an 8.17 with a 4 at 78 mile an hour for Tom Baker. Yep,
there's a couple of good numbers there. So yeah, it was getting that's the easiest way.
Just pick it up.
Yes, that's
I mean, I think Josh has been hitting the gym just quietly, but maybe he uses the car as his weights. I'm not sure, and when he needs a little bit more to push himself, Charlie gets in the car and probably adds 50 or 60 kilos to it.
Charlie Boscovich, Liverpool Glass and Serbec Constructions and Die-Cast Mania. Well, I've got to stay away from those places.
That's a dangerous sponsor to have.
Oh, very.
I'm sure those guys will be here in a couple of weeks.
For
the East Coast Thunder, of course, which is going to be here on the 4th and 5th of November.
Oh, that'll be a great spectacle. Great spectacle.
Looks like Charlie, our last car in Western Weekend, a junior dragster qualifying round 1, leaves the start line with an 0.44. And through the finish line, a 795 with a 9, 81.7 mile an hour through the finish line.
Well, that won't count for Charlie. But how many pairs did we go through? We must have gone through 14 pairs. It must be nearly cars.
I'm not sure how many entries we have in junior dragster here today, but always very well supported as juniors.
Yep. Yes, they seem to. It's a never-ending stream, which is, like super for the track and super for the races and that as well. It's good to know that should these youngsters continue on through, that we should be looking forward to some pretty good personalities and action-packed races on the track.
Les, while we're just waiting for our track staff to pack up the safety equipment at the bottom end of the racetrack, we might just throw to our big screen for a couple of quick words from our sponsors, good. And we'll be back with you with Super Sedan for their first shot at qualifying in only a few moments' time.
Yeah, man, that's very quick. Okay, looking forward to that.
Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh, wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. But how would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Introducing the brand new aeroflowperformance.com. Featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's.
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben. I'll just lift the microphone closer to where the sound's coming out of. Remembering too that for the races and even the spectators, we've got our regular Wednesday nights, which are coming along. They're very full, and sometimes they have to turn people away. So the Wednesday nights, and during the warmer months, we have what used to be called Freaky Friday, or Thank God It's Friday these days, and we have the odd Sunday street meet as well. So all action here, all Go Plus here at Sydney Dragway. But into the next qualifying round events, which is Super Sedan. So one of my favourite classes, when you get to see all these full body race cars. Oh, I've got two beauties out here at the moment. Dean Giddens from Campbelltown in the Rocket Lane in the Ford Cortina, running a Clevo 408. Pat Firiolo in from Austral in New South Wales, sponsored by Austral Steel, the Holden HQ, running a Chevy 350. Dean Giddens in the Ford Cortina, Cleveland 408. What a sharp little car this has turned out to be. Very, very nice. It's It's got all the gear. Pat Furiolo, he's a multi-time winner. Takes out a couple of these championship events in the Super Sedan category. Oh, Furiolo out with an 030. Dean Giddens, red light, but it doesn't count. Oh, he's Furiolo coming in. Oh, Giddens gets there first. It's a 10.02 at 130 and a 10.17 at 128. So Dean Giddens at the top of the qualifying order after the first run. Well, he had a 50-50 chance of that happening. Rex Webster from Madawi up around Port Stephens Way. Austin A40 Ute running a Chevy 540. Used to have it in a Holden 1-tonner. Cameron Pierce from Glenmore Park in the Toyota Corolla, 2.5 litre. Now, a 2.5 litre with a parachute on the back, it says a lot about the car. It's probably a 1JZ, which would be a 2.5 litre. But I tell you what, Rex Webster out there. Rex runs it through for a 9.59 at 140 and a 9.33 for Cameron at the top of the tree. Oh, dashing Dave Gruber all the way from Gilmore in the ACT, one of the fastest bus drivers around. Queanbeyan Engine Service sponsored. Holden LJ to running a Chevy 383 up against Frank DeGrazia from Noraville. Oh, Dave Gruber out there with an 070 reaction time. He gets that pavement. He's given the pavement a bit of a pounding. Runs it through for a 9.26 with an 8 at 142. And for DeGrazia, 12.72 at 111. Dave Gruber now sits at, he's dining at the head of the table at the moment. Alf Azizak from, I hope I got that right, Aziak from Luddenham in the Mazda RX-2 13B rotary. Beautiful colour green. Looks like almost like a signal green. Brendan Costello from Isabella Plains in that Holden EK running a Chevy 406. His dad runs, Chris Costello runs in the bike categories aboard his Harley. Oh. Aziak. LCR Shop Fitters RX2, 13B rotary. Costello's out. Costello's out with a .23 reaction time. Oh, he's going to hang on to it too. He gets there first. Runs it through for a 9.93. Is that a personal best? It'd have to go very close. Brendan Costello, 9.93. I think last time he was hanging around the 10s, so that might be a PB. Who have we got here? Ross Bealby in the Ford Cortina running a Windsor 434 Cuba up against Joe Zammett. Joe been around a long time. He's hooked on these VLs, running a Holden 383. Started off in the Super Street and then was getting a bit quick for Super Street, so he promoted himself up to Super Sedan, and we're glad he did because he puts on a great show and always a very, very tough and consistent racer. Ross Bealby, he's been around a while as well in that Ford Cortina Windsor 434. He gets out first too with a 008 reaction time in the little Cortina. 9.68 at 136 mile an hour for Bealby and a 10.38 at 129 for Joe Zammett. Well, that puts Zammett at number 9 and Bealby at number 5, I think it was. We can't go back anymore. So I'll have to pay extra attention. Sean Maher, well, talk about Captain Courageous. How about Captain Consistent up against Jim Denaro, another consistent racer here at Sydney Dragway. From Engadine in New South Wales is Jim Denaro in the Rocket Lane. AAP Performance Automatics, Ford Cortina, Windsor 364, Denaro Race Chassis, Western Auto Picks 1320 Web Design, sponsorship, Sean Maher in the little HB, oh no, he's changed it now. Oh, how close is this? Sean Maher goes through, 11.25 at 144. And for Denaro, a 9.34 at 142 miles an hour. Oh, Robbie Cardam, I should have known, from Victoria, from Noble Park in Victoria, in the big green Mini. Dandy exhaust and Speed Pro Ford XE Falcon, running a Dart 434. Also, Higgins Racing. Heads, Nathan Watt. He's been around a fair bit as well from Grant's Performance. And Burson's Auto Parts, Budget Tyre Shed, and Angels Roofing. That's Nathan in the Aeroflow lane. Ford versus Holden. Oh, it's pretty neck and neck. 5.8 to a 5.6. I'm talking about an 8.8 with a 8.7 at 150 for Cardam, and a 9.1 over there in the Aeroflow lane. Oh, good to see this little rocket ship again. Kerry Stewart. Nathan Cowie. Well, Nathan's usually out in that little Mighty Boy ute. He's got it down there, but it doesn't appear to want to participate or start, whatever. So we've got Kerry Stewart. Wow. She runs it through for a 10.52 at 127. Dad would be looking down on her and saying, that's my girl. 10.52 at 127.49. There's Ali Stewart down there and partner Shane. It's a good, nice straight run. Got out of the hole. 0.147 reaction time. She hasn't been racing for a while. I think Shane said they haven't been round. That car hasn't been on the seen a racing surface for 2 years. So one of the other ones that have come out of hibernation. Well, like the snake, you know, the sun heats them up and they come out. Here we go with the next pair. All right, so this pairing pits Lou Palumbo in the Rocket Lane in the Holden HX 1-tonner, Chevy 400, up against Benny Clark in the Holden VL Commodore running an RB30. Had that nice little turbo double S BB. See, double S BB. So the BB designates that it's got some additional performance enhancers, whether they be mechanical or chemical supercharging, i.e. Procharger, turbocharger, or nitrous oxide. That's what the double B stands for. Whereas Lou Palumbo's naturally aspirated, so it's double S, just single A. Here comes the RB30. He may not get him. Lou Palumbo runs it through. He left too early. No time recorded. Benny Clark, a 9.42 with a 6. 9.426 at 141.37 miles an hour. I think this is Debbie Robb down here. Oh, she gets it sideways there in the burnout. All the way from Tamworth, Debbie Robb. Ford XB Coupe. 528 cubes. Gee, an 0.28's pretty good for this. For the first run. That's the reaction time. Gee, it's honking too, a 9.123. I wonder if they'll get into the 8s today. A 9.123. That'll liven Tamworth up. Talk about a music festival. We'll have a drag racing festival there. She gets into the 8s. Okay, now we're into Super Gas, which is a a class that's it's got a whole bunch of features. Now it's fixed index, so the index is 990. Now you have to try and get as close to that 9.90 without going under. And Joe Catanzariti from Mount Annan in the Pontiac Firebird, been national champion a couple of times, up against Roy Romeo. Now, Roy Romeo stepped out of a Commodore, and he's got this neat little, looks like the ex-Bob Reichel car. And they can't go under 990. It has to be 990 or above. Oh, a 10.052 for Roy Romeo, so he's on the money, but Joe Catanzariti a 950. 958 at 162, Roy Romeo at 10.05 at 147. So he's got the 50-50 split here, so he'll be at the top of the qualifying in the pecking order thus far in Supergas. And as I was pointing out, it's a fixed index, it's heads up, there's no deep staging. You can't deep stage. If you can only click off those all two lights in your lane, top and bottom have to be on. Otherwise, if the bottom one's not on, you've deep staged, and if you're deep staged, it's you're disqualified. So you're deemed to be 6 inches, 15 centimetres, or 150 millimetres closer to the finish line, and that's considered a race advantage. So NCD, no can do. Wow. A couple of Supergas class. Here's Mario Polito from Concord JD Contract, Penetron Australia, Chevy Cobalt, also sponsored by Competition Solutions, MPS, CC Royal, UCBC. I don't know what that is, Advanced Ready Mix. And we don't have any details on the car in the Aeroflow lane as such, but it's in race number 1509. It may be someone that's just starting out in the class. Well, we've got only one car went down. I'm not quite sure what's happened here. There's nothing on the screen. Anyway, we're waiting for entrant number, race number 1509, running Supergas. So it may seem a strange class because they've got a throttle stop, and it cuts off. The throttle cuts in just after they leave the line, and then they dial it in to see if they can run how close they can get to 9.90. I thought it might have been Clint George or somebody like that, but I think Clint races in Top Sportsman, or he's just about ready for some of the competition classes. Oh, nice leave. 091. No, that ain't no Supergas car. Runs a 9211 with a shut-off halfway down the track. So that'll give the crew there some information. Oh, just two neat drags. It's Craig Davies in the front engine Dragster. Still looking for some sponsors. A small block Chev 385, sponsored by Somaranch Race Cars, Ice Ignitions, great ignitions, Victory Transmissions, Revolution Race Gear in Brisbane. Up against Adriana McCaskill. Now, Adriana has been in as a product of, pardon me, I'll get that worm out of my throat. She's been a product of Junior Dragster a few years back, not that far actually, because there's Lockie McCaskill and Adriana. Well, Lockie's in Street Fighter, but Adriana's in running the modified Eliminator bracket, and from Whittlesea in Victoria. Wow. Pro Street Towing and Transport undercover. Pro Street Towing and Transport undercover. ETS Race Fuels, Race Comp Motorsports and Skips Fire Service. So Adriana over there in the Aeroflow lane. Now Craig Davies, this little front engine dragster running a Chevy small block. Adriana runs through crikey.com, 7:07 with a Ford 188, and Craig Davies is an 8:33 at 159. So there's 30 miles an hour, which is about 57 kilometres an hour difference between the two vehicles. But we see Lee Hartle-Law from Silverdale in that neat little BK race engine sponsored Ford Roadster, also ably assisted by Prestige Air Conditioning and Electrical. Who doesn't need one of those people around at in summertime particularly? But great looking car, great performing. It wins a 440. That 440 designation belongs to Mopar. Who said that? BK Race Engines. It's a Windsor 440, so it'll be a 351 Windsor, no doubt, with a fairly hefty stroker kit. But man, does it honk. Okay, Lee Hartle-Law, running in modified under the AHR Hot Rod class in modified. A 001 reaction time on the red side. So talk about switched on. Runs it through for an 8:05 with a 7 at 163.47 miles an hour. Couple of heavy hitters coming up now. Here they are. We'll just get the screen to change. There it goes. It's Jess Turner all the way from Victoria, from Epping in Victoria. Dad's raced here, or used to race here on several occasions. Did one monster of a wheel stand. It must have been back in 2014-15, and it rather spectacular, but it had its consequences, that's for sure. ETS Race Fuels Dragster, Chevy 410, also sponsored by Kavanagh Auto Parts, Dominator Converters, Denso, Spark Plugs, up against Corey Dyson from Kilmore. Haven't seen Corey down around here for a while. Mobile Lubricants, Mullis Dragster, small block Chev 400, Glass Protect, Transcal Fleet Bandy, Associated Cold Tread Tyres and Speedflow products, helping Corey along the way. Now this should be a really, it's Jess Turner's AAMD, which means it's supercharged somehow. But Corey Dyson, oh, look at this. Jess has just snuck through. She runs a 7.507 at 177.7 and a 7.617 at 172.30 miles an hour for Corey Dyson. Wow, he got out with a 0.52. Jess Turner, a 0.43 reaction time, and hence the closeness in the race, in the qualifying competition. And that was a very, very good win by Jess Turner. Rocco Romano in the A modified dragster from Indenza Park. That's young Rocco. Another, I'm what they call a fossil, but anyone that's 45 and under is still a kid to me. So Rocco Romano is probably, you can just see the nappy pins where they used to be. He's only a young fella, came up through the ranks in junior dragster. It looks like he's not, he's turning over. Peter Brown from Appin. Now, he's another consistent racer. Good to see him back on the track here. Well, good to see for me because I've been here for a while. Always terrific driving through the gates and having a look over to your right-hand side and seeing everybody in the pits. And Peter Brown's no exception. Sims Integrated Solutions, Timmick Hot Rod Supplies down in Penrith there, and BK Race Engines sponsoring Peter Brown. Now, This is very unusual for Rocco to have something go wrong. There's something leaking apparently under there. Yeah, it looks like Rocco's out of the car. Just waiting for Peter Brown now. 0.242 reaction time. How's that for gun barrel straight as a description? A 761 at 178.61 for Peter Brown. 761, that should enable him to be just atop the of the qualifying order, no doubt. Yeah, unfortunate for Rocco Romano. Oh yes, there's you can see them mopping up there. I think they're trying to determine where it came from. No. Well, we'll get the next pairing out, which we'll see over in the Aeroflow lane. Daniel Flack from Temora. Nice part of out west. Southwest Fuel, Bantam Altered, Miller's Trophies and Embroidery, and Temora Truck and Tractor. Oh, look at that. It's a splendid looking car. Oh, Danielle McCaskill from Sylvania in New South Wales. Mac 1 Welding. MSW Dragster, running a Chevy 555. And Daniel Flack in that little Bantam Altered, that little neat little black machine there. That's an Altered, you see, because if it was a hot rod, the steering wheel would have to be over either to the left or to the right. But seeing this is a centre steer, that's why it's classified as an Altered. It may look like a hot rod, but it's an old Bantam Altered. Chevy 427 up against Danielle McCaskill in that Chevy 555. That car looks very familiar. So the McCaskills, whoa, are they still into the drag racing? And when you get to this stage and you see Adriana's car as well, and then you got Lockie McCaskill, who's in Street Fighter. He may be sitting on the side with a build in the process somewhere. That's a lot of drag racing in one family. Gee, nothing in the reaction times, but Danielle McCaskill in that big 555 Chevy powered machine, a 733 with a 6 at 183, and for Daniel Flack, an 831 at 158.33. So look, it was Daniel Flack had a 0.41 and a 0.35 reaction time. A reaction time for McCaskill over there in the Rocket Lane. Anyway, she gets there first. It's not winning, it's just getting there first. So qualifying is in unique that all the you might pick someone in the bracket, although they do try, the bracket marshals do try to get the cars that are similarly, you know, through experience. They're being a marshal and in the draw, they try and get the two cars next to each other that are you know, sort of competitively married. So you'll see here George Burakeshlev in that, oh, here we go, LS powered machine. No, they have to push him off, they can't. No, he has to cut off. You can't have a car that's past the concrete here. If that car had broken down just where those two officials are walking down the aeroflow lane, they could have run this car, but because it's sort of unprotected there by itself, there's no way that the rules allow for him just sitting in the car and another car going past. He has to be just off the start line, and then the other car can go away from the concrete there. So George, as bad as it is for that car, that's super reliable under normal circumstances, but being mechanical, well, it might even be a $2 part or whatever that's gone off. So that there should be still a couple of more people in the modified bracket to go. No, we've got some sedan. Oh, yes, we have. But sedans are not permitted in modified. They're for altereds, dragsters, and hot rods. So they're the cars that you've seen so far on the track. So that's what they call modified. And for a couple to have a hot rod in modified, to be run in either the AHR or BHR designation, they have to have some parts of the car, namely, I think it's the grille and headlights have to be from a genuine hot rod, so to speak. The fascia, when you look at it front on, so that's for the to be running modified. Otherwise, it has to go in one of the other classes. So. Not associated with modified. Look, we've got a bit of time here, so we might just ask Benny the Bengal to play some music while they clean up whatever's happened to George's car down there at about the 330 foot mark. Oh, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience and understanding. We're back on track there. I think the racer, George Burakeshliev, will have a bit of work to do on that car. Anyway, we'll proceed. And as we don't have any now. Well, some burnout. I don't have any details on screen, unfortunately, but it's a very neat package for a little altered. It's a pretty short wheelbase, which would make it just a bit of a handful. It's really, I wouldn't say overpowered, because when you get to when you're talking drag racing circles, there's no such word as overpowered. Too big, too powerful, too fast. They're just not in the vocabulary. But this is a very sharp-sounding little altered. You've got a small wing at the back there. It's got some great tyres, got beautiful stance, and it's also got a whole bunch of power. I'd say it'd be a good mid to low 7-second car, I'd say. Not quite sure if it's a nitro altered, I don't think so. But perhaps some information would help me to describe it better. But at this point in the program, we don't have it, so we'll see how we go further on. But anyway, it's a solo run. It's entrant or racing number 4409. There's nothing on file, but it'll probably come up after this race. But it looks very, very sharp. I'm not quite sure. It could even be a supercharged outlaw car. Red light getting closer to going over there. 107 960 footer at the 8th mile, 2.93. The 8th mile, it was 4.95. And he'd already backed off at 105 miles an hour then. And he's run it through for a brilliant super gas time of 990 with a 9, but it's not super gas. But anyway, it just drifted slowly over towards the centre line, but the driver was in full control, and he did the right thing. A lot of other guys that I've seen at various tracks around the world, they just keep their foot into it, and it usually ends up in tears. But we have this nice little. Oh, this is no. I think this might be young Daniel. No, it's Trent Smith. Trent Smith from Albion Park down south. Gee, they breed some good races down there. Look at that. And he comes out of the smoke and he's still going in the straight line towards the top end. JM Auto Repairs, APM Ford T-Bucket, Chev 387. Unusual designation. Probably 383 with a, like a 5th hour or 10th hour oversize. Also sponsored by Speedy Diffs and Jet Flow Plumbing down there in Albion Park. T-Bucket still running in modified. It's a modified altered, and it's a very, if you haven't seen, or you might see the little Suzuki Swifts getting around, the colour that reminds me of is when they first came out, it used to be called Champion Yellow, but they may, like they do, it's still Champion Yellow in my books, but they put another name on it, and they think, oh, gee whiz, that's a new colour. Very bright, very visible, but a very well put together. Look at the size of those bags on the back. They are monstrous. So it's running in modified. It's not, well, this is running in modified. It's not in supercharged outlaws. But Ford T-Bucket, AAMA. Gee, I tell you what, it's straight. Woof. Puff of smoke there. Hope it was exhaust smoke. Runs it through for an 8.05 with a 3 at 140.97 miles an hour. Oh, that's really motoring there. It looked like they needed a bit of, I mean, I'm no professional drag racer, but it looked like they may have, there was a bit of clutch work or a bit of clutch adjustment needed, but no, everything's A1 from the track walker. The signal. James Hetfield out in front of oh, we've still got some more. We've got a Sedan over there in the rocket lane waiting to come in through, a VL, but we've got this. He's been indicated too that it's just a by run. Oh, sharp little car. Lou Carpinato. Platinum power coating, 43 Bantam with a Chevy 623. Wow, that's big size engine for that little little car. 43 Bantam. Moralia. New South Wales he's from, Lou Carpinato. Mixed metal roofing, Racemax Direct, Arndale Park Electrical, MSCN, BK Race Engines, Dave Stevens Race Cars, and Advanced Product Design. So it's young Lou. He's probably got a network of sponsors there. So, oh, good on him too. This is a really, really neat car. Really neat. Running A modified altered, so it's all doesn't have any double A, MA or anything like that. It's just AMA, and so it's all naturally aspirated. A Chevy 623 cubic inches. You'll probably find that they've borrowed it from the Queen Mary or one of those cruise ships. Huge engine, 623 cubes, 623, it's nearly over 11 litres. Here we go. Lou Carpinato from Moralia. Nice sharp looking car. He's in for the pre-stage. Fully staged. Yeah, wanted to go left there. Okay, we've got Dimitri Stamatis from Jerrabombra. Well, there's some good people in Jerrabombra. The Holden Commodore down there, LSX 388. Wow, nice combo.
You're not from Jerrabombra by any chance, are you?
A place very similar to that. Where I'm from is Jerrabombera, and this is Jerrabombra, so, you know, pretty close. But the same stuff.
How is it?
People, when I say Jerrabombra, they go, can you spell that? J-R-R-A-B-O-M-B-E-R-R-A. Oh, Jerrabombera. And I say, yeah, we just call it Jerry, you know. But he's from, I wonder if he lives on the hill or if he's down on the plains.
I'll tell you what, the car is looking really, really splendid in that
doesn't
sunshine.
look sharp.
The gold with the very highly polished rear wheels looks really good. 383 LSX on board. Boscovich away with the wheels up in that Falcon, but I think had some issues. The Commodore's going to take it. Pretty quick run.
Oh,
795 with a 169 mile an hour through the finish line. I'll tell you
what. Wow, didn't that get hung at 0.253 reaction time for Stamatas?
It sure did. I hope nothing too wrong with Boscovich's car, and we get to see him back for the next round of qualifying, but looking forward to seeing that Commodore back on the start line. Big burnout there for Joe Sorbello in the Datsun.
Yeah, the Nissan Skyline. Darts, yeah, no, Nissan, they haven't heard of, oh, they used to call them in America Dartsons. D-A-R-T-S-U-N.
This one with the Pro Charger on it, taking on Tony Heisman's in the Chevy Camaro, running for Western Battery Company, Orange Auto Electrics, and Auto One of Orange. Pair of red rockets sitting on the start line.
Oh, Joseph.
Sorbello away pretty loosely. We can hear that Pro Charger on the track mics. He's going to get there first, but Heisman's chasing him down pretty quickly. 876, 154 to an 802, 171 mile an hour. So he was closing at a fair rate of knots. Not 100% sure what mile an hour Joe normally runs, but the ET was pretty close. But it seemed to leave pretty lazy out of the start line.
Chris Corbin, the baker from Blaney. I heard that Ryan's Bakery in Blaney, it was nominated as one of the best places to buy a cream bun on the radio. David Whitmore is the pilot of that beautifully presented Chevy Nova, a small block Chev 400 powered car in the Aeroflow lane. Chris Corbin. Now that little Tirana, he's had it in Super Street, then it went to Super Sedan, now he's running it in Top Sportsman, Chevy 350 still. But I guess it's Top Sportsman AA, so he may have some, it may be supercharged, or it could even have a turbo in it. I haven't seen the nitrous purge, so it doesn't have nitrous. Yeah, not quite sure what happened there, but I can tell you Dave Whitmore's gone down for an 809 with a one at 170 miles an hour, 170.54, Dave Whitmore. And Chris Corbin, he's just got about to the 60-foot mark, and it just blew some extra smoke out of the pipes there. It looked as if it had an extra gulp of air and pushed it out, but it seems to be going all right now. There's no fluid on, or no liquid on the track, so not quite sure what happened there. But anyway, they do make some great pastries and everything up at the Blaney. Oh, like tough Thomas Leake from Gugong, and I think he's moving there. He's just about, I think he bought a property in Royalla as well, so it's down that way in Queanbeyan, out the back by the Gugong Dam. And Thomas Lee's got that car running really, really well. That Chev 540, we used to be in a Toyota High Ace, Low Ace, whatever it was.
Extra cab, wasn't it?
Yes, that's
Silver
right.
Extra cab.
And it was, what's his name? Tony, he used to work here.
Anthony Panetta.
Anthony Panetta, that's the one. No, Anthony Penner. Yeah, I was getting mixed up. And we don't have any details on the car in the rocket lane. It's entrant number 6500, not on file. But as you can see, it's a commercial vehicle, a utility. But, you know, to be in Top Sportsman, it'd have to honk because Thomas Leake's car is no slouch. Thomas gets out an 052. I tell you what, that Utes accounting itself pretty well.
He's sticking with him. Leake with the chutes out fairly early, I'd say. 786 with a 167 mile an hour through the finish line to a 941 with a 3 at 149 mile an hour for the Ute there.
Thomas 786.
What are you writing down there, Liz?
Thomas says, I like to ask guys, what are their quickest times? So if he runs a 786, there was a car down here, it was, I think it would have been a personal best, it was hanging around the 8s, 9s, and then it ran a 9, and I thought it would be, I can't remember who it is. But anyway, when they come out, I'll remember. So that's Thomas Leakey.
Well, Vela with the wheels up as we'd expect. And Partridge is going to get the W here. 791 with a 2.
Whoa.
172 mile an hour through the finish line, and a 852 with a 4. 159 mile an hour for Alan Vela there in that Ford Capri.
Wow. Oh, gee, that thing of Paul Partridge, James Bond reaction time too, 007.
007.
Yeah, Brett Sheard, look at that beautiful paint job there.
It does. It looks like he can only reach into the paintwork on that car.
Yeah, look at that. Lisa Sargent. Wow.
I think
that's
Jeff Sargent he races a Chevy Camaro.
Yes.
And I think Lisa would be a relation there somewhere along the line.
Somewhere.
Chevy Nova, Dart 598 cube.
Wow,
V8 on board, running for All Fix Engineering from New South Wales. Brett Sheard in the Chevy S10, only the small block Chev, 441 cubes. Probably one of the smaller engines in the field for Top Sportsman.
Jeez, look at that.
But they're side by side. Looks like Sheard's in front at the moment, and he'll take the win. 787 with a 1, 172 mile an hour to an 862 with a 1 at 156 for Lisa Sargent.
Yes, and look at the difference in the speed there. 156 for Sargent and 172 for Brett Sheard. And Chevy S10, see, it's only a TSA, so it doesn't have any supercharging or turbocharging or chemical such as nitrous assist. But John Regatos from Peakhurst Heights, Johnny's Automotive, Ford Falcon, Ford 433. That's a pretty sharp. I thought it was the guy from St Clair. With the EJ, but it's not. And Fenix Race Engines as well, helping Johnny Regatta. Joe Gattalari in the Holden VL Commodore running a Chevy 555. The mob detailing and motor oil service as they get out.
Another 007 reaction time, this time for Joe Gattalari in the Rocket Lane. It looks like John Regatus in the Ute is going to get there first left with the red light, but that doesn't matter. 819 with a 6, 166 through the finish line to an 853 at 163 there for the Gattalari machine in the Rocket Lane.
Over there, whoa, Anthony Bull. Here's another part of the Bull family as well. Good to see both of them back on the track. Jeffrey Sargent. And, we were talking about the Sargents just a minute ago, and this is Jeffrey Sargent, the Chevy Camaro with the Chevy 522, resplendent in that. I'm not quite sure if it's quite Hugger orange, but it's some sort of General Motors orange. Anthony Bull in the Ford BA Falcon, running a Cleveland 412. Shire Performance Engines, machining Kirawee.
Yeah, normally running supercharged Outlaws, but running Top Sportsman here.
Yeah.
So it's good to see Anthony out here in the BA Falcon, Les.
Yes, it looks great with that supercharged hanging out of the bottom. I've tried to pick up an 871. Have you ever tried to pick up an 871 supercharger by itself?
No, mate, not something. Not something. Why were you trying to do that?
Well, a friend of mine was showing me yesterday, and he said, "Whoa!"
Bull getting out of the groove there, and the car turning to the left, pretty much on the head of the throttle. Jeffrey Sargent through with a 791, 171 mile an hour. Good pass for him. 68 on the tree, 119 to the 60. That car's getting better and better every time it comes out. I love the fact it's still got all the trim in it and all that sort of stuff. Yes, like very pro
and
street.
a 7.9 second car, fantastic.
Very pro street style. I quite like it.
Oh, that's a nice little U and I. Oh, and here it is. What happened to he's gone? What's he? Is that a Honda Jazz?
Yeah, Denny's not biased by any stretch of the imagination. Whatever he can get cheap that looks like it's going to be like a bit of fun, he'll Danny Stadler it, if there's such a word, and get out there in Street Fighter and have a bit of fun. Renowned for running the Toyota Echoes, but he's now in the Honda Jazz. Nicholas Bennett in the Gemini's showing him the way though. 202 Holden sounding very nice on the track mics as he makes his way to the finish line. 13.55 with a 2.98 mile an hour. And Danny and the Jazz, a 16.70. There's 80 mile an hour through the finish line.
Yeah, and Nicholas Bennett there with an 0.20 reaction time, so that'll help him. But when it all evens out when you have dial-ins, and I know Danny's super competitive, as we see Alan Stevenson from Warnervale over there in the Aeroflow lane. An 0.17 reaction time gets out up against Scott Goodison from Taree in the Mitsubishi Legnum. 2.5 litre V6.
Legnum. So what is it, like an all-wheel drive Magna or something, is it?
No, it's
kind of, sort of.
Well, a Galant. It comes off the Japanese Galant, and they got V6 all-wheel drive.
Yes.
And you can get them in manual or auto, and it doesn't go as quick as I thought it would go, but hey. It's good to see one out on the track.
Yeah, but you know what? Sometimes these cars are very restricted for road use from the factory. You know what I mean? Like you sometimes get a road car that you think, oh, that should go a lot better than what it does. But when you actually tinker with it, you don't have to do a lot to it, and it becomes a real rocket ship.
Yeah. Well, a perfect example of that is the Nissan GTR, the brand new one. Yep. It's got the electronics. They picked it up from the factory in Japan, and they drove it, and they went to Suzuka, the race circuit, and as soon as it got in through the gate, the GPS recognised it as a race track. Yeah, so it put the car in full race mode.
Rejigs itself.
Yeah,
nice.
So Glenn Garlick from Illawonga, New South Wales. That's Glenn over there in the Aeroflow lane. He's scarpered off up against Grant Law. And Glenn Garlick goes through for 14.851 at 82 miles an hour. And the next day at 20.552 at 60 miles an hour, Grant Law comes through. But as I say, it's all evened out when they go to dial-ins.
Yep. And Grant's been running here a little bit in Street Fighter and the RAV4.
Has he?
Yeah, he goes a round or two every now and then. So
good.
It doesn't mean that, like Les is saying, you don't have to have the fastest car to get out here and have fun. You can come out and test yourself against the Christmas tree, get a good reaction time if you can, and try and run consistent. That's really what you were trying to do. Right now, we've got Wayne Smith is leading Ben Roberts. He's going to break the finish line beams first, 13.62 with a 7.102 through the finish line for the HSV Club Sport. The XR8 Falcon, 14.78, 95 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane there.
Yep. Yeah, good, tough little. I think it's a real. This is like a real grassroots class, because you can bring, whether it's mum or dad's car or whatever, you can bring it out here if you've got the license. Well, you can come and race here.
Well, Les, I haven't seen you for a little while. As you know, I've got my little Anglia project sitting in the corner of the shed at home.
Yes.
I bought a AU Falcon Fairmont V8 thing the other day, right?
Did you?
I've got a little bit of buyer's remorse, but I bought it for all the parts, right? All
yeah,
the
right.
302, 4-speed, blah, blah, blah.
Oh,
so great. I sent it to our former commentary leader, Rusty, and I'm sure there's somebody listening online that will know Rusty. I said, I've done a thing, sent the photo, and I said, I'm going to have to join the AU Falcons Do Amazing Things Facebook page. Yeah. And he's like, what? ? I said, I've just bought your new Street Fighter car.
Yeah.
And so he said, when are you wrecking it? I said, well, that depends on how many rounds of Street Fighter you win and whether we need to keep coming back. But he never took me up on the offer. I was reasonably serious, yeah.
Oh, really?
Because I obviously needed to pay for it, so I'm up here working today, but I was reasonably serious in him actually coming out and giving it a go. But
geez.
Never came back to me, so your loss, Rusty.
Yeah, exactly. Gee whiz, what that opportunity gone begging. Brett O'Connor there runs through for a 16.55 at 81 miles an hour in the Aeroflow lane, and the unidentified driver in the Rocket lane runs a 15.68 with an 8 at 87.61 miles per
My luck is he'd come out here and he'd throw a rod in it, and then I'm back to square one.
Or he'd win the meeting in Street Fighter.
And he can pay me back with all the prize money.
Yeah, that's right. No, he doesn't get. He gets appearance money as well.
Oh, so yeah, I'm forgetting that. I've got to pay him to turn up.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So, mate, you end up paying whichever way you look at it.
I don't win anything.
No, that's right. What's half or nothing?
All right, Tristan Anderson on the Royal Enfield, taking on Angela Hunt on the Suzuki GSX-R 1000.
I thought that was a mistake.
Nice pass there for Angela. 10.84 with a 6, 140 mile an hour. Big speed. The other end there.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Stefan Stafala and Phil Gardner. Stafala on that Harley-Davidson Night Rod. Very, very tough racer is Stefan.
Oh, he's
fast too. 10.10 his previous qualifying time.
Yeah, and he's number one at the in the qualifying order in street play. And Phil Gardner from Googong in New South Wales, just outside of Queanbeyan. Oh, nice, neato.
Not really, but yeah, it's.
Oh, they always look nice in a picture's worth 1,000 words. Well, I've never heard of a more untruthful saying. Stefan Stavala there gets out with a .256, very uncharacteristic by him. He'll run it through for a 10.185 at 132. Neato! That's the photo I was just shown. And Phil Gardner there at 12.63 with a 7 at 115. That's sharp. Well, you've done a lot of work to that. Oh, I was going to say. Oh, look at that. Number one is Craig Warren. Anthony Gattalari. Look at all this. Super Street. Look, there's a whole young greyhound should be up there somewhere. Chris Zammett from Doonside and Holden VT running a Chevy 350. He's our number 17 qualifier with a 12.1.29 up against Barry Willis from Batto Bay in New South Wales. The Ford Mustang Clevo 410. He's our number 9 qualifier. It's a 70 Mustang. I can tell by the front on. Chris Zammer got out with an 030, runs 12.240 at 110 and an 11.22 at 102 for Barry Willis in that nice red 70 model Mustang. Dennis Matesic in the Chevy Camaro, running a Chevy 383 in the Rocket Lane. He hasn't been down and recorded a time thus far. So this is the second round of qualifying for Super Street. And this is his first up against brother, cousin, David Matasevic. Oh, there is a difference. Look at that Camaro. 10.262 at 132 and a 10.67 for David Matasevic in the Aeroflow lane. Richard Matasevic is the other one. I got them mixed up. So Richard Matasevic now from Bringelly in the Ford XY Ute, running a Clevo 434, our number 9 qualifier with a 10.831 up against that really neat car of Guy Greenland from St Clair. He's a real regular competitor here.
I'll tell you what, these guys haven't had much of a turnaround time from their first round of qualifying.
Yeah.
But Matasevic's going to show the way. Runs on through for a 10.65. 110 mile an hour through to the finish line to a 10.87 with a 4 at 126 mile an hour there for Greenland. Good. That thing is honking at the other end of the racetrack.
Got some top end, hasn't it? Really good. Jim Raptis from Lidcombe in the Holden Torana, 6.2 litre. It's a sharp little car too. And so I can just imagine that 6.2 litre in there. Up against the mighty greyhound, Bruce Ritchie from Lions. Oh! Oh, no.
No. That's very unfortunate there for Bruce. It looks like it's broken axle on the head of the throttle and nearly done a 360 in its own length, unfortunately, and the front of the car has taken a reasonable hit to the wall. Bruce getting out of the car right now.
Oh, gee. Oh,
Very unfortunate. Just shows how quick things happen, doesn't it, Les?
yeah, well, look, he's just probably just short of the 60-foot marker. Oh, no, he's just a bit past it, but 60-foot.
Yeah, well, the front of the car is back at the 60-foot mark. So
Yeah, that's right. The front, it's such a big car. Wow.
yeah, let's hope Bruce is okay, number one.
Yeah.
And number two, we hope he can get the car repaired.
He's just spent so much money on it.
With not a huge amount of money outlaid, unfortunately, but it does look like there's a fair amount of damage to the front end of the car, definitely the bonnet and the grille. And I don't know how much stuff is available for those cars here.
Yeah. Yeah, to be close to not very much. You probably wouldn't even find a part for that car at Flynn's Motor Wreckers down there in Cooma. But Greyhound's he's got new... I don't think he's put them on yet by the looks of things. He got a new fiberglass bonnet, fiberglass bumpers and fiberglass guards.
Okay, so he's looking to do an update anyway.
Yeah, I was
still
wanting to put that. That's good time, a long time friend, Tony Sedan down there with him. Tony was one of the partners in Canberra International Dragway, and along with Jeff Devlin.
It's funny, Les, I was only talking about that yesterday with a friend from work, yeah.
Yeah, right.
He was talking about where he said, where was the track at Canberra?
Yeah.
So I got on the old Google Maps, and you can still see it there, obviously. It's still even got the tag on it. But, yes, many fond memories of Canberra International Dragway.
Yeah, that's right. You made a couple of appearances there as well.
Yeah, just a few. We did 90% of our racing, racing there. But
I still remember calling your name out like that it was you. I think you appeared more times than Rusty, though. Would that be true?
Yeah, because I was racing for a few years before Rusty.
Yeah.
There's a couple of years between us. But,
and that other guy, his father had that. He built that altered Valiant and called
Garth Bell.
Garth Bell, yeah, that's right.
Garth was the old man, and Lachlan was the
Lockie Bell, yeah, that's right. They were just, and of course there was the Concolis.
Yes. Daniel's racing an altered now in modified Eliminator.
Daniel, he came here with a really nice. It was like a Spitzer.
Yeah, that's it. It's an altered, with a big block, like a 632 cube thing in it. Runs low sevens. So that was many
moons
ago, but you can still see clearly on the Google Maps where the track used to be. And, so it was just interesting that you mentioned that. We were only talking about it yesterday.
Oh, right. So it's got that that's just in front of where the grandstands were and stuff like that. There's all the planted, put all pyracantha bushes there. The little orange berried bush with, and then there's a huge mound that goes in the airport
where the start line
used to be.
Yeah, I could see that on the image. Well, I'll tell you what, Les, we might throw to a word from our sponsors just while our track crew clean up a little bit of fluid there left by Bruce Ritchie. As I said, my condolences to Bruce. We hope that they can get the car repaired, with minimal fuss and obviously minimal amount of money. It's always sad to see a car damaged like that on the racing track, but unfortunately, it looked like he's thrown a broken either wheel studs or an axle or something. There's the tyre's just leaning up against the wall there, through the tyre at the head of the throttle pretty much.
Yeah.
And the car's done a 360. We can see the tyre mark there, only a metre or so off the start line. And the car's done a 180 in that
180,
distance.
pointing back in the opposite direction.
All right.
Yeah, okay.
We'll throw to a word from a few of our sponsors, and we'll be back with you very shortly with the remainder of the qualifying for Super Street. Here, round number 7 of the Speed Adict Clothing Co. Championship Series at Sydney Dragway. We'll be back with you very shortly.
bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Introducing the brand new aeroflowperformance.com. Featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Oh, well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Back on air again. Thank you very much for your patience. They're a bit unfortunate for Bruce Ritchie. Just a sec.
Dave McGlynn on the start line, taking on Adam Bowers in the BT Commodore. McGlynn away with another good reaction time, 0.36 on the tree this time, out in front of the Commodore, and he'll run through first with a 10.64, 125 mile an hour through the finish line to a 12.32 for Bowers in the Rocket Lane at 113 mile an hour through the finish line. Next up, we'll have Henry Spikak in the Holden Ute taking on Greg Robbins in the XR Falcon. I think these two raced each other last time, just in different lanes. Spikak qualified 17th so far in the bracket with a 12.03. Greg Robbins in the Falcon, he's in 12th with an 11.01. The XR running for Churchill Mechanical at Orange. 427 cubes of power plant in the front chassis rails. Just waiting on Spikak to edge into stage. He's in there now. Spikak with the better reaction time, but the Falcon already around him. And runs on through for an 11.15. 120 mile an hour through the finish line to a 12.04 with a 9.117. So Spikak pretty consistent there for a manually shifted car. Next up, we'll have Peter Villaris in the Go Logistics XT Falcon, taking on Christine Norberg. Norberg in that very, very nice Holden Kingswood. Villaris very aggressive, as we always know, that manually shifted car. We can see the tyre tracks chipping and chirping as it makes its way down the airflow lane. Gets there with a 10.56, 131 mile an hour. Meanwhile, Norberg will take that with a 007 reaction time. Goes 10.82 with a 6 at 124 through the finish line. Next up, we'll have Craig Warren in the Tirana. He's in the airflow lane again. Watch the front left. Torque right up on the start line on the hit of the throttle. Taking on Anthony Gadolari in the HQ Ute. Gadolari qualified in 8th position with a 10.73. But Craig Warren in the white Tirana, he's in number 1 with a 10.16. Warren out in front and gets there with a 10.19. 131 mile an hour through the finish line to Gadolari's 10.86 with an 8. So both cars reasonably consistent. I think Gadolari, if counting back on the numbers, he's closer to his first round of qualifying. But of course, these races will have one more shot at qualifying, and then the next time out, they'll have to pick a dial in and want to run pretty close to that. Next up, we'll have Philip Armstrong and Mark Bull doing battle. Bull in the Falcon leaves the start line with a red light. Doesn't matter, he'll still get a time at the end of the day. And Armstrong in the Commodore, very good reaction time for him. Runs on through for an 11.10, 119 mile an hour to an 11.10 at 119 mile an hour. So pretty much identical. There's 0.05 of a difference in the ETs recorded, and only 0.1 of a mile an hour. Next up, we have Mark Hopkins in the Tirana running for Hurricane Metal Roofing, Arthur Johnson Engineering, CB Welding and Fabrications, Renew Automotive, Guildford Spares and JF Engines. Lots of supporters on board for Hopkins. He's out in front of Sean Smith. The car running cleanly this time for Smith, runs through for 10.75. 131 mile an hour through the finish line to a 10.71 at 123 for the Tirana. All right, looks like we're going into modified bike. Of course, brought to us by bikereview.com.au. So it's fantastic to have Bike Review on board for modified bike. We've got Lorenzo Cabogna taking on Dale Williams. Cabogna on the V-Rod in the aeroflow lane. Williams on the Yamaha R1 with an 0.46 light on the tree for Williams. Much better reaction time, but I think Cabogna is going to have the performance advantage, and he does. Goes through for a 9.01 with a 5, 1.45 through the finish line, and a 9.48 with a 7 there for Williams on the Yamaha. Next up, we'll have Michael Borg in the aeroflow lane, taking on Mark Davies. Davies on the Suzuki, Borg on the Kawasaki. Just waiting on Davies to move up to the start line where you can see Borg sitting in pre-stage. He's got one light on now, 2. All right, 1.07, the better reaction time there for Michael Borg in the aeroflow lane. Looks like Williams is going to, Davies is going to get around him though.
Yeah.
Runs through for a 9.69 with a 2, 1.38 mile an hour to a 10.51 and only 1.16 mile an hour there for Borg. So wondering if there's something wrong with the Borg machine to only run 116 mile an hour.
Yes, well, they've worked in modified bike. It looks like the same deal as they were doing for qualifying for modified, is that they qualified on reaction time. So there's no, they haven't finished recording yet. So it'll go for 3. Check this poser out down here. Hey, Rob Simmons. Hey, he's born showman.
Simmons has run
through. Oh,
yeah,
he's run through. Yeah.
9.77 there, so good pass. I didn't get the time in the rocket lane. Your showman is actually Bobby Joe doing
Bobby Joe.
Doing the big
yeah, look at that.
He stole his thunder. He stole his thunder, right? So Bobby Joe running for Azapati Racing on the Suzuki and taking on Christopher Hocking in the rocket lane. Hocking away nicely. 1.42. 64.
Wow.
Bobby Joe moving around a little bit there, but Hocking will take it with a 8.99 with a 1.50 mile an hour less to a 9.61 at 1.53 there for Bobby Joe. Yeah,
but she got, show person, I should say. Adrian Watson now from Hammondville, New South Wales, the Yamaha R6, 4-cylinder 600cc up against Sean Ricketts. Sean there. From Castle Hill in the Kawasaki ZX12R. They've both been down here before. Sean's really come of age on that bike and in the class as well. In modified bike, he's riding very, very sharply. He gets out there with an 0.76 and he gets all tucked up. Oh, he's away. Wow, this is going to be a sensational run. A 9.29 at 142, and for Adrian Watson there, an 11.60 at 122. So they're qualifying on their reaction time. So Sean Ricketts there didn't have. I'm not quite sure what the quickest one is, the best reaction time, but that's how they're doing it. Peter Strudwick now on the Harley Davidson V-Rod over there in the Aeroflow lane, up against Ron Adams in the Rocket lane. Adams from Narellan, running for Ron Cut Builder Supplies. Oh, both bikes there. Oh, Strudwick, keep away from that wall. And his concentration's lost. Ronnie Adams there goes a 9 at 48 with a 2 at 137 and a 10.53 at 127 for Peter Strudwick. Both of them had red lights, but as I say, they don't count in qualifying. It's just the time it takes, regardless of whether they left before the light or not, because they're the ones that trip the lights to start the clock's ticking, and that's what they do in qualifying mode. So the system's set up for that. Albie Davison from Rutherford, New South Wales, in the Digger TL 1000S, 996. Yeah, blows a bit of black smoke there. Seems to be running all right into the next gear. 10.05 at 131 and a .479. Well, yeah, that's the beauty of a two-wheel thing. You can sort of have a look. You can put your engage the front brake. You don't have to worry about the rear brake, and you can do sort of burnouts to your heart's content. Brendan Maglianico from Penrith in the Suzuki GSXR 1000 in the Rocket Lane, up against Darren Foley in the Suzuki Hayabusa 1480cc. So he's got 481cc advantage, but not anymore, unfortunately. And it'll leave Maglianico on that Suzuki. Oh, he's skirting. Oh, just the centre line there. 9.426 at 158. A 9.426 at 158. Well, these guys are sort of like it's. Oh, now we're going to extreme bike now. These are the guys that really honk like 200 miles an hour honk. Leonard and Azzopardi up against Benny Newman. Benny's Pool Foreman Steel sponsorship. Hayabusa 1340. Leonard Azzopardi 1299cc. But check it out. Check it out. 776, 203 miles an hour. For Leonard Azzopardi, Benny Newman there, a 9.126, at 145 miles an hour. So you can see the difference there. Nearly 60 miles, 100 kilometres an hour difference in the speed at the top end. Absolutely astounding. Exhibition bike brings Joseph Curry from South Hurstville in the Harley V-Rod Destroyer, 1430cc. Joseph looks as if he's swapped over from modified bike over to extreme bike. 1430cc out of this Destroyer. Oh, look at Diane Azzopardi. She's out of there as well on her Suzuki GSXR. She runs a 9137, a 9137 at 147. And Joe Curry there at 10.038. 10.038 at 113. Okay, now Matty Hunt in the Kawasaki ZX-10R. I get so used to saying ZX, but it's not, it's ZED. There we go, he tucks his foot up. Matty Hunt gets out with a 5.518 reaction time. Oh, he goes, runs through 9.577, 9.577 at 146.99. That's a gimme, 147 miles an hour. We'll give him that. So we've got Leonard Azzopardi at number 1, Benny Newman at number 2, Diane Azzopardi at number 3, Brendan Maglianico, Matty Hunt that just went down with a 9.57, and Joseph Curry there at 10.03 for position number 6. So we've got 3 pairs there. And that looks like it for extreme bike, unless we've got a couple of more rolling thunders underneath. No, not so far. Oh, we've got some cars out there. This is a great shot here. I'm looking to my right, and it looks like we're going to have some super sedan action. Oh, so here they come. You know, I forgot to look further over to the left-hand side of the screen where we've got the junior dragsters, the JDs coming out as before the super sedans. There's a lot. We've got a huge field. I'll see how many are in there. I reckon we had 14 pairs. Let's see. Anyway, back to the action at this great day we've got at the Sydney Dragway here today. And get rid of this screen and get the next, the first pairing up that we'll have for the junior dragster class. Hey, if you want to keep up with the goings-on here at Sydney Dragway, the events coming up, just have a look at sydneydragway.com.au and have a look at events, and that'll give you all the events coming up for the rest of the year, and probably early into next year as well, because we'll be in full swing with the season, all the warm weather. Not too much, I hope, this year of the extreme heat, but well, that's the Earth these days. Comes in shades of hot and cold and wet and dry. So it's been doing that for 4 billion years, and we're blessed with a day like today. A few clouds in the sky. But, there's the unmistakable sound of the junior dragster, the youngsters. I think you have to vacate the seat. It used to be the first meeting after you turn 17, but now if your birthday's in January or February, you can stay in the thing. It lasts for the whole 12 months. And it looks like we've got one of the Boskoviches, which seem to be going through really quickly today, up against Alira Carden. Alira in the Aeroflow lane, the RK Carpentry and Speed Pro sponsored machine. It's an A junior dragster. Alira is racing. Archie Boskovich in the Serpic Constructions Die-Cast Mania and Liverpool Glass sponsored machine. And yeah, I think that they might just tune it down from that 8.5 or 8.7. Oh, but that's 8.705, and then it's got 0.705, so it's I think it's a B. I'm not quite sure. Gets out all right. Look at that, Charlie Boskovich in a dragster, 0.168. Runs it through for an 8.618 at 76.64. Now that's more indicative of a B class. Unfortunately for Alira from Noble Park in Victoria, it's such a long way to come these days. And but that Heathcote Park is Heathcote Park, and the person's out of the car there, and they're pushing it back. Gee, I hope they get it sorted out for the next qualifying round. Be just a little cough and a splutter, I'd say. She doesn't look too fussed. Yeah, pretty manageable and fairly light to push around. Alex Ruffalo and Johnny Lucci are the next two combatants out. Well, they're not combatants yet. They'll be combatants in eliminations, but for the qualifying rounds, Johnny Lucci in the Rocket Lane. Up against, well, alongside Johnny is Alex Ruffalo in the Sydney Waterscapes sponsored junior dragster. And Alex Ruffalo, and I haven't seen Zach Ruffalo. I don't know, but they're pretty competitive. Let me tell you, Johnny Lucci. This is a C junior dragster. Neat little thing. Alex Ruffalo. That's our number 12 qualifier with an 8.453. Oh, I see what they've done now. Okay. Johnny Lucci, Alex Ruffalo, just waiting for the two youngsters to come up to the staging light. There we go. Alex is on his own. They're both on their own now. Very good. Red light for Alex, a 005 red light too, I might add. So it's attacking the tree. Oh, Ruffalo gets there with an 8069 at 80.23. And Johnny Lucci there at 12.318, 49.66. Well, Johnny's a C Junior dragster, so 12 seconds flat is the quickest that the young fella can go in qualifying.
Yep. Next up, we'll have Charlie Boscovich and Claire Little. Boscovich in the aeroflow lane, of course, running for Liverpool Glass. Sebek Constructions and Diecast Mania. Claire Little in the rocket lane, running for her mum and dad, all the way from Forbes. Of course, Forbes, I heard on the radio that yesterday, under a fair bit of strife with all the wet weather we've been having. I think most of the town's been asked to evacuate. So,
really?
Hoping that that doesn't affect any of our racing friends from that region.
That area. Oh, gee, well, it'll suit the Roy Lancers with their boats.
Yes, they'll be right. They just load everything up in the boats. All right, so an 013 on the tree for Claire Little in the rocket lane. And she'll run through for an 8.04 with a 9.79 mile an hour through the finish line to a 9.13 with a 7.47 mile an hour there for Boscovich in the aeroflow lane.
Oh, right. Now, that what you pointed out with the floods and now, I haven't seen Andrew here, Andrew Little, Claire's dad.
Yes.
Mum's there, but Andrew isn't, and Mick Little isn't here either, so... they might be filling sandbags or something.
Yeah, maybe. As I said, I'm sure the news report said that they'd asked for residents of Forbes to prepare for evacuation. That was yesterday morning.
Oh, right.
So I don't know where exactly the Little family is located.
Jacob Longo, RJ Mechanical Repairs, Junior Dragster, sponsored Dragster there in the rocket lane up against Zach Ruffalo. Oh, Zach's still racing. Okay. So in the Sydney Waterscapes sponsored Junior Dragster, is our number 11 qualified. This is the first run, the second qualifying section, but the first time down the track for young Jacob Longo in the rocket lane.
Yeah, it's a new name for me too, Les.
Yeah.
Welcome aboard, Jacob. We hope you're enjoying your time here at Sydney Dragway. It looks like we just had to push Charlie Boscovich off the bottom end of the racetrack. Looks like the car had some issues at the finish line.
Oh, right.
So it looks like we're just pushing him around the corner as we speak. So Zach Ruffalo and Jacob Longo about to complete their qualifying pass here. Ruffalo away with a 2.13 reaction time.
Well, Zach Ruffalo runs it through for an 8.176 at 79 miles an hour, and Jacob Longo a 9.54 at 68, at 68.47 miles an hour. So there's a couple of they've gone through for their second qualifying run. The third qualifying run is usually the telltale, whether what they've done between the first and the second round and performed in the second round has worked or not. It's a case of, oh, we didn't tune it far enough, or we better detune it, which is what Boscovich has done.
Which is sometimes trickier to do than going the other way.
Exactly, yeah.
All right, so now we've got Max Perry in the aeroflow lane, Les. He's running for Marco Steel and Top Form Concrete, taking on... no, he's not. He's shut down, unfortunately. I'm not sure what's happened there. The car usually very, very reliable. Unfortunately, Alex Rotberry's going to go on a solo. 8.67 with a 4.75 mile an hour there through the finish line.
Yep.
there's nothing on the racetrack there for Perry, so obviously some form of mechanical issue there.
Oh, wow. Ooh, we've got Tegan Smith in the rocket lane from Albion Park, and up against Zane Condello. So Zane is our number 12 qualifier with an 8.372. Up against Tegan Smith, our number 7 qualifier. She's been in a couple of final rounds from memory from my last time here. The name's really familiar. So from Albion Park, and she's qualified number 7 and with an 8.096. So there's 7 between an 8.0 flat and an 8.096. There is 6 people, 6 qualifiers in front of her. So it just shows you how close it is. Okay, for Zane Condello, running an A. 0.02 of a second in the red, but I think Zane will get there first. No, Tegan got there first. An 8.046 for Tegan at 79.44 and an 8.21 at 79.02 for Zane Condello. Wow. See, look at the difference there between, number 7 and number 12. So the field is very, very much compressed. Liam O'Neill in the C Junior Dragster over there in the rocket lane up against Jake McNamara from Fairfield West. Nan and Pop, they've bypassed Mum and Dad.
Yeah.
Our number 1 qualifier too.
Gone to the executive lenders.
Yeah.
The parent company of the
press the button on the lift to the top floor. Yeah, it's gone right to the
corporate lending, that one.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, yeah. Got the card for the scan it for the lift.
Right. Comes with the black AMX AMX card.
Liam O'Neill, our 18th qualifier. Well, being a C Junior Dragster, they're still in more or less in the learning stage. So here we go. Both Jake McNamara in. Red light, an 012, doesn't matter. And Liam O'Neill a 357. Jake McNamara's a 7.990, 80.02. We'll have to still settle for an 8.025. 7.990 is that's fantastic for eliminations, but it's too quick for qualifying. He'll still be number 1, but it'll go off his 8.012 time. Jeffrey McNiff. Yeah, we'll call him Jeffrey. It's more sophisticated. His grandfather is either Bones or Jeff. From Warrington Downs, St Mary's Engine, the sponsor, of which his dad is the proprietor. Number 2 qualifier, Jeffrey McNiff, up against Tommy Baker. Tom Baker's our number 10 qualifier in an A Junior Dragster as well. Oh, God, look at that. Tom Baker out with an 0.10 reaction time.
Just physically showed us the difference.
Yeah.
And a good reaction time to one that's not bad, but what we're more likely to expect from Junior Dragster is Tom Baker. Not too much in the ETs there, only 0.005 of a second difference in the ETs, but physically a fairly decent gap off the start line for Tom Baker there.
Yeah, which enabled him to get to the other end first. Ryan Pettiford now, our number 13 qualifier from Fairfield West, the young fella in the rocket lane, our number 13 qualifier with an 8.465. Chloe Rako, she was astounding in a previous run there. Ran an 8.045, which has slotted her into position number 3. So Dad Tommy Rako there, a racer himself in Super Sedan, in that nice red Falcon. Very quick it is too, very competitive. Well, the whole family is, must have some great conversations at the dinner table, surely. But anyway, Chloe Rako up against Ryan Pettiford, both A Junior Dragsters, so have to qualify at 8 seconds flat or over. Ryan Pettiford, red light, doesn't matter. Chloe Rako, a 1.71, She got there first. Yeah, 7.991, which won't count, so she'll have to rely on her 8.045. And Ryan Pettiford there, an 8.41 at 77.44 miles per hour. An 8.413. So, well, here we've got the next pair. Harry Raker and Josh Burtonshaw. Nice young Harry in that really sharp little red rocket. He's in position number 20 because he qualified under 8 seconds flat. Ran a 7.983.
Yeah, only just quicker.
Just, yeah.
Only takes 1,000, so doesn't.
Yeah, that's right. 1,000, so you might as well be
like
sort
red
of
light.
run 4 seconds.
That's right. It's like a red light. It's either green or it's red.
Yeah, that's it.
No on the line's in.
No grey areas either.
That's right. Well, there's a couple of grey areas up here in the commentary boxes. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Oh, no.
I'm getting there, Les. You can't see it under the microphone. But yeah.
Well, usually when they say the grey matter, the grey matter, stick between the ears. Well, between my ears, mate, it's concrete. That grey matter's concrete.
No, solid. It's
solid. Yeah, solid as a bloody rock.
Yeah, you're a solid state drive, mate. You don't forget anything.
No.
All right, Burtonshaw in the D&J All His Junior Dragster.
We're having too much fun here, Steve. We'll have
to be able to laugh at ourselves.
Yeah, that's right. You always have a chuckle.
All right, Burtonshaw away with a 0.90 reaction time. Breakout with a 0.99. So there's 9,000ths in the start line. And Reiko drives around him at the finish line, goes a 7.95 with a 2, 81.4 mile an hour through the finish line, to an 8.05 with a 2 at 80.7 mile an hour. So there's 20,000ths of a second between Burtonshaw's first and second runs. That's pretty good. I'd take that.
Yeah.
And
Harry's got a bit more homework to do.
Yeah, he's actually gone faster there than what he did in the first round.
Yep.
Not 100% sure what the track conditions are outside right now, but I can tell you what, it was pretty nice out there this morning. And I think these certainly the competitors would be enjoying the weather. It's not hot. It's just a very nice spring day out there.
Yeah, it's superb for this time of the year. Some of these days you find in September, you can pick one day and then you know that, spring has come and summer's just around the corner. And these days, this day would have to be one of them. But I hear you've had some pretty warm days during the last week and a bit.
Yeah, it's still cold during the night though.
Is it? Yeah.
I mean, very warm compared to what you're used to, I'm sure. But yeah, I think spring is is one of my favourite times of the year. I find the summers too hot. But anyway, it is what it is, and we shouldn't be too far away from getting underway with the next round of qualifying for Super Sedan, I believe, if we follow the schedule. They should be in our staging lanes, which they are if we look on our track cam. So we'll be underway with the next round of Super Sedan qualifying.
That'll be that one there, wouldn't it?
Correct. In a few moments. So we'll just might have a quick word from some of our sponsors. And then we'll be back with you very shortly with round number 2 qualifying for the Speed Adict Clothing Co. Championship Series at Sydney Dragway. We'll be back with you very shortly.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Introducing the brand new aeroflowperformance.com. Featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems. You can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adman. I hope you've enjoying the racing action here at Sydney Dragway. It's almost like Ben's in control of this. Switches away from the ads as the cars roll into the water. We've got Martin Stevenson in the HQ panel van, taking on Pat Friolo in the HQ ute.
Yeah, look at that. Gee, that's a sharp-looking tow vehicle down there. That's superb looking. But go with Pat Friolo from Austral, sponsored by Austral Steel. Well, I guess it's a fairly sort of industrial area, so either be sponsored by a brick company or a steel company. And he'll be up against Martin Stevenson all the way from Warnervale. Martin used to come from Molong. Mal and Kim Baker have a shop there at Molong.
Okay.
And Baker's race engines and things like that. So a couple of the guys from the old school, well, back in the 80s and 90s, the Mel and Kim Baker, they were even at Castlereagh. So Martin Stevenson from Warnervale over there in the Aeroflow lane. Holden HQ Panavan, Chev 350. Gets out with an 068, but Pat Firiolo there an 016. But I tell you what, Martin Stevenson, he's bolted. A 954 at 142 up against a 1016 at 130 miles an hour. Gee.
Yeah, nice pairing. Next one up we're going to see is Joe Zammit in the VL Commodore, taking on Victor Satlegiannis in the HQ. In the LH Tirana, beg your pardon. HQ on the brain in Super Street. 038 on the tree for Zammit. Satlegiannis in the Tirana. Got the wheels up, but also left the red light on the tree. You still get a time, 9:37 with a 5, 1:42 through the finish line to a 10:19 with a 1:30 for Zammit in the VL.
Yeah, well, so Victor's at number 7 and Joe Zammit's at, I think it was 13. Okay, Frank de Grazia from Noraville in New South Wales, BK Race Engines. Sharp-looking Holden Tirana there, small block Chev 427 up against Cameron Pearce.
Yeah, P's getting very close to the set.
How'd he end up there?
I don't know. I'd say the left-hand tyre hooked up in the burnout, and yeah, he's gone pretty much straight towards the concrete wall. He's going to have a second shot at the burnout. Now, we'll have to be fairly quick. The Tirana of Dragster already up in stage, but that's better for Pease. This little Corolla is pretty damn quick. 9:33 with a 5, 141 mile an hour. It's got the
1JZ.
The 1JZ in it. Of course, the I'll say the baby brother of the 2J.
Yes.
Only 2.5 litres, but works very well in this little Corolla.
Oh, that's a sensational package, but Dragster is no slouch either.
There we go, lifting the left front for the Corolla. The Tirana off in hot pursuit. The Corolla still out in front. I don't think the Tirana's going to get him. The Corolla 916 with a 1, 916 with a 1, 145 mile an hour. So he's picked up nearly 2/10 of a second. 2/10 of a second there. And Dragster in the Commodore, it's in the Tirana, sorry. Unfortunately missed what time he ran there. Next up, we'll see Debbie Robb taking on Brendan Costello.
Yep, young Brendan, he's you know, from the Isabella Plains in the ACT, had a previous, this is the one, I thought he's 9.93 to me is a personal PB, because he was always hanging around the 10-second mark, and they've made some, may have made a couple of changes, but now he's down to 9.93. He's sort of just crept in over the over that hurdle. Debbie Robb, well, she's a very experienced racer, and ran a 9.12 at 145. So no slouch there. Young Brendan's got, he's still a fairly young bloke, but he's handling that car really nice. Debbie Robb got out in front, 0.27 reaction time, runs it through for a 9.12 at 146. And for young Brendan Costello over there in the Rocket Lane, he runs a 9.737 at 137.
All right, next up we'll have Nathan Watt in the VL Commodore, taking on Ross Bilby in the Ford Cortina.
That's a bit of a sleeper too. Look at the time, 960s, 968 at 136 with a Windsor 434 in it.
I believe Bilby will be taking the motor out of this Cortina and putting it in a more purpose-built car,
right?
Then converting the Cortina back to more street duties. So yeah, Ross running here pretty much every Wednesday night at the Aeroflow Race for Real Wednesday night race betting. So we have 916 with a 2, 147 mile an hour for the VL of Nathan Watt, and a 972 with a 7 there for Bilby.
Yeah, well, it's people coming out here and, you know, like they're getting quicker and quicker as the day goes on. The track's nice and warm, and it'll probably reach optimum temperature. Well, it's not supposed to be a really hot day, so when it gets at its hottest point, it'll be absolutely super. Now we've got Sean Maher in the Rocket Lane in the Holden HB Tirana. Oh, I thought he updated. Rex Webster there in that neat little Austin A40 Ute with a 540 in it, but Sean O'Mar, he's scarpered right off a 9.235 at 145 and a 9.53 at 141 for Rex Webster. That car, mate, it's a beautiful green. I love that colour.
I know you're a bit of a fan for the green paintwork,
green,
aren't you?
Yeah, I love green.
So Alf Axiak from Ludlam, the RX2, 13B Rotary. I think this one is NA.
Oh, right, okay. No turbo.
It's not marked as being forced induction. That's why it's so loud, Les.
Yeah, right.
So normally the turbocharger doing its thing to quiet these rotaries down, taking on Dean Giddens in the street neat Cortina. Well, Giddens looks like he's broken something on the start line. Axiak away nicely, straight down the centre of the lane. He's going to run through for a 9.35 with a 9, 138 mile an hour.
Oh, look, see, even quicker and faster than his previous run, which is that was like when that happens, making progress, so to speak. But, gee, was it just lifted up, sat up on the tyres and just bolted. It's a pretty straight run, too.
So much in the launch, isn't it? You know,
yeah.
Especially with a car like that.
Yeah.
I think not having, I'll say, bulk horsepower that you get when you put a turbo on those things. You know, every horsepower counts, I guess.
Yeah.
When everything's NA, and of course you're only talking an engine that's effectively 1.3 litre. Alrighty. Who we got now, Les?
We've got Nathan Cowie over in the rocket lane. Nathan, unfortunately, didn't make the first round. They pushed the car back. But sounds like they've got the mighty boy on song up against Jim Denaro from Engadine in New South Wales, the Ford Cortina.
I don't think I've ever heard him called James, but okay.
Yeah. His son is, I'm sure his son's James Denaro. Oh, I may be wrong. But anyway, Jim Denaro from Engadine. That's a Cortina there. Oh, Nathan Cowie wheels up in the little mighty boy.
Left just a fraction too early, Les. 018 red on the tree for Cowie.
Yeah.
Side by side with the Cortina. 942 with a 7. 143 for Denaro to get the win to a 961 at 124 there for the little mighty boy.
Yep. Yeah, look at that. Lou Palumbo and Robert Cardham. Now from these the team that's up from Victoria. Gee, they're really keen. Dandy Exhaust, Speed Pro, the Ford XE Falcon, Dart 434, and Higgins Raceheads. Robert Cardham and Lou Palumbo over there in the Aeroflow lane. The Fairfield Mobile Auto Electrics Holden HX running a Chevy 400. Now, Lou Palumbo, last time he didn't record a time. Now, whether he left before the starter pressed the button, he just bolted. He was over here in the rocket lane. So we're going to get a time on this one. So he'll be pleased about that. But Rob Cardham there in the XE, he's got his measure. Measure runs an 890 in the XE at 151 and a 922 for Lou Palumbo at 146 miles per hour.
Yeah, good pass. Only 2,000ths in the reaction time difference there.
Rob Cardham, number one qualifier in Super Sedan. So he's gone up the top.
All right, next up, your mate, Dave Gruber.
Dave Gruber, the fastest bus driver, because Leo Georges isn't here. So Dave's the fastest. He works.
There's a clause there. He's the fastest when somebody else is not here.
Yeah. But he's Queanbeyan Engine Service, which is his cousin, or nephew.
Relation, anyway.
Yeah, relation. Yeah, good one.
So 920 with a 9.
920 with a
144 there for Dave Gruber to a 956 with a 9. 139 there for the car in the rocket lane.
I'm sure that's getting down. He's 920. Wrong pen.
Oh, your OCD's kicking in, mate.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Kerry Stewart on a solo with the little A40 Austin. Away with an 082 reaction time. Straight down the centre of the lane. Through the finish line. 10.02 with a 7. 130 mile an hour through the finish line.
Oh, geez, I know they'd love to crack a 9 with Kerry on board. Ali's not doing duties in the dragster these days. Young Shane there, Shane DeSmet. Roy Romeo, hey, is this the old Bob Reichel car? Do you think? What is it? Is it a? That's
which car are you talking? Because
the black Roy Romeo's car.
It's a hot rod, so it's a Ford Roadster. I don't know whose car it used to be, but Roy's been running. This is his second or third meeting that I've seen him in.
Yeah.
So, but Joe Catanzariti in the Pontiac Firebird.
Oh,
looks like Romeo's out in front. Of course, these guys running to a fixed index of 990. Romeo going a little bit too fast there. 978 with an 8. 149 mile an hour to a 980 with a 2. So both cars under that 990 index.
They didn't have the details before, and I said, gee, that looks like Clint George's car. And I thought he was running like Top Sportsman or...
he's actually into Pro Stock these days.
Pro Stock, yeah.
I think he'll be out here. He's doing a little bit of testing.
So he's in
a couple of weeks, I think. Of course, talking about...
Shelley Beach, well, that sounds like rather exotic. Shelley Beach in New South Wales.
I think that's up near Gosford, isn't it?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't, mate. It doesn't matter. Yeah, there's probably half a dozen suburbs now between Bondi and Coogee. You know,
yes.
They make all these little developments in the background and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, so I think Clint George entered in the East Coast Thunder. Of course, if you want to come out here and see Australian Championship drag racing at its best, and of course some Nitro funny cars, a full bracket of them. Get on the track's website, www.citydragway.com.au. Check out upcoming events. Grab yourself a ticket, of course, Friday and Saturday, 4th and 5th of November.
Which isn't that far away.
No, it's only 2 weeks away.
Yeah. Gee whiz, yeah, when you put it that way. Where's the year gone?
3 weeks away. 3 weeks,
3 weeks, yeah. But this would be finals day in 3 weeks' time. Mario Polito from Concord, Chevy Cobalt. MPS, JD Contract, Penetron Australia on board. Oh, Clint George, not running.
Not sure what's gone on there. He's been given the shutdown signal by the starter and the IHRA official.
Yeah.
So it looks like Mario Polito will go on the solo in the Chevy Cobalt.
Oh.
Well, leaves nicely. Goes 1:09 to the 60. Looked a little bit quicker than that, but nevertheless, left with an 0.80 reaction time, so that's not too bad either.
Still runs 11.564. I'd still like it. Oh, Nicky's.
Yeah.
What's the
sad thing is he's been in the throttle to about 200 foot there,
yeah.
rolled the rest of it.
Yeah. Oh no, it's they've got the Clint's car going, so he's going to have a stab at it. Be good to see.
Maybe someone on the start line noticed a small issue that could be rectified very quickly. So Clint George from Longevity Auto Engineering in the Pontiac GXP. Car leaving fairly nicely, goes 105 to the 60. Still in the throttle, shoots out early, goes 713 with a 4, 178 mile an hour there.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't think the car moved towards the wall a little bit there. We can see his entire left wheel was, or tyre was out of the groove there. So maybe that hurt his ET just a little bit. Having to make those corrections.
Yeah.
All right, looks like we're now into modified, brought to us by Timmy Cotrod Supplies, of course.
Yeah.
And on track now, we've got Jess Turner in the ETS Race Fuels rear engine dragster. 410 cubes of Chev. Of course, with a little bit of nitrous on board, this thing runs into the sixes.
Oh, really?
Very regular. Not sure if it's gone 200 yet, but it wouldn't be too far away from it if it has not.
Yeah, she's a tough little racer too.
Yeah, very much so. Running for Dominator Converters, Denso Spark Plugs, Kavanagh Auto Parts. And taking on Corey Dyson in the Rocket Lane, running for Mobile One Lubricants, Glass Protec. And 1-1-1 to the 60 there. Side by side for the pair of drags.
Oh,
so 751 with a 9. 178 there for Jess Turner to a 763 with a 0. 172 there for Dyson in the Rocket Lane.
Well, Adriana McCaskill. Oh, she must have moved down there too. Why are these kids moving down to Victoria? Whittlesea in Victoria. Pro Street Towing and Transport Undercover. Dragster, sponsored Dragster, 598 cubic inches over there in the Rocket Lane. In the Aeroflow Lane, Danielle L. McCaskill from Sylvania in New South Wales. Mac 1 Welding, sponsored machine, running a Chevy 555, and Adriana McCaskill's running 598. cubic inches. Sponsored also by ETS Race Fuels, Race Comp Motorsports and Skips Fire Service. That's for Adriana McCaskill in the Rocket Lane. Danielle, Mach 1 Welding. So the McCaskill family. And did we have Lockie in, what's his name, Street Fighter?
Yeah, I think it was his ute that I saw down in the staging lanes.
Yeah, it was VR or VS ute.
Yes, V6 thing. So I wonder how long it'll be before he gets behind the wheel of a dragster.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. Whoa!
003 red on the tree for Adriana. Doesn't matter, she's out in front. And 705 with an 8. 705 with an 8, 189 mile an hour through the finish line to a 719 with a 0, 184 mile an hour for Danielle in the aeroflow lane there.
Yeah, gee whiz, that's those lasses are you know, like and pulling out all the stops. They're just family rivalry and good to see too, especially on the track. And making a spectacle, adding to the spectacle of drag racing. Oh, Lee Hartle-Law in that little Ford Roadster running a Windsor 440, sponsored by Prestige Air Conditioning and Electrical. That's Lee in the Rocket Lane, up against Craig Davies in the Aeroflow Lane. Front engine Dragster, small block Chev 385, Summer Ranch race cars, Ice Ignitions, Victory Transmissions and Revolution race gear in Brisbane. Helping Craig along the way. So he's got sponsors. I'd love some. Well, he's got
quite a few there already. He wouldn't have much body, any body surface area to put stickers on. So,
well, it's great to see them here, and we welcome our interstate competitors from Victoria.
It's also good to see Lee Hartle-Law back. Of course, the last time he raced here, Les had a few mechanical issues and did quite a bit of damage to the rear end of that car. So good to see that he was able to get it repaired, and he's back here racing again.
Yep.
And 012 red there for Hartle-Law in the Roadster. 036 green for Davies in the Dragster. 828 with a 4, 160 mile an hour there for the front engine Dragster to an 802 at 164 for the Roadster.
Oh. Well, here's George. He's back. Bukarezhlev, George Bukarezhlev in the Aeroflow Lane, Race Max, front engine Dragster, an LS powered machine, 365 cubes, up against Mr. Consistent Peter Brown from Appin in New South Wales in the Rocket Lane in the Sims Integrated Solutions, Timmy Hot Rod Supplies, BK Race Engine sponsored rear engine Dragster in modified. That's Peter over there in the Rocket Lane, and George was the car that stopped about just short of the 8th mile. See how he goes this time.
Just lifting the front wheels on the head of the throttle. 039 on the tree, but Brown will take it. Goes 753 with a 3, 179 mile an hour through the finish line to a 786 with a 0, 170 mile an hour. It's not bad for a little LS, is it really?
No,
like
look at that.
365 cubes to 540. 40.
Yeah.
All right, so the little LS is working very well in front of that Dragster.
Yep. Yeah, that's right. And we've got Daniel Flack from Temora up against this one on the information. I don't know if they're sort of like testing or whatever, but it looks like, is that people from Taree?
I'm having a mental blank too, yes. Yeah, yes, I think you're correct.
Yeah, so it's the, oh gee, what are
Leafting.
they? Yeah,
Sean Leafting.
Sean Leafting, yeah.
Sorry about that, Sean.
Yeah.
We were talking about the grey matter up here.
Yeah. You can see that it hasn't quite set yet. But it takes for concrete, properly.
A minimum of 28 days, eh?
20, yeah, but it takes 100 years, you know, and then it's reached its peak.
Nice launch there for Leifting. On the throttle all the way through, shoots out right on the finish line, 6:53 with a 6:206 mile an hour. He went 002, a 1:002 to the 60. And look at the reaction time there for Daniel Flackledge. You've missed that. 000.
Did I?
Yeah.
Did too.
You're normal eagle eye for that.
Oh, look at that. 111 and 000.
Good pass for both competitors there.
Right,
Leifting was way over towards the wall on that pass, but stayed in the throttle. Of course, that 000 reaction time for Daniel Flack means he left the start line at exactly the same time that light went green.
Well, he'll be top qualifier.
Yes, because...
Yes, they're going on.
Well, I didn't see the first round of qualifying, so unless somebody else has already done 000, he's it.
No, so that's it. So he's he'll be in the top qualifier. So if there's a bye, he'll probably get it in the one of the rounds, being top qualifier. If they're going on reaction time, so Daniel Flack in modified. Now this is, what's the date today? 15th? 15th, the
Correct.
10th. You know, the 15th of every month is ice cream day for me. I have ice cream. It's the only day of the year, only day of the month. 15th of the month for me. So 2022. I like right now. It's really easy to write 2022.
All right, looks like we've got a new driver in this bantam-bodied Alton here, Les.
Yeah, it was, I don't know, you must have been indisposed doing other chores. Is that Moralia?
Yes.
All right, okay.
Yep,
that was
out back of the Hawkesbury, I guess you could say.
Okay, yeah.
Back at Dural.
Oh, yeah.
Northwest, Sydney's northwest.
Northwest, yeah.
Yeah, so we've got Lou Carpinato, sorry.
Yep.
Sorry, Lou. So this car, supported by Mix Metal Roofing, Race Max Direct, Arndale Park Auto Electrical, Motorsport Connections, BK Engines, Dave Steve's Race Cars, Advanced Product Design. We've got a 405 on the tree for Lou. This car capable of running into the 6-second zone at 200 mile an hour fairly easily. 623 cubes of big block Chev. And he does
that was a good run.
A shut-off run, 736 with a 7.1, 37 mile an hour, 102 to the 60.
Well, if he's sort of like testing or learning about how to handle this car, he's doing a mighty fine job. Look forward to seeing him in action later on today. As we move now into Top Sportsman. And the first pairing is an all-Ford event, which Paul Partridge, who's just sitting down there in that bright metallic green, a real sort of candy coloured green, little Ford Mustang SVO. Really like those shapes of the. I didn't like the one straight after the Mac series, and when they went to that little 4-cylinder thing, I didn't like them very much. But when they brought this out, and then I really liked Johnson. What's his name? Dick Johnson.
Dick Johnson.
Yeah,
so these were mid-80s, weren't they? This
yeah. Green's tough. I like that car. Anthony Bull from Bangor in New South Wales in the Rocket Lane in that really, really neat Ford BA Falcon running a Cleveland 412 up against Paul Partridge from Acadia Vale in the BK Engine sponsored Coating King Ford Mustang SVO 604. Anthony Bull, sponsored by Shire Automotive Mechanical, Shire Performance Engines, Machine, Kirrawee, 9545170. One's left off, and High Tech Oils. So Anthony's in the rocket lane, this one, and Paul Partridge in that little SVO Mustang. It's got 604 cubic inches.
Oh, Partridge very loose off the start line. Picked the front wheels up, Les, and went straight over towards the centre line. But Bull will take it 6.91 with a 5. The crew very excited about that. I'm guessing that may be his first 6-second pass. Am I correct?
First 6-second, boys. Yeah, I'd say so, because it's a 6.91 with a 5.
6.91 with a 5. 195 mile an hour to a 7.92 with a 3. 172 there for Partridge.
Yep.
But he certainly had his handful on the hit of the throttle there for Partridge. The car moves straight over towards the centre line. We can see quite prominently from up here his tyre marks.
Yeah.
Did lift the front wheel. Next up we'll have Brett Sheard and Tony Heismans. Sheard in that gorgeous S10 small block Chev powered pickup, taking on Heismans in the Chevy Camaro. 632 cubes. Oh, big block Chev goodness under the bonnet.
Oh, Sheard's out. Red light, but it doesn't matter. A 341 red light. Heisman's there a 058, but Sheard gets there first. A 7868 at 171 and an 803 at 170 for Tony Heisman's from Spring Hill in New South Wales in the Rocket Lane. So we don't know in the pecking order of these guys, because I'm not quite sure how they do the qualifying order in Top Sportsman. But we've got Chris Corbin, the really quick baker from Blaney in New South Wales, the world's second coldest place.
Is it really?
Oh, in Australia, it's freezing there.
Next to Oberon.
No, I thought I picked Cancoban, which is the highest town in Australia. So that had to be, that's in the snow country.
I reckon Oberon will be up there.
Yeah.
Wheels up launch there for Alan Vella. Pedals and throttle, and I think Corbin was up in tyre smoke on the hit of the throttle too, that little nitrous Tirana. An 026 light there for Vella, but both competitors not getting a competitive or respectable time for their setups.
No, it turned out to be a race to see who could be the slowest, I think. They both sort of bundied off, so to speak, and didn't make full passes. So we've got Johnny Regatos in the Aeroflow lane from Peakhurst Heights in the Ford Falcon, Ford 433 cubic inch. Really, Brian Mortensen was the one. Oh, he's got the giggle juice there.
Yes.
So Top Sportsman, no wonder it went really quick. And Stephen Mikulev in the Holden Maloo, running a Chevy 400. Oh, this is the one that turned up later. It didn't have any details.
Yes,
but
so it's turbo small block on board, I think. 062 on the tree for the Ford. In the Aeroflow lane, runs on through for an 828 with a 4, 165 mile an hour through the finish line. McAuliffe a 926 with a 6, 147 mile an hour through the finish line.
Yeah, both cars there. Gee, they both took off, but one with the red light, and now we see Jeffrey Sargent in the Camaro, that really distinctive black and orange Camaro. It looks really tough too. Joe Gattolari in the Holden VL Commodore, running a Chevy 555 over here in the Aeroflow lane, and Jeffrey Sargent running a Camaro. He's also, he's running a 522, so both engines into the 500 plus cubic inches.
Yeah, Sargent with that big yellow square on his back window, or rhombus, I guess you could say.
Yeah, the diamond, the NOS diamond. Yeah, it's a bit of a, and
just checking something out, the hill and the braking area in the Aeroflow lane.
Here we go. All clear. Oh, I see Gattalari there. Now, this would be the Joe Gattalari that was Super Gas champion for a while. From Cecil Hills in New South Wales. Used to run that black Tirana and had yellow, red Tanzaridi, is it? Yeah. Oh, Gattalari, of course.
Similar.
Miscued.
Similar,
yeah.
but not the same.
Yeah, that's the one. Oh, yeah, a little nitrous coming out. Yeah, you can see Jeffrey Sargent.
Tell you what, he's not afraid to rev it. That 522Q big block was singing pretty hard in the burnout there for Sargent.
Sure was. Oh, wheels up, both cars. Gattalari there, 0.16 reaction time. Sargent an 0.63. Sargent runs through 8.052 at 167 and an 8.535 for Gattalari over there in the Aeroflow lane.
Big burnout there for Dave Whitmore in the Chevy Nova small block. 400 on board for him, of course. Also carrying that big supercharger.
Yeah.
Taking on Thomas Leake this time around for Bradbury Smash. Peg's Auto Trim in the Pontiac Grand Am.
Oh, Bradbury's Simon Bradbury's just sold his business.
Oh, has he?
Yeah, he's out of it now. And Peg's Auto Trim, they're still around. But Thomas Leake there in the Pontiac Grand Am. And Dave Whitmore. Gee, I mean, I raced one in America, one of those, but it was had a Chevy 383 in it, and I ran a 752. It's over the 8.
Yeah. So what you race in Nova?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Nice. Just lifting the left front there for Whitmore. Leake out in front at the moment. I don't think the Nova's going to come around him. Leake's got the chutes out. 788 with an 8.164 through the finish line. And an 8.13 with a 5.169 there for Whitmore in the rocket lane, Les.
Yeah, well, Whitmore come past with a big top end. He didn't. He got the jump. It's sort of like a red lit, and but Thomas Leake, sort of came around and drove around him. So whether he was wheel spinning, Dave Whitmore, part the way down the track, but. Just getting there first, and the lower ET attributed to Thomas Leake. Lisa Sargent now in that little Nova. Oh, she got out last time really well too. 4.43. Reaction time's not real good, but the ET is an 8.58 at 153 miles an hour. And Dimitri Stamatis. This car went like gangbusters on its previous run. A 15.567 at 65. Well, that's totally not indicative of the capability of that car and the performance as we saw in the first qualifying session.
Blazed the tyres about 100 feet out there, so it's shown on the numbers class designation that it's NA, but I don't. It sounded like there was definitely a spool of some sort in the burnout there. Now, keep in mind, I'm only listening through the track mic.
Yep.
So I might be wrong there, but it certainly didn't sound like it was NA.
Oh, rightio. Okay.
So on track now, we'll have Joe Sorbello in the Datsun.
Yeah.
Pro-charged LS on board, taking on Josh Boscovich in the XA Ford Coupe. The 410 Fontana on board for him.
Yeah, really rare engine, the Fontana. And Bosco Mobile Mechanical and Bosco Racing, sponsored by. And now lives in Montandian. Oh, a 003 for Joe Sorbello, but he's still going to walk away with it. Gee, that thing gets going at 8.63 at 157 for Joe Sorbello, and a 9.43 at 143 for Josh Boscovich. I think Josh Boscovich, it's one of those names that you can get terribly tongue-tied. It'd be a lot easier if his name was Peter Boscovich, but it's not. Alan Stevenson now from Warnervale and HQ Ute over there in the Rocket Lane, holding 253 up against Lockie McCaskill. Oh, we must be into Street Fighter now.
He is.
And Lockie's out there with a 0.52, but Alan Stevenson just went, come back here. And Stevenson will go through for a 13.11 at 101.
All right, we've got Wayne Smith in the red Commodore taking on Nicholas Bennett. Just give a quick shout out to the beloved Nana, one of our hard-working officials here at Sydney Dragways at home.
Yeah.
We know she's watching the live feed with her feet up. I hope you're enjoying the broadcast coming to you from our on-track facilities, and looking forward to seeing you again soon.
Oh, terrific.
Next pairing up, we've got Grant Law in the RAV4 taking on Scott Goodison. Goodison in the Mitsubishi Legman. Okay, interesting name, but okay.
Yeah.
2.5 litre V6 on board that thing, a 16.15, 84 mile an hour there. And Grant Law in the RAV4, 21.29 at 62 through the finish line.
Oh, yeah, that Galant, that VR4, and all-wheel drive model, station wagon. Yeah, goes all right. I thought it'd go a little bit quicker than that. They've got 206 kilowatts.
Oh, really?
From the factory.
It's not bad at a V6.
Yeah. Glenn Garlick from Illawong in the Rocket Lane there in the Holden Commodore, 3.8 litre.
It's not representative. We could hear on the track mics. He was rolling pretty much.
Yep. Okay, and Danny Stadelmeyer 16.847.
Next up, we'll have Ben Roberts in the XR8 Falcon taking on Don Zammit in the VT Commodore.
Yeah, Zammit is another one, the Street Fighter. We don't have any previous stack of where they are in the qualifying order. But Don Zammit, that car goes pretty quick. Yeah, Ben Roberts Ford XR8, so it's 5.7 or 5.8, whatever you like. Zammit gets through there, a 13.03 at 107 and a 14.88 at 94 before Ben Roberts in the Aeroflow lane. Next pairing, we've got up Brett O'Connor from Landilo. That Holden Colorado, 2.8 litre, it went pretty quick last time, but Darren Moody, he's out with an 0.45. He's from St Clair as well, 0.45 reaction time in the Holden Commodore 6 litre ute. Scarpa's on through for a 13.636. Gee, that's pretty quick. And a 16.69 for Brett O'Connor in the Rocket Lane. Well, that rounds out the second qualifying effort for Street Fighter, that category here, that class we're running. And that Royal Enfield.
Yeah, very cafe racer style, isn't it? The old Enfield down in the Rocket Lane.
It's unusual for them to be at any. Well, I guess they're into motorcycle racing on a in circuit racing and things like that. But I've never seen a Royal Enfield before.
Well, we've actually been having the Royal Enfields racing a fair bit in both street bike and modified bike as well. So
oh, really?
There's probably 4 or 5 competitors. Tristan Anderson, one of them, and very friendly bunch of people. They come out and race together. Always got a smile on their face, and getting quicker and quicker each time they come to Sydney Dragway. So it's fantastic to have them here.
Yeah, it's just not one of those. Royal Enfield would have, thought, hey, tut, tea and coffee. that type of sort of thing. But good to see.
Are you being prejudiced, Les? I think you're being prejudiced.
Oh, no, sort of like not facetious either.
Yeah, just being a smarty pants.
Yeah.
Ben used another word, which I can't say, but...
Yeah.
All right, so Stafala away with an 087 reaction time. The Harley-Davidson Night Rod out in front, runs on through for a 10.11 with an 8.132 mile an hour. Anderson through the finish line now, 14.454 at 90.4 mile an hour.
It's pretty respectable, you know.
Well, it's only 600, and it's only a V-twin.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah, it's not it's like an old Triumph or something like that, you know, like the Takeoff or a Royal Enfield of years gone by. Oh, there's the little Honda Jazz in America. That's a Honda Fit. Buzz around. Phil Gardner, GSX. Oh, sorry, Yamaha XSR 900. That's him over in the Rocket Lane. Up against Angela Hunt in the Suzuki GSX R1000. Angela will get there first by a fair bit. 11.013 at 138 for her, and a 12. All the rest are twos at 116 for Phil Gardner.
Yeah, Angela there with a pretty good reaction time, but the bike running a little bit slower than it did in the first round of qualifying. Looks like we're now moving into Super Street, and we've got Craig Warren taking on Barry Willis. Willis in that Ford Mustang. He's our number 12 qualifier so far with a 10.92 with a 3. I was going to say it's pretty quick. And Craig Warren in the Tirana, he's our number 1 qualifier with a 10.16. 0.05 on the tree for Craig Warren. Runs on through for a 10.22 with a 5. And a 10.98 with a 9 there for Barry Willis in the Mustang.
This is the ones I got mixed up from last time. Richard Matasevic in the Ford XY Ute running a Cleveland 434. That's the distinctive car in the Rocket Lane, the utility. And number 5 qualifier with a 10.651 up against Guy Greenland. Now that station wagon has got a whole bunch of mumbo, let me tell you. It gets out of the hole there, a 0.36 reaction time. I think he might get there first too. He does. He runs a 10.92 at 127, and Matasevic runs a 10.72 at 123. But he had a quicker time. But the Greenland's car there just was off and gone. Matasevic tried to come in with a big top-end charge. David Matasevic now in the Rocket Lane. Ford Cortina running a little Windsor 302 up against Chris Zammett, the Holden VT, the Chevy 350, and Matasevic out there flying the flag for Blue Oval, gets around there down at 10.71 at 125 and a 12.17 at 109.62 for Chris Zammett in the Holden VT Chevy 350 powered Commodore, our number 19 qualifier, and David Matasevic, our number 6 qualifier. So they're done and dusted.
All right, Jeff Goodwin will be the next car out in the airflow lane. The Holden Monaro, of course, had some issues earlier on today, so hopefully he's got those sorted.
Gee, that's a nice bright colour too. It's rather distinctive. I don't like grandpa grey cars or, you know, like anything sort of ones that you can't see on the road. You know, they're nearly the same colour as the road, and you think, you know, back in the old days, the chrome was sparkling, so you could see it.
To define it a lot easier than some of the colours on the road these days, especially when it's raining.
Yeah.
But you don't have that problem with Goodwin's car.
No.
You don't have it with Greg Robbins' car either. It's quite distinctive.
Yep, with that silver flash down the side. Jeff Goodwin used to have, he had that Holden 1 tonner, didn't he?
Correct, yes.
That yellow one that was done by the Tech College.
Yeah, Miller Tech College, I think it was.
Yeah, that was a real hit. It was a really good car. So Robbins there with a 427 cubic inch up against Goodwin with the 5.7 litre. But gee, it's a really sharp car. So's the Falcon.
013 on the tree there for Robbins in the Falcon. Looks like he's just out in front, takes it with an 11.07 with a 7. 120 mile an hour through the finish line to an 11.15 with an 8 les, 122. So bigger speed there for Goodwin in the Monaro.
Yeah. Christian Nürburgren from Kurenbong in the Holden Kingswood Chevy 427. Wow. Up against entrant number 6352, of which we have no details. I don't recognise the car and driver.
Should be Adam Bowers.
Oh, should it?
I think.
And Nürburgren goes through there with a 10.802 at 123.94, and the unidentified driver, we don't have any details. Dennis Matesic in the Chevy Camaro. That's the bright blue and white machine in the rocket lane up against Dave McGlynn. Dave's a fairly seasoned campaigner in the class. And he's over there in the Aeroflow lane. Gets out with an 0.77 reaction time, but it looks like Matesic. No, he didn't get him. Matesic had a 3.58 reaction time, but runs a 10.36 at 133 and a 10.63 for McGlynn at 125.
Wasn't too much in it across the finish line, only about
at the time,
just over a tenth of a second. All right, next up we'll have Anthony Gadolari in the battle of the Holden Utes.
Yes, the modern and the not so modern of days gone by. The Gadolari from Oran Park in the Holden HQ Ute, running a Chevy 454. He's had that 454 in it, I think, from when he started racing here. Henry Spicker, the Holden Commodore Ute, 6.3 litre. So that's, I guess that's the last one they made. They didn't get any bigger than 6.3. Oh, well, they did make a 427, but I haven't seen any of them out here.
Not the Utes, though, did they? I don't think.
No. Oh, yeah, they did. They made.
Oh, really?
Well, yeah, one Ute sold for the first Ute to sell for $1 million. It belonged to one. They only made 4 of them. They gave them to Holden executives, and one of them got sold. Got $1.1 million. Phil Armstrong from Bosley Park in New South Wales in the Rocket Lane in the Holden Commodore, running a Holden 355. Our number 14 qualifier with 11.100 in the Rocket Lane. Gets out with a 002 reaction time up against Jim Raptus in the Holden Tirana. He's trying to climb up the ladder as well. That's just neck and neck. I think Raptus, just got there first to 758 at 123 and an 11.16 at 119 for Armstrong. But that 002, pretty good reaction time.
Could only do a fraction of a second better. Only 0.02 of a second would have got him perfect.
Yeah.
Next up, we've got Peter Villaris in the Go Logistics XT Falcon. Check this car out as he smashes through that gearbox in this thing. Wheels up on the launch and then chirps the tyres every gear change. Taking on Mark Hopkins in the Holden Tirana this time around. The Falcon just out in front, 10.23 with a 4, 134 through the finish line to a 10.72 with a 4 at 124. A little bit of smoke out of the Falcon at the top of the hill there, so let's hope. And there's a lot more coming out of it at the bottom end as he goes around the corner. I think there may be a little bit of debris at the top of the hill to the finish, to the corner there. We can see on our big screen there, Benny's switched the camera.
Oh, yeah, look at that. There's a car.
That's not a good sign for Peter.
No. A Holden 312, that's a small V8. 312. Sounds like.
What was that in Mark Hopkins' Tirana, was it?
Yeah, the little Tirana. It had Holden 312. Well, that's a 308 with about a 60 thou over.
Yeah, I was going to say 60 or 40 thou over.
Oh, yeah, there is a lot of smoke there. And where there's smoke, there's oil.
Can you see anything there, Ben? Or just waiting for the smoke to clear a little bit more and see if there's a trail or something there. But certainly doesn't... it's not looking good. Well, as Les said, where there's smoke, there's something hot, and I think we've escaped with no downtime there, which is great. Unfortunately for Pete, he's going to have a little bit of work to do. Not quite sure what the issue was, but there's nothing left on the racetrack to clean up, so that was good.
Gee, that was terrific,
Mark
yeah.
Bull in the XD Falcons just run through for a solo to complete Super Street. Runs through for an 11.23 with an 8 at 118 mile an hour.
Oh, yeah. Well, so Anthony Bull had that black and silver XD XE Falcon.
Well, yeah, but Anthony's in the BA.
Yes,
the blown car now. And Mark had the Dragster, I think. Had the black modified Dragster.
Oh, rightio, okay. Yeah, well,
if
that's
my memory serves me correct.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Santina Keith in the on the Royal Enfield. Here's another one. There you go. Look at, and Bobby Joe Simmons out as a party racing Suzuki Hayabusa. She runs a 9.663 at 152.54 and an 11.78 at 118. Geez, that's not bad either. for that Royal Enfield.
Yeah, no, they're getting faster every time they come out.
Yeah, I'm really surprised.
I think a lot of it's a confidence thing as well. The more laps that Santina does, the more confident she is.
Yeah.
Sitting on the bike, getting in the right position, shifting gears the right time, all that sort of thing. It's just practice.
Yeah.
So we're about to get underway with Adrian Watson and Dale Williams for their qualifying shot here.
Yeah, Dale Williams in a rocket lane from Cowra, an 010 red light, but won't count, and Dale runs it through for a 954 at 139, and Adrian Watson.
All right, Robert Simmons on the Hayabusa leaves the start line with a 1-2-3 red light, but Sean Ricketts is out in front on that extended swing arm. Kawasaki runs through for a 9.36 with a 141 through the finish line, and Rob Simmons there a 10.30 with an 137 mile an hour through the finish line, I think it was. Next up, we'll have Christopher Hocking on the Aprilia RSV4 taking on Mark Davies on the Suzuki GSX-R 1000.
Yeah, 1cc difference between the two capacity motorcycles, Suzuki 999 and cc, and Christopher Hocking a 998. So should be fairly evenly placed here. The reaction times are nearly the same. Oh, it looks like Hocking may have got there. He got out 136. Oh, gee, that was a pretty close race. All the same, a 9.780 at 147 for Christopher Hocking in the Aeroflow lane. And, well, the other one's gone and can't even save it. I can put my hand into the bottom of the barrel, but I still can't find it. Michael Borg now in the Kawasaki ZX-12R, 1198cc, AA modified bike. So it's got either turbocharging or some form of forced induction against Lorenzo Capogna on the Powerhouse Motorcycles Harley Davidson V-Rod. Oh, an 067 leave by Capogna. I'm out of here. A 9058 at 141 for him, and a 1030 at 132 for Michael Borg.
Yeah, both Capogna and Hocking both went towards the wall on both their runs. So let's see if Ron Adams has the same issue. He's lined up way over to the right-hand side of his lane, out of the main groove as such, which you can see left by the cars. Obviously, two sets of tyre marks and there's a shiny gap in the middle. Ron's right over towards the right-hand side of his lane on the more shiny part of the surface, but hasn't seemed to hurt him at all. Left the line quite nicely with an 0.19 reaction time. Out in front, takes it with a 9.48 with a 136 mile an hour run through the finish line to a 9.69 with a 4 there for the rider in the Rocket Lane, Liz.
Yeah, that was Peter Strudwick. And now we've got Albie Davidson in the Digger TL 1000S.
Bit of an interesting bike for us. Neither of us aware of that manufacturer.
I've never seen it. I thought it might have been like a Mahindra or something, but
all right. Next up, we'll have Matthew Hunt. I think it is.
Yeah, and Benny. Is it Ben Newman?
And Ben Newman. Newman in the or on the Hayabusa from Kellerville Ridge, running for Benny's Pool Foreman Steel. And Matthew Hunt for Fittings 24/7 out of Pittown.
Oh, gee, look at Benny Newman go.
Yeah, 141 to the 60. The Bussa way out in front, 890 with a 150 mile an hour for him.
And Matthew Hunt there, a 9:49 with a 4 at 1:49 mile an hour through the finish line.
Yeah, gee whiz, you know, you see the difference between the two on the track and you'd think, oh, gee whiz, he's really honking. But to get less than, you know, 0.10 or a tenth of a second behind, and he must have been making up ground. Diane has a party now in the rocket lane in the Suzuki GSXR 999 CC up against Leonard as a party. So this is a husband and wife deal. And Leonard there with that. See if he can do another 203 mile an hour run.
Done much better than that, Les. 6:88 with a 0. 211 mile an hour there. 124 to the 60, but a 6:88 with a 0. 211 mile an hour run.
Oh, wow. What a sensational run that was. Brendan Maglianico in the Suzuki GSXR 1000. Also sponsored by As a Party Racing and Ram's Head Services. That's Brendan down there now. You can see how low these bikes have been constructed, where the knees of the rider are sort of like up near their elbows. Oh, a lot of wheel spin there. Wow. Stay away from the wall. He did that last run as well. 9.264 at 153.72 miles an hour for young Brendan on the exhibition bike. Oh, gee, we've got a good field there of 6. I didn't see Joseph Curry. I didn't see him run in the second round of qualifying. Okay.
All right, Les, I think the next category out will be our Western Weekender Junior Dragster.
Yep.
For their third qualifying session here at round number 7 of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series. I might throw to our big screen, Les, and just have a couple of words from our sponsors while we fit all the safety equipment to the bottom end of the racetrack. We'll be back with you very shortly here at Sydney Dragway.
We have these things pegged at 9,000 RPM for up to 50 laps, copping mud and debris.
As the crew chief, it's my job to make sure my wife Michelle has the safest and fastest car possible.
My customers want race car performance with show car looks.
From skiing to ocean racing, we run for over an hour at full noise. Quality and reliability is everything.
Doesn't matter what you drive, rotor, import, street, race.
These aren't your standard performance parts. Designed here in Australia, we've been involved in testing since the beginning.
The range started with a few hundred parts and has progressed to well over 10,000.
We need something that'll perform and outlast the competition.
That's why I use the best performance parts on the market. That's why I use Aeroflow. That's why we use Aeroflow. Aeroflow's got something for you.
Okay, back. Gee, that was quick. Okay, this is the third and final round of qualifying for the junior dragster bracket. Alira Cardin looks like they've she's got the crew have got the car back running again from Noble Park in Victoria. So a junior dragster and Alex Rafalo. Young Alex in the Aeroflow lane from Vineyard in New South Wales. Junior dragster McGee 33. Our number 7 qualifier, Alira Cardin, is our number 9 qualifier. So we've got 7 against, well, we've got number 7 qualifier on the track and also our number 9 qualifier on the track. This is their final qualifying session. before we move into eliminations later on this afternoon. An 035 red for Alira Cardam, but that doesn't count. Alex Rafalo. Oh, Alira Cardam gets there first. Well, there's a resounding return. An 8026 at 79 miles an hour for Alira. And Alex Rafalo there. He wasn't that far behind either. Zane Condello in Junior Dragster Bloss, 3.5 in the Rocket Lane. Up against Ryan Pettiford, Junior Dragster. Over in the Aeroflow lane. Now number 13 for Ryan and number 12 for Zane. They'll always be looking to move up the pecking order and try and get 1 or 2 places further up the ladder for qualifying. Now Zane's best has been an 8.217 and for Ryan an 8.413. Let's see how we go. They're 12th and 13. Will they swap positions? An 0.12 for Ryan Pettiford reaction time and an 0.45 for Condello. Oh, we've got an 8.421 and an 8.239. 8.239 for Condello in the Rocket Lane and an 8.421 at 77 for Ryan Pettiford. We'll have to wait and see what order they come out in for eliminations. Tegan Smith now in the Rocket Lane. The Junior Dragster, sponsored by JM Auto Repairs and APM. And Power Cruise promotion, Jet Flow Plumbing, Liquid Clothing, Speedy's Diffs, up against Zach Rafalo. So another dynasty of races there in the Rafalo family. So Sydney Waterscapers getting behind the Rafalos. So Zach's in the Aeroflow lane and Tegan Smith in the Rocket Lane. She's our number 5 qualifier. And Zach Rafalo's our number 11. Young. Who got there for Zach Rafalo? Got there an 8.093. A red light, but that doesn't count. And an 8.073 for Tegan Smith. Archie Boscovich and Max Perry. Max Perry in the Aeroflow lane, our number 11 qualifier with an 8.133. Archie Boscovich, the Serbic Constructions, Diecast Mania and Liverpool Glass sponsor, is our number 14 qualifier with an 8.618. 8.618. Who's makes him number 14, and Max Perry is number 11 qualifier. Oh, an 0.88 reaction time for Max Perry over in the Aeroflow lane at a .168. So Perry will get there first. He runs an 8.140 at 80 miles, 0.80 miles an hour, and 8.545. For Perry over in the Rocket Lane. Solo run now for Jake McNamara. Nan and Pop, the sponsors, Arnox Enterprises. Young or Fossil Alan White. Handing over some sponsorship money there, so that's great. And in product, I guess. Fine Line Motorsports as well, our number 1 qualifier. Number 1 with a 8.025. 8.025. Our number 1 qualifier. Let's see if he can. Well, he's already number 1 qualifier, so if he goes any quicker, as long as it's above 8 seconds flat or 8 seconds flat and above, he'll still be number 1. Here we go. Oh, we've got the pre-stage on. Red light, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. 8025. Oh, that doesn't count. A 797 with a 1. A 797 with a 1 at 81 miles an hour. Anyway, still top qualifier. And his 8025 still stands. Now, at Chloe Rako up against Tom Baker. Baker in the rocket lane. And Chloe Rako in the Aeroflow lane. She's our number 4 qualifier, and Tom Baker is our number 9 qualifier. So an 8045. She still could be, well, either of these two could be still number. They've got to go quicker than 8.025. So let's see how we go here. Chloe Rako in the Aeroflow lane. She's been sharp all day. Runs an 8034 at 81 and an 8059 for Tom Baker in the rocket lane. So they'll stay in their respective positions, I guess. Next pair, Jeffrey McNiff in the Aeroflow lane, our number 3 qualifier. Oh, there's some possibility here. And Josh Burtonshaw in the rocket lane, our number 7 qualifier with an 805. Look at all these 80s. So there's some pretty sharp races here at this event today. Speed Adict Clothing, New South Wales Drag Racing Championships. So Josh Burtonshaw, number 7 with an 805 qualifier. And Jeffrey McNiff, number 3 qualifier with 803. And 8025 is for number 1. Let's see how we go. Let's see if this pair can sort of climb up to the top. Jeff McNiff there, a .100, 8051 at 81 miles an hour, and an 8037 at 80 miles an hour for Josh Burtonshaw in the rocket lane. So they'll stay in their positions. Liam O'Neill and Jacob Longo. Jacob in the rocket lane, our number 17 qualifier, must be a B or a B junior dragster it is, with a 9544 up against Liam O'Neill in the C junior dragster. It's not bad because they're the C junior dragster. There's a lot of difference between an A and a C. The C can't go any quicker than 12 flat. And young Liam has run a 12.24, so still in the ballpark. Jacob, he's a B junior dragster. He can go a little bit quicker. He runs a 992 at 67 miles an hour, and for Liam O'Neill a 12.336 at 52 miles an hour. 52 miles an hour is still 80 kilometres an hour, still fast. Harry Rako, young Harry, and in the rocket lane, our number 20 qualifier up against Alex Rottenbury in the Aeroflow lane. Alex is 15 qualifier, and Harry Rako is number 20 qualifier. Well, Harry's yet to record. He's an A junior dragster, but he's been going under the required minimum. So I see Dad just knocking a bit of power out of it. Coming up for the, this is their final shot. I'm sure Harry doesn't want to be sitting at number 20. unfortunately will be 7.918 at 81 miles an hour for Harry Rako. Alex Rottenbury, just wiped it off the screen. And Johnny Lucci. And, sponsorship by Lucci Civil. And our number 19th qualifier and the C Junior Dragster at 12.318. This will be their last before we get into eliminations, and we complete all the rest of the rounds for the other classes of the final round of qualifying. For each of those classes will be into eliminations, and that should bring more excitement into the program as we see young, an 0.76 reaction time. That's pretty good. Runs it through for a 12.110. Hey, that's good for his class at 52.48 miles per hour. Well, that rounds it out for the races there for Junior Dragster. And it looks like we'll be coming up for, it looks like another super sedan, I'd say. I can see Dave Gruber up the back up there. We've got the Robs from Tamworth there. We've got the Costellos from Canberra back there. So super sedan it is. Some great racing in the program in that bracket too. So we'll get the equipment packed away, as you can see there. Special requirement by the governing body.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, into round number 3 of Super Sedan qualifying. We've got Demi Roll on the start line now, left with a 000 Les. There's the second one for the day. And Martin Stevenson in the HB Tirana in the rocket lane. Rob gets there first with a 912 at 146 and a 975 with an 8 at 140 mile an hour there for Martin Stevenson in the Holden Tirana. Next up, we've got Brendan Costello in the EK Holden, 61 model EK Holden. Very nice looking car. Taking on Nathan Watt in the VL. Watt running for Burston's Auto Parts, Budget Tyre Shed, and Grant's Performance. Watt into a pre-stage. Costello into full stage now, just waiting on Watt to bump in. And an 0-2-0 reaction time, the better of the two for Watt. He's out in front and he's going to stay that way. 9-1-8 with a 1, 146 mile an hour through the finish line, and a 981 with a 3, 136 there for Costello in the early model Holden. Next up, Sean Maher in the HB Tirana, taking on Joe Zammit. Just waiting on Maher to move up into the staging beams. Running for St Mary's engines. .014 on the Torito and 011. And Maher will take it 921 with an 8, 146 mile an hour run to a 1022 with a 6 at 131. All right, Alpha Axiak taking on Cameron Pease now. Pease in the Corolla, Axiak in the Mazda. Lots of RPM from the Mazda. Can't hear anything but that little 13B scream. And runs on through for a 938 with a 7, 137 mile an hour. But look at the Corolla, 908 with an 8 at 146 mile an hour. 908 with an 8, 146 mile an hour there for Pease. His quickest time for the day. Crew just collecting a small bit of something off the racetrack. Next up, we'll have Rex Webster taking on Robert Cardam. Cardam in the XE Falcon. Running for Higgins Race Heads, Dandy Exhaust, Speed Pro. He's our #1 qualifier in Super Sedan. Rex Webster in the A40 Ute. 540 big block on board for him. .059 on the tree for Cardam. Out in front. Nice straight pass from the Falcon. 892 with an 8, 149 mile an hour through the finish line to a 950 at 141 there for Webster. Next up, we'll have Dave Gruber taking on Nathan Cowie. Gruber in the LJ Tirana, 383 cubes of Chev on board for this very nicely presented vehicle. Running for Specialised Towing, Queanbeyan Engine Services. Cowie running for Cowie Signs. 036 to an 038. Gruber with a 2,000ths of a second advantage off the start line, out in front of the Mighty Boy, 920 with a 6, 144 mile an hour through the finish line to a 928 with a 2 at 137 there for Cowie. Next up, we'll have Lou Palumbo and Victor Satlegianis doing battle. Palumbo in the 1-tonner, running for Fairfield Mobile Auto Electrics. Victor Satlegianis running for ProTrans Automatics. Big Block Chev on board the LH. Or should I say Big Victor, as Matt Kavanagh would say. Looks like Victor's having some issues. Palumbo, he runs straight down the center of the line. Runs through for a 9.31 with a 7, 145 mile an hour. And Victor is just cruising on down. Next up, we're going to see a very nice Holden Tirana. Of Frank de Grazia, running for BK Race Engines. 427 cubed small block Chev. On board the Tirana, Kerry Stewart for Perfection Automotive in the Austin A40. Holden 355 cubes on board this little A40. I wish I had $1 for every pass it's done down a racetrack here in Australia. De Grazia into stage. Blazes the tyres on the end of the throttle. Kerry Stewart away with a 157 red light, but she'll still get the time for qualifying a 10.04 with an 8, 130 mile an hour, and an unrepresentative 13.0 there for de Grazia in the Tirana, but still runs 132 mile an hour. All right, next up we're going to be moving into Super Gas Eliminator. We've got Roy Romeo in the Burson's Auto Parts Brody Roadster, taking on Joe Catanzariti in the Pontiac Firebird. Of course, these cars running a fixed index 990. We've got Catanzariti, he's in our #1 position for Supergas point score overall in the championship. 016 on the tree for Roy Romeo. Welcome back to the microphone, Les Bickhurst.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, young Steve.
I've given you all but 5 minutes to have your lunch.
Yeah, that's all
I'll
right.
wait for the indigestion to kick in and we'll be all good.
Oh, that's
so
all right.
A 987 with a 4 for Roy Romeo in the Roadster there, to a 985 with a 5 for Catanzariti in the Pontiac Firebird.
Oh, there you go, 985 and a 987. So just have to turn the wick down just a little bit more. There's only 4 cars in the class, but I do like that little hot rod slash roadster of Roy Romeo. Used to seeing him in sedans. He's always been in, and his dad's been in sedans and that. So, but not a hot rod or a roadster, but it looks pretty sharp. I haven't had a good look at it. Clint George now, yeah, he's really given that small block Chev 394 cubes. That's 6 cubic inches under the limit for Pro Stock. 400 cubes is the limit, the maximum size engine you can have. So, speaking to Rick Chilton not long ago, and he's looking forward to the East Coast Thunder to taking part. So he'll have the Mopar all set, ready to go. And you were showing your age bit there, young Steve. I see you. Well, I hear you say 1, 2, 3 red light. That was a song by the 1910 Fruit Gum Company back in the very late 60s. You weren't even born
No,
then.
it was a former me. It must have been a former me, Les. Because I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, there's this song called 1, 2, 3 Red Light. That's the name of the song. 1910 Fruit Gum Company. Here we go, Clint George. Pontiac GXP, 394 Pro Stock.
103 to the 60. George hunting the centre line right now, and a big move right on the finish line. Got the shoots out, but he was definitely aiming up for those finish line cones. 7.04 with a 7.195 mile an hour.
Oh, this is another Victorian battle, and Jess Turner swapped lanes this time from Epping in Victoria. Jess Turner, Chevy 410, Kavanagh Auto Parts, Dominator Converters and Denso Spark Plugs, along with ETS Race Fuels sponsoring Jess, and for Corey Dyson, Mobile One Lubricants and Glass Protect, Transcal Fleet Branding, Associated Cool Tread Tyres and Speedflow products. Speedflow, that's the liftings.
Yes.
I recognise that guy with the shirt on and that straw hat. Okay, Jess Turner and Corey Dyson.
Okay, 017 on the tree there for Corey Dyson, Les. And a 005 red light for Jess Turner. Turner will get the ET at the finish line, 7.54 with a 178 mile an hour through the finish line, to a 7.68 with a 1 at 172.
Yeah, Corey Dyson there with if they're going up modified, traditionally now goes on reaction times. An 017, I think that's pretty stout.
It's up there, but Daniel Flack's already done the 000, so
that's right.
He's numero uno at the moment.
Yeah, young Daniel, all the way from Temora. They're having one of their Warbirds displays on shortly next month. Might go out there if it's not too hot. All right, we've got a front engine dragster of Craig Davies. Craig's in the rocket lane, and small block Chev 385, but Peter Brown, anything but a small block Chevy 540 in that rear engine dragster of his in the Aeroflow lane.
It's closer to 2 of them.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay, so Davies run through on his own for an 8.28 with a 161 mile an hour. Not quite sure why Peter Brown has sat on the start line, but he's going to run through himself. 7.57 with an 8, 179 mile an hour there.
Wow.
So Pete obviously not chasing the qualifying position. He just wanted a clean run where he could focus on himself and pick a dial in for the next round is what he'd be looking for. Because I can tell you he's number 2 in our championship at the moment.
Oh,
and Lee Harder-Law, who's on track right now in the same lane, he's only 10 points in front in number 1.
Close.
Close, yeah.
Wow.
So we've got one more round of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series after this. So there's only 8 rounds in the championship.
Now, tell me that that dragster there used to belong to
Coral Dyer.
Coral Dyer, that's the one. And then her daughter was racing it.
Yes.
And now someone else.
McCaskill's over it now.
Yeah.
All right, Harder-Law away with an 026 light. 005 on the tree for Adriana McCaskill. Nice clean pass for her. 7.06 with an 8. 188 mile an hour. That is one quick car.
Is it ever? Oh,
yeah.
When she did a burnout down here, she did a burnout and it just, I thought she started back here somewhere and I could see that this sitting back here went underneath the, below the windowsill here, come out of the windowsill and I thought, oh, stop. Jeez, it went.
Yeah, plenty of horsepower there. You've got nearly 600 odd cubes of performance big block behind you.
Yeah.
Gone are the days of the old 350 Chev in a modified car, pretty much.
Yeah.
All right, on track now, we've got Danielle McCaskill, 555 cubes of Chev on board this MSW Dragster, taking on George Bukareshlev from Bass Hill, running for Race Max Direct. Probably one of the smallest engines, maybe even on the premises in terms of V8. Only 365 cubes, LS power plant on board. Of course, Motorsport Connections, Brian Tui Racing, advanced product design, and Race Max. Very quick car, this one. McCaskill out in front though, 7.23 with a 185 mile an hour through the finish line. Bukareshlev a 7.95 with a 170 mile an hour through the finish line.
Well, young Danielle, gee, they've got some speedsters in the family. The Lachlan McCaskill, you know, like with his little ute. Dare I say, he's probably dragging the chain there, but he may have some.
You'll come out next year with a twin turbo V6 or something.
Yeah. Oh, what's the name's not here?
No pressure though.
No. It's pressure mounted by Les the Fossil. The Jenny Petrie's not here.
No, good point. No, she's not.
For the sponsor of the bracket. Daniel Flack there, a 006 red, but he's already #1 qualifier, so race is on down from Tamora. 8.34 with the 7 at 161. Oh, this is a tough little thing too from Lou Carpinato. This little Bantam with a 6.23. This was the one that was sort of doing what we thought was I'd never heard of the racer before for Lou, and so I thought he might have been testing, but his first qualifying run there, he got probably just short of half track and then buttoned it off, and I think he went over to the left-hand side towards the wall, and the second run was pretty good, and hope he's well. It sounds like and looks like he'll be in the elimination program later on today. But it just sits really, really nice.
Yes, I think this Austin Bantam body altered once for nothing. It's got the best it's got the best of everything on it.
Yeah.
And that's why we see the times that we do out of it. You know, sub 7 second passes.
Yeah.
200 mile an hour.
It looks awfully like what's his name's car? Hinchelwood's car. First car, not the second one. No, there's another one. It used to be. I think it used to be orange. Maybe. Okay. Thanks very much for the clarification there, young Steve. Yes, it's a beaut little car.
Okay, a little bit of a stumble off the start line, but still runs through for a 7.27 with a 198 mile an hour. As straight as you like, but as I say, there was a little bit of a stumble on the start line. Went 139 to the 60 foot. Now that thing normally runs around about a second or a little bit quicker, usually to the 60 foot.
I think he's in the sand.
He is in the sand, Les. Okay, so just Lou, unfortunately, hasn't pulled that car up in time. He's about 2 car lengths into the sand.
Yeah.
So hopefully we can get him out. We can get him out without any drama too much. We'll just get the tractor or the recovery ute and pull him out.
Pull him out, yeah. They'll just hook it up to probably pull him out backwards, I'd say, without slewing the car around. He left see on the left hand side in the aeroflow lane there, just on the top of the rise, you see a bit of light coloured up there, where it starts to. That's where the chutes came out, and I thought, oh, that's a little bit late.
Yeah, well, he's at the top of the hill there. He's just under 200 mile an hour.
So yeah, that hill's not enough. If you go to a place called Holly Springs in Alabama, Holly Springs in Mississippi, the track goes along like that, and then it goes up like that, and there's a roundabout at the top. They do it's only 8th mile, but they do the turning circles at the top, but you see the cars racing down, then all of a sudden it's virtually like a plane taking off.
Yeah, you see a few of the tracks like that. The Mile High one that they had on Street Outlaws, and I'm trying to think of the track I've seen. It's NHRA track.
Yeah.
NHRA track. C-Max, is it? Where they have the pits up high and then they come around and then the staging lane's downhill, then the track flattens out and then it goes uphill in the braking area to come back towards the pits, which is up, like if you imagine our pits being up on the top of the grandstand, if you like, or the mound, the top of the mound. It's probably a little bit taller than that. So the crowd sits where you're on the mound, but all the pits and the transporters are up at the top. And then they come around the back of the tower and then you're downhill to the start line, which is awesome because it means you don't need a tow car, you just need a handbrake. So you just roll down onto the start line, do your run, and then you back uphill to get back up to the top.
Oh, well, that sounds a bit like Bristol in Tennessee or Bandamere in Denver. So...
All right, while we're waiting for that car to be extracted from the sand, we might just throw to our big screen for a couple of short words from some of our sponsors. We'll be back with you very shortly, and about to get underway in Top Sportsman qualifying their Q3 here for round number 7 of the Speed Adict Clothing Co. New South Wales Track Championship Series. We'll be back with you very shortly.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland and it's out every Tuesday. free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Introducing the brand new aeroflowperformance.com. Featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
All right, thanks for your patience and understanding once again, ladies and gentlemen. We've gotten the car out, and not quite sure. We haven't had any reports of damage, but it only just went in. It might have some flat spots in the rear tyres from trying to stop, but it's all good. The driver's okay and everything else like that, so we'll be pretty pleased about that, and we'll just wait for Sean Leafting from Taree, from one of the members of the Leafting family that's involved with Speedflow products, and Sean will get that little AAMA altered, and it's a tough little thing, very, very short wheelbase, but well, for me, it's not that, well, it is short wheelbase for the power and everything it's got, I think, but anyway, that's just from a commentator's and observer's point of view, but they've got the right guy driving it. The Sean and the other Leafting, whose name just escapes me at the moment. Was it Travis? Travis Leafting? Yeah, I think so. Anyway, and you had a youngster in the junior dragster ranks as well. So, but good to see this car still out. And now it's supercharged and all. It's a Hemi 467. And Sean Leafting's in there, and he's a pretty good pilot. So he's had some great numbers here today, thus far. And he'll be the last car in the altered, the in modified bracket that we're running here today at the Speed Addict Clothing. New South Wales Drag Racing Championships.
060 on the tree, that car running dead straight down the centre of the aeroflow lane, Les. Out of the throttles earlier, still runs through a 656 with a 207 mile an hour. Sounded like he rolled out of the throttle, not far past 1,000 foot.
Yeah, that's it. You see that the chute, you know, package opens, and then you're staring a couple of parachutes right in the face. But that was a terrific run. Oh, now we're back to the last qualifying section for Top Sportsman, which is another great category. A couple of the, a lot of the guys that were in Super Sedan that were running very low 7s and sometimes high 6s thought maybe there should be a class for us, because they were running cars, you know, they were passing cars with a great speed difference. So this bracket was created, and it's accommodated all those people, and it's introduced new races to this class. Brett Sheard now in the rocket lane in the Chevy S10 up against Joe Gattalari. Joe's got the Chevy 555 in the Commodore, but Brett Sheard gets down there first to 7865 at 172 and an 859 at 158 for the Gattalari machine in the Aeroflow lane.
I think those two raced each other earlier in the day for qualifying, so another round of qualifying together. Next up we'll have Alan Vella taking on Paul Partridge. Vella in the MK Trailers Ford Capri with a big cube, wins a 450 cubes.
Oh, that is a big one.
Vella just lifting that left front. Both cars earlier rolled on through the finish line, but a 795 with a 792 with a 5, 171 mile an hour there for Partridge to an 851 with a 9, 159 there for Vella in the Ford Capri.
Yes, a pretty sharp-looking Capri too. That is.
Yeah, very much so. Still got all the chrome bumpers on it.
Yeah,
all that sort of stuff. It's
looks good.
Really, really nice car.
Chris Corbin from Blaney in New South Wales, been here all day in that little LC Tirana. It's been in several classes from when he first started racing it. He's here in the rocket lane up against Johnny Regatas from Peakhurst Heights in the Ford Falcon for Ford 433 Cuba. Chris Corbin had been having difficulties. It looks like he left in the wrong gear this time, but Regatas gets down there and runs through for an 882 at 151 and a 969 at 152 for Chris Corbin. The car just started just as it got off the line. I'm looking forward to another good run from Stamatis in this LSX VL Commodore from Jerrabomberra in New South Wales.
Yeah, I just listened to it there in the burner. It definitely doesn't sound NA. I mean, I'm no expert.
But LSX, I thought that was a supercharged.
No, it's LSA.
LSA, is it?
One. Yeah, no.
Yeah, right.
To me, it sounds like it's got that muffled turbo sound.
Radio.
Although, I have been wrong today before too. Just disclaimer, disclaimer, if I am right.
Oh, I didn't notice. Tony Heisman's in the rocket lane.
Just once, he says. Question mark.
Oh, dear.
All right, Stamatis leaves the start line, gets past the 60 foot. That's where the power all came in on the last run. Let's see what he can do at the other end of the racetrack. Heisman's has held him out. Les goes 804 with an 8, 170 mile an hour through the finish line to a 792 with a 5, 171 there for Stamatis. So nice pass for both competitors.
Yeah, yeah, it was a really clean pass. Here's Lisa Sargent now from Mount Rankin in New South Wales. The Sargent's Roofing, Chevrolet Nova, Dart 598, also sponsored by Allflex Engineering. That's Lisa in the Aeroflow lane. Jeffrey Sargent. Oh,
yeah,
here we go.
Husband and wife on the start line now.
This is it. The loser does the dishes tonight. And Sargent's Roofing. Very distinctive Chevy Camaro running a 522 Oh.
Jeffrey getting over to the left-hand side of the groove, then lifting the left front, but out in front and takes the win there. 8:25 with a 167 mile an hour through the finish line to an 8:57 with a 7 at 1:56 there for Lisa.
Yeah. Oh, Dave Whitmore. That's a sharp little car. It's always he's always given it a really high revving car. It is too. And look, we see Josh Boscovich. Good to see him up in Top Sportsman as well. Bosco Mobile Mechanical and Bosco Racing, and Grant's Performance on board for David Whitmore. In that you don't see many Chevy Novas that colour. Oh, it's funny, those Chevy Novas, even the one that I raced, they're all dark colours. This is one of the brightest.
Is that a factory colour? Because it's looks very similar to the Sargent car.
Yeah, but that's the Sargent car's what, 67, 68. This should be 64 or 63.
Oh, I guess that's actually earlier. Okay. All right, Boscovich away with the red light. Whitmore, he waited for the green light. There's 051. The blown Nova is going to take the W here.
Yeah.
809 with a 4, 173 mile an hour to a 943 with a 3 at 143.
Yeah.
Okay, I would have thought they'd be a bit closer in age, the Nova versus the Camaro.
Yeah, no, that Nova's 60. I think it was either 63 or 64. But I think and then they had the 67. Yeah, the Novas, and then then they changed the shape from the Nova again. But those early ones they're all sharp lines. You know, the headlight, the guard comes, and then there's a very sharp headlight thing around it. Who's this?
All right, so we've got Steve McAuliffe and Thomas Leake to do battle now in their third and final round of qualifying here in Top Sportsman Speed Adict Clothing Co. Round number 7, New South Wales Track Championship Series. McAuliffe from Bligh Park in New South Wales. The Chevy 400 on board the utility. Thomas Leake with the Pontiac Grand Am. Oh, big RPM off the start line for the Ute, and a pop and a bang. Leake running his own race there, leaves the start line when he was ready. Shoots out early, 789 with a 2, 164 mile an hour through the finish line. And McAuliffe, not sure what happened there, left the start line, could hear it building boost, and then a big pop on the start line. Just rolling on through. Didn't get a time, unfortunately. Left before the tree was activated, I think. Next up, we're going to have Joe Sorbello in the Datsun Skyline. Pro-charged LS on board this car. He's running some pretty good numbers today, is Joe. Although I kind of get the feeling there's a little bit left in the 60 foot in this car at the moment. But running similarly to what he does at the Aeroflow race for real Wednesday nights, which is here for the majority of 003 on the tree for Joe, straight down the centre of the rocket lane this time. 878 with a 5, 155 mile an hour through the finish line. Nice clean pass for Sorbello to round out the qualifying for Top Sportsman. And I think that's it for qualifying in general. The next time we see the cars at the start line, they'll be racing. And I think all the brackets are eliminations this afternoon, with the exception of Supergas, and Street Bike and Extreme Bike. All other categories are eliminations. I hope you're enjoying today's racing so far. As I said, we'll get into eliminations
in the not too distant future. Of course, if you want to keep up to date with what's happening here at Sydney Dragway, friend us on Facebook, www.sydneydragway.com.au. You'll find the link there, I'm sure, to the Facebook page. Throw us a like. You'll keep up to date with all the happenings here at the racetrack. And you also see who's entered for the big events. Of course, the next big event that we will have here is only a few weeks away, and that is, of course, the East Coast Thunder. We'll have pretty much all of the professional categories here, and a very tough schedule of sportsman racing as well. So there's been a whole heap of pro slammers entered, some pro alcohol cars. There's, of course, the nitro funny cars due to have their competitive return to Sydney Dragway, and that should be a spectacle to see on its own. Of course, if you like nitro dragsters, you want the same thing in a short wheelbase car with probably a little bit more downforce, but a lot shorter wheelbase and a lot more aggression.
Yes.
I guess Nitro Funny Car is for you.
Yes.
And, I'm very much looking forward to that, Les.
Oh, same here. From a spectator point of view, it's a real spectator. It's a real spectacle. But and I keep saying, and it's just my view, my opinion. I'm not saying it's correct, but those things to me look like you've got your hands full all the time with those. So because they short, they do have a short wheelbase. They have funny cars and that. I guess they've got a narrow track, but the package for a nitro altered, it's to me it's wrong. But it's there's guys that have been really, really good exponents of mastering those nitro altereds. I was back in 2008 or 2006 anyway. I went to Bakersfield. They had a Chewy's. Now Chewy's is a sponsor, and it's a rib place, and it's out from Formoso, and they had all these nitro altereds there. There was 12 of them, and wow, gee, the show they put on the next day was absolutely brilliant. It's a real spectacle. You'll be really impressed. So have a look at that and mark it in your calendar, or put a mark on the calendar if you're interested. And I tell you what, you won't be disappointed. They're really, really great to watch as a spectator. I like watching them. You'd never get me in one. I don't care if I come back as something innate, which is not living, but it certainly wouldn't be a piece of metal or anything to do with one of those nitro altereds. They're just a handful. But Wild Willie Borsch, back in the late 60s and early 70s, unfortunately he died in 1974, and he used to do a burnout on one, and the crazy burnout with one hand on the roll bar and one hand on the steering wheel.
I think the old IHRA officials would have a couple of words to say about that these days, but it's a little bit more liberal back then, I guess you could say. But just doing some reading here while you were talking, of course, it's actually the first time in over 30 years that we will see
30 years.
Yeah, that we will see nitro funny cars racing on a national championship level here at Sydney Dragway. Sydney.
It's the people have been banging on the door and saying, like, oh, we want to be, I want this, and they for whatever reason that the sanctioning bodies, no, we've got one class of dragster, nitro cars, and it's dragsters, but there's not enough enthusiasm, and that will, I think, as people mature and time goes on, those comments aren't relevant anymore. People are looking forward to something different, and I think now, especially in the climate that we're in, I mean, not the climate outside, the climate outside's been going on for 4 billion years, but
That what you mean?
current.
Yep.
Yes, that's right. And I thought, well, this is a really good time to introduce them, and it looks like they're going to, not because I've had anything to do with it, but it's just coincidental, I suppose. But come along, have a look at it, check the calendar out, check the site out, our site, and see what else you need to know. And then come along and be a spectator, because you won't be disappointed.
No, I don't think you will be, Les. Of course, we'll have the Nitro Funny cars, as well as the RDW Excavator Parts Pro Slammer. There's quite a number of Pro Slammers entered for the East Coast Thunder. There's Pro Mod, which of course is another awesome category that's recently been introduced into the 400 Thunder Series, where you see turbo versus supercharged cars, and also a fixed index as well, which is an interesting form of equalizer, I guess. We've got the Glass Trade Centre Pro Stock. We've got Pro Alcohol and Pro Stock Bike, as well as Top Fuel Motorcycle.
Oh, right.
So there's a number of nitro categories here at Sydney Dragway in a couple of weeks' time now.
Yep.
I guess, can I ask the question, will we see Australia's first 5-second bike pass?
Oh, that's the last bastion standing.
It is, and you know what? I think it's been standing. We've been talking about that even back when I was racing. So that's 24 years ago.
Yeah.
I remember sitting in the stands up in Willowbank, and I think Jay Upton went 6'4" or something on the bathtub, and I think from there everyone was going, oh well, because it wasn't a clean pass.
No.
To run that sort of time, like how far away are we from it now? 20-something years in Australia is a long time to be hanging on to that. I think we have a number of races within Top Fuel Motorcycle that have the capability of doing that. It's just a matter of the stars aligning, I think, to stay in the throttle long enough to see those sorts of numbers. Of course, they've run fives elsewhere in the world.
Yep.
The US for sure. I'm not 100% if they've done it in the UK, but definitely in the US there's a number of bike races over there that have run into the 5-second zone. I think there's a couple of races here that would dearly love that to achieve that milestone and be the first person to do it. So, only time will tell.
Well, I was looking at a couple of snippets from the TV, I think, at Santa Pod, and I think they made a big song and dance about a fuel bike that broke into the 5. So it looks like, unfortunately, they've beaten us. I couldn't be dead set, but it was like a really good 5-second pass.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, is when you can do it once or twice. But I mean, like I said, I think there's a couple of races here that certainly have the capability of doing it. It's just a matter of everything feel, and they've got to be comfortable on the bike to do that.
Yeah.
You can get to a certain point. We've seen Chris Matheson on a number of occasions have run all the increments up to 1,000 foot to run a 5-second pass, but somewhere between 1,000 foot and the finish line, he's decided not to stay in the throttle for whatever reason. I can't.
Yeah.
It's his decision. He's got to feel comfortable on that bike at what it's doing at the time, because we all know what happens when you come off those bikes at that sort of speed. It's not pretty.
No.
And that has to be something that enters your mind.
Yeah.
I think it has to be something that you consider, that if these guys are, these racers are wanting to, if they're there to win the race, and they're already in front of their competitor and they're not feeling comfortable, get out of it.
Yeah.
If you're in front, you're still going to win.
Yep.
Just let the time slip happen when it happens. I mean, I feel that a lot of pressure's put on the racers to perform to certain levels within their classes and things like that. But yeah, it'd be nice to see. Does it happen here?
Well, it's called history making.
Yes.
And I've seen a lot of history in relation to the performances here, Australian records that have been set, Australian records that have been broken, the long-standing records, and it's just it's it's just part of the natural progression of anything. You know, like people say we've reached the pinnacle of our sport. But, you know, somehow when you have a look at other forms of power, that guys have been running 3 seconds, not 3 seconds flat, but 3 second runs with all sorts of nitrogen peroxide powered machines and things like that.
Doing that back in the 60s and
70s.
Yes,
yeah.
right.
And Jack McClure, Captain Jack McClure, he was a pilot for NASA. He had a little go-kart, and he reached 200 miles an hour on the go-kart.
Yeah, no, I'll be right.
No amount of ground effects or anything could you know, like I just wouldn't do it. But I'm sort of like, I'm a spectator when it comes to all those sorts of things. But, you know, I love, and I sort of marvel at humans that can go that fast and want to go faster and faster. Look at Brittany Force last week, 338 miles an hour.
Yeah, wow, it's pretty impressive, isn't it?
Over 1,000 feet.
Yeah, I think we'll be. Dare I say it? No, I won't say it. I'll keep that to myself.
Yeah, all right.
I'm wondering where the limit is for these cars in terms of you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, you have a look at when you know you're in a plane. I guess something like it would be in a really high-powered fighter jet, the acceleration, or when you have a look at that movie Spies Like Us, when they were in that centrifuge and they came out and all their faces were all back.
Pull back, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so I wouldn't like to put up with that, but you know, it's just what makes our sport, and I think, I hope our sport sort of starts to shine again in these up and coming times. But we'll just have to wait and see. Will probably be out of our control, but I'm always the optimist, you know. I think, no, that won't work. We'll still be doing this and we'll still be doing that. So I hope that drag racing's one of us, and I can see a couple of Dave McGlynn there. I can see him down in the staging lanes there in his trusty Holden Monaro or Holden GTS. Is it? I think it's a 4-door. And that really sharp Mustang too. 1970 model Mustang. It's got the shake hood on it with the. It's got a fairly decent Clevo in it. But well, I guess while we're sitting here, we can probably dial in some music while we wait for the staging lanes to fill up.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper. Delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Introducing the brand new aeroflowperformance.com. Featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Also, 1,000 apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we're up at the screen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, round number one of Super Street here at the Speed Addict Clothing Co. New South Wales Track Championship. We're into racing. We've got Anthony Gattalari and Jeff Goodwin on the racetrack right now. Gattalari has the advantage with an 0.72 reaction time. Goodwin not too far behind him, but Gattalari will take the win. Liz runs a 10.83 on a 10.81 dial-in, 119 mile an hour through the finish line.
And I take it he did have a very good, well, a better reaction time?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, okay. Let's go. David Metasevic now from Bridgelli in the Rocket Lane in the Ford Cortina. Dialed in 10.71 up against Phil Armstrong. Armstrong in the Holden Commodore, Holden 355. Cubic inch dialed in at 11.15. He'll get the handicap start there. And Dave Matasevic, 0.02 of a second too quick. Red light. And the win going to Armstrong. Armstrong into the second round. And unfortunately, David can cook sausages for the pit crew. And he broke out and he red lit. So
just being sure.
You're all right. It was Adam Bowers in that car, in that red car that didn't have any information there. Up against Jim Raptus. Raptus in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in 1073. Adam Bowers in the Rocket lane at 1233. 1233 is a lot slower than 1073. He'll get the handicap start. But,
Bowers got out of jail free there, Les. Raptus left the start line with an 058 red light. We could hear on the track cam, Bowers' car is pulling over to the side of the racetrack. He's got the win, but I hope that there's nothing wrong with the car that can't be fixed in a very short amount of time, because these guys will have to come back around for their next, or the second round of racing here, of course, for Super Street. So I heard on the track, Mike, you could hear the rear tyres struggling for traction. Next thing, look up and Bowers is running down the very close to the wall.
Yep.
But Raptus already had left the red light on the start line.
Yep, first is worst. So unfortunately for young Jim and Adam Bowers there, he can wipe his brow and say a little prayer. There we go. Oh, this is, I don't know what it is, but I just love watching Guy Greenland race. The VX Berliner with the Chev 383 up against Dennis Matesic from Fairy Meadow in the Chevy Camaro. That Camaro is very, very stout. It's our number 2 qualifier. And he's dialed in with a 1020. Guy Greenland is dialed in with a 1095. So you'll see the station wagon, Guy Greenland, in the Rocket lane, get the handicap start. He'll go first.
Well, 126
to do the chasing.
Yeah, 126 on the tree for Greenland. Matzik with a little bit of an advantage. Will it pay off at the other end of the racetrack? Yeah. Yes, it does. I'll tell you what, lucky though, there was a double breakout. 10-1-7 with a 0 and a 10-1-2 was closer to the dial-in for the Camaro. He's going to move on to the next round. So what we're talking about with the breakout, these races self-nominate their own time that they said they're going to run in the first round. The cars are staggered on the start line based on that what we call a dial-in.
Yep.
Right? So the cars can go under that dial-in and still win, but the car in the other lane has to go under their dial-in by more to win. So in that last race, both cars went under their dial-in, but the Camaro went under it by the least, so it was granted the winner.
That's it. Oh, that's a pretty good explanation. Nice and...
If only I could remember to do it that way all the time.
Yeah. Yes, that's the prime objective. It doesn't matter how good we are, we always strive just that little bit more.
Maybe we should record it.
Yes, yeah, we should.
Put it as a tile on the production screen.
Yeah.
All right, next up we have Mark Bull in the XD Falcon taking on Mark Hopkins in the Tirana. The Tirana's dialed in with a 1073 and 1110 there for the Falcon. So the Falcon, he'll leave first, and the Tirana will be off in hot pursuit. The Falcon, though, has left too soon, and so did the Tirana. So both cars red lit, but first is worse. Mark Bull, the slower car, he's red lit first.
Yep.
Lucky.
That's lucky, yeah. Look at that.
Lucky for Hopkins, that
yes,
is.
very much so. Oh, wow. Well, that's not if the racers can't sort it out, something else will. Look, the electronics will sort it out. Greg Robbins in the Rocket lane from Molong. He's dialed in 11 seconds flat in that XR Falcon, 427 Cuba, up against Richard Matasevic.
All right, Richard is our number 1 in the overall point score for the series. He's got a 40-point lead on his brother David, but David's already out of racing, so Richard would like to take the win here and just extend that lead ever so slightly.
Yep.
He's left the start line with a 1:65 reaction time. He has a little bit of work to do. I think he's in front of Robbins at the moment.
Oh,
that's
he broke out.
The two Matasevics out first round. He didn't get there, Les.
No.
The Falcon of Robbins got there first, and Matasevic broke out, trying to keep in front, or stay in front, I should say.
Yeah. He was behind at the start with the reaction time, so he had to push that car just a little bit harder, but didn't put the picks on, engage the picks or the brakes, and he's gone too quick. Henry Spickak from Georges Hall in the Rocket lane, dialed in at 1208. Christian Norbergen. Well, he's just red lit, so no need more. And you can see the lights flashing down there. So Henry Spickak, he runs a 1217 on a 1208. And unfortunately for Christian, he dialed in 1080 and red lit. Oh, he had I just saw 000 there. I don't know. But anyway, it's come up as a red light. And Craig Warren will get his #1 qualifier, and so he gets the bye round because there's an uneven number of cars. So Craig Warren, there's the 000. Well, I don't know what
psychic, Les?
Yeah. Craig Warren.
10.20 runs through for a 10.22 with a 6, 130 mile an hour through the finish line. He's going to move on to round number 2, collect some points, and we'll see him back very soon in Super Street. Next up, we're going to have Street Bike. And we've got Stefan Stafala, our points leader, taking on Phil Gardner. Gardner's in 3rd with 250 points. So Stafala has a lead of about 100 points in the championship here. Dialed in with a 10.10 is the bike in the aeroflow lane. A 12.15 the dial in for Gardner. Gardner with the red light on the start line. Stafala will get the win points here.
Wow.
We're seeing a lot of red lights here, Les.
Yeah.
Like lots.
Ooh, see, Stavala there broke out, but first is worst. Gardner had already red lit, and Stefan Stavala, he runs a 10.096 on a 10 something.
10.1. It was 4,000s. He went too quick, but it didn't matter because Gardner had already red lit.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, good.
All right. Next up, we'll have Angela Hunt taking on Tristan Anderson. Anderson on the Enfield, dialed in with a 13.98. Hunt on the Suzuki GSXR 1000. We're going to see Hunt back the next round.
Wow.
So red light there for Anderson, handing the win to Hunt.
Yeah.
And a 10.83 with a 140 mile an hour on a 10.80.
Gee, that's not bad, is it?
So it's pretty good. Pretty close to the old dial-in.
Yeah. Beauty. So we've got, Angela was our #2 qualifier, but she didn't have to work too hard. There's Craig Warren's little Tirana. Into the second round.
All right, next up we'll have Michael Borg taking on Dale Williams. Borg from Pendle Hill in the aeroflow lane on the Suzuki. Sorry, in the Kawasaki. Where did I get Suzuki from? Is when we're looking at the Z? I don't know. Anyway, he's dialed in with a 10.30. Dale Williams on the Yamaha R1, dialed in with a 9.44. So he's going to have about 9/10 of a second, roughly, to sit there and wait. Meanwhile, Michael Borg will be disappearing into the wild blue yonder.
Yes, and it looks like Borg running AA modified bike, so that has some form of assistance there, either chemical or mechanical supercharging. Dale Williams, just a MB, so it's a smaller bike, and it's running in B modified bike. It's probably because it's only 998 cc's, and the power to weight as it goes. And these guys don't run wheelie bars.
Well, they can, they just don't.
Yeah.
So a 2.24 reaction time for Borg, and Williams, unfortunately, big red light, not going to even get a time recorded there.
No, he's gone way in front. Wow, that was quick. Oh, Dale, Dale Williams there, and the win going to Michael Borg. Michael didn't, his opponent didn't even get a time recorded, so the win went across, but Michael Borg went quicker than his dial in, but first is worst. Santina Keith in the rocket lane gets automatic win by virtue of Mark Davies. Mark Davies's red light. So Santina into the next round of modified bike. Lorenzo Capogna. Thank you, kind sir. Lorenzo in the rocket lane on that Harley-Davidson V-Rod, dialed in at 9 seconds flat. Rob Simmons, oh gee, this is unusual. Rob Simmons is actually, oh no, Rob Simmons is, yeah, he gets a head start. Japan versus America. It looks like Lorenzo. Yeah, Lorenzo gets the win. 0.75 reaction time. Runs a 9.027 at 140 for the win.
Yeah,
wow.
Not a big difference there in the mile an hour at the finish line, but I think Simmons will be a little bit disappointed with that.
Yeah, I'll say.
But,
he had
Kapokner a pretty tough race to that.
Yeah. And, you know, like he's he'd been at it a while. Robert Simmons has been around for a while as well, but
that's a new bike for him though. So
is
when
it?
I say new bike, he's been running it at the Aeroflow Wednesday night Aeroflow race for real.
Yeah.
To get his combo sorted out, and unfortunately he'll have to wait till next Wednesday night to come out and race. His day today is done.
Yep.
But
well, that's not bad. He doesn't have long to wait. You know,
No.
It's only got like 4 days or something, and which is good. That's why it's so good here at Sydney Dragway with the Wednesday nights.
All right, next pair up, we've got Ronnie Adams on the Ron Cut Builder Suppliers Harley-Davidson Destroyer, dialed in with the 946, taking on Adrian Watson. And we've got a clean race. We have a clean race. Ron Adams already passed Adrian Watson. I think Adams has been around long enough. He'll roll out of the throttle and take the win. 9.70, 114 mile an hour through the finish line. Watson there, I'm not sure what happened, whether he missed a gear or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. But a 15.68 with the 5 at only 65 mile an hour. Okay, next pairing out. In bikereview.com.au modified bike, we have Albie Davidson in the Aeroflow lane. He's dialed in with a 10.05, taking on Peter Strudwick in the rocket lane. Strudwick dialed in with a 9.64. Strudwick has the advantage up his sleeve, is out in front at the moment. Sounded like one of those bikes got on the limiter on the gear shift, but a 10.11 with a 3 there for Strudwick will take the win. And Albie Davidson, he ran a little bit off from his dial in there. Strudwick will move into the next round.
Yeah, now Peter Strudwick, good one. Sean Ricketts and Christopher Hocking. Hocking in the Aeroflow lane on that Aprilia, dial in 8.99. Ricketts a 9.35. 8.99's quicker than 9.35. Sean Ricketts in the rocket lane will get the handicap start. He's dialed in 9.35. Christopher Hocking's 8.99, so this should be a pretty good race.
Around about a light's different on the start line, but Ricketts with an 0.31. It's going to be difficult to beat from there. I don't think Hocking will get back around him. No. 9.46 with a 0 on a 9.35. 127 mile an hour for Ricketts to take the win. And Hocking a 9.16, I think it was there. Did not take the W.
No. Bobby Joe Simmons, the Suzuki Hayabusa 1330cc, dialed in at 9.45. Good time to test the dial-in on a solo run. And takes off fairly gingerly. An 0.28, not too bad, but that bike picks up a lot of speed at about half track. Oh, she's got the big honk up now. 9.64 at 150.97. I think when you buy a Hayabusa, they're off the factory floor. They'll run a 10.2. So she's dipped into the 9. So we're just coming on now to Extreme Bike. Ah, here he is, the man himself, Joseph Curry, in the Harley-Davidson V-Rod Destroyer, up against Diane Azzopardi. Diane in the Aeroflow lane. This is in Extreme Bike, it's just heads up, no dial-ins. First to the other end gets the win, like it used to be in older days, but then with the advancement of technologies and new products and different styles and different construction methods, we've gone to where we are. This is pretty even here, but Deanne's left a big red cherry on the start line, handing Joseph Curry the win. Joe runs a 9:48 with an 8 at 132, and Deanne a 9:75.
Next pairing out, Les, we will see Ben Newman taking on Brendan Biglianico. Brendan in the rocket lane, running for Azapati Racing and Rams Head Services on the Suzuki GSX R1000. Big couple of jabs at the throttle there for Biglianico on the start line. Newman out in front at the moment, but Biglianico is hunting down the centre line. I don't know how he didn't hit that with his foot. He must have been super close to it.
Very close.
8.52 with a 0. 176 mile an hour there for Biglianico in the rocket lane. I didn't catch the time there for Ben Newman, unfortunately. But next up, we will see Leonard Azapati. Now, Leonard has gone 688 earlier today, 211 mile an hour. Not his fastest run. I've seen him 214 mile an hour.
I've seen 213.
But anything with a 6 in front of it is damn quick.
Yeah, especially on two wheels. It's even quicker than a Wile E. Coyote with a rocket strapped to his back, chasing the Roadrunner. Gets away cleanly too, Leonard. Oh, it's no, not this one.
Yeah, no, some issues there on the shift, I think, Les.
Right, and he's gone over the. Well, it depends on the meeting director when you go.
It's after the finish line.
Yeah,
do pretty much what he wants.
Yeah.
But I guess maybe looking down at the gearbox, I don't know if that's where you want to be doing it at 124 mile an hour, but he'll be back for the next round. The Extreme Bikelers will be doing a Chicago shootout type style of racing, so they'll get 3 shots at least at the racetrack.
Yep.
And
then end up with 2 finalists.
Correct.
Yep. Okay. Oh, great. Well, it looks like we've got some.
We're going to move into the first round of the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters. Just going to fit the safety apparatus to the finish line, and we'll get underway with their first round of racing. Of course, those competitors, as they have done all day today and always do, run over the 8th mile here at Sydney Dragway to half track. And again, a dial your own category, so that the racers can pick their own nominated time, set the handicap. But these kids from between the ages of 8 to 17 years of age, and from there.
Oh, Will and the Wrecker, I've broken the button.
Can't take you anywhere, mate.
No, and you can't leave me anywhere either.
Oh, well. Yeah. Can't. So you're saying
That's
I can't
enough
even
from the peanut gallery.
I can't even tie you to the clothesline. Oh well. All right. So we're not too far away from the first round of Junior Dragsters here today. Just looking around the venue, the sunshine is absolutely unreal.
Oh yeah, well
gorgeous
that's
spring day.
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah. Hello to everybody at home watching on our live stream. I hope you're enjoying the broadcast.
Oh, okay. Oh. Roll them up, move them out.
We won't be too far away from the start from the first round of qualifying for Junior Dragster. We might just throw up to the big screen for a quick ad from 1 or 2 of our sponsors, and we'll be back with you very shortly.
Yep. Good show.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out Para...
Done it again.
Alrighty, so Alira Cardam will be doing battle with Max Perry. Cardam dialed in with an 8-0. Max Perry with an 8-1-2. Cardam wants to make the trip from Victoria worthwhile.
Yeah, for sure.
I know when I was racing, whenever you won first round, it always made whatever the travel worth doing. As I say, Cardam with an 8-1-0. Max Perry with an 8-1-2. He will leave the start line first in the rocket lane. There won't be much in it though. I'm not sure if you'll be able to pick the difference on the tree counting down. Perry with the better reaction time by around about 0.08 of a second. I think Cardam already in front though. And she wasn't. 8.24 with a 78 mile an hour for Max Perry to take the win. Got there by 0.17 of a second.
Yep. All right, next pairing out is Johnny Lucci in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 12.07 in the C Junior Dragster, up against Claire Little, all the way from Forbes. Mum's out there today, and Dad's probably surrounding the house, battening down the hatches for the excess water out there at Forbes they've been having. So Johnny Lucci, C Junior Dragster, will get the head start, handicap start. He's dialed in at 12.07. Lot slower than Claire Little's 8.03, so she'll have to sit there and watch young Johnny disappearing down the track and do the chasing. He gets encouragement there from one of the pit crew, does Claire Little.
All right, just waiting on both competitors to move into the staging beams. As Les says, the car of Lucy has about a 4-second head start, which is a fairly decent time for Little to wait.
But she's just got to concentrate on her own race.
Exactly right. She'll be able to see Johnny all the way down once she leaves the start line. Tell you what, Johnny has the advantage here. 0.53 on the tree to a 1.06. I don't know if Little will get there. No, she doesn't. Lucy takes the win with a 12.18 on a 12.07. Little runs a 8.11 with a 1 on an 8.03. Just didn't get there, Les.
No, gee whiz, that Lucci was Johnny Lucci there. He was really intent. He must have wanted the win more than young Claire. Ryan Pettiford now in the Rocket Lane, dialing with an 8.41 up against Chloe Rako. Rako in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in at an 8.01. She'll have to do the waiting while young Ryan scarpers off. He's dialed in with an 8.41. So Chloe with an 8.01. Now they can go as quick as, if they want to dial in, they could dial in at 7.90. Any one of the races, except, you'd be crazy if you had a C Junior Dragster and you're dialed in.
Yeah, you're probably not going to win too many races there. 002 on the tree for Rako. Has the advantage on an 0.58 for Pettiford. And Rako takes the win, goes 8.05 with an 8 on an 8.01 to take the win. Going to be moving into round number 2 is Chloe. Ryan Pettiford, a 8.49 with a 3 there on an 8.41.
I mean, the figures weren't that bad, but when you're up to someone that runs like a 002 reaction time, it doesn't matter who you are or how you drive, you're in for a really big task, particularly at the start line when you have a slower reaction time. So, but that's what they all strive for. People say no, then they don't come here to race each other. They come here to attack the tree. And if you take it to its nth degree, that's possibly the real reason a lot of these kids come. Jake McNamara, our number 4 qualifier over in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in at a 7.98. Now he's a guy that dialed in with into the 7-second zone, up against Zach Raffalo, who dialed in with an 8.07. Oh, Raffalo gets the win there. He goes on his 8.07. He runs an 8.15 with an 8. Jake McNamara on a 7.98 runs an 8.097.
It was only about 600ths of a second there across the finish line.
Yeah, it must have been very, very, very tight. Very tight. Alex Rottenbury from Picton in the Junior Dragster in the Rocket Lane, dialed in 860. Tom Baker over in the Aeroflow lane, our number 11 qualifier, dialed in with an 8.04. 8.04 is quicker than 8.60, so Alex Rottenbury in the Rocket Lane will get the handicap start. So the lights will come down in his favour. He'll get the handicap start. Tom Baker over there in the Aeroflow lane to do the chasing. So let's see how this works out on the racing surface. You'll see as the lights come down, Rottenbury will get the handicap start. He's off. Tom Baker. This is close, but Tom Baker should just be out in front at the moment.
Come down to consistency, 8.07 with a 5 for Tom Baker to take the win on his 8.04 dial in. Rottenbury, a 8.70 was only...
Oh, he was a 10th off his dial in.
Yeah, so around about a 10th difference there off the at the finish line for Tom Baker to take the win. Next up, we'll have Harry Rako taking on our points leader in Joshua Burtonshaw.
Well, Harry Rako dialed in with the 7.91, just 1/100th of a second over what is the absolute minimum of 7.90. Up against Josh Burtonshaw, young Josh there. He's dialed in an 8.03. So there's, once again, not much difference between these two. You'll see the lights come down in favour of Josh Burtonshaw in the Rocket Lane. Just a little wiggle in the lights and they'll both be off. Both A junior dragsters, so these are the getting up there towards the pointy end of junior dragsters. In fact, they're at the top of the field. So But in New Zealand, they've got two AJDs, and the first AJD is a gearbox class.
Yes.
And so they run different times, and they still New Zealand still maintains they introduced junior dragsters well before the USA did, but it doesn't affect us here.
Nope. 0.16 there for Burtonshaw. Has about a tenth of a second up his sleeve, which is a massive advantage over Reiko. I think Burtonshaw will take it. Goes 8.04 with a 7. He gets there by over a tenth of a second. Now, Reiko's no easy beat, but Burtonshaw, I think, just outdrove him on the start line.
Oh, just drilled him at the start line. Yeah, that was a sort of like a great race. Gee,
all right, so Burtonshaw keeps his championship lead. Well, he's tied first with Alex Roddenberry, but I think he's already gone out in this round of racing. Alex Ruffalo now taking Liam O'Neill. Ruffalo in the Aeroflow lane. Dialed in with an 8.10. Liam O'Neill in the Rocket lane. Dialed in with a 12.29. So there will be 4.2 seconds head start going to O'Neill. Ruffalo's done everything. He's waited 0.84 on the tree to a 1.51 reaction time. Ruffalo with the advantage, and he'll take the win. 8.10 with a 9 on an 8.1. So total package there, 90 thousandths of a second.
Look at that. And
93 thousandths of a second.
Yeah, and a 0.84, but his opponent had a 0.151. So he's just ahead in that department in the leaving the line, off the line.
All right, next up we'll have Archie Boscovich and Tegan Smith. Boscovich in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 8.54. Smith in the Rocket lane, dialed in with an 8.03.
Oh, there we go. We've got Archie Boscovich out with the 0.85. He'll probably hold that, and he does for the win. Runs an 8.600 on an 8.54 at 75 miles an hour. Tegan Smith there, an 8.080 on an 8.030. So young Boscovich there, home and hosed. Zane Condello. Over there in the Aeroflow lane in the A Junior Dragster, dialed in 8.22 up against Jeffrey McNiff. Jeff's in the Rocket lane, young Jeffrey, and he's dialed in with an 8.05. So an 8.05 is quicker than an 8.22. So in this instance, young Zane Condello in the Aeroflow lane will get the handicap start. Now this is what we call dial-ins. So this is the performance level at which the drivers think they're best at. And so they self-nominate, but no one else interferes. Oh, an 0.38 for Zane Condello. He'll get there first. Yeah, he runs an 8.22 on an 8.22 with a 6, so he's 6 thousandths over. Great race there. Jeffrey McNiff there on his 8.05 runs an 8.109, but a 0.346 is just too much of a handicap.
Yeah, Condello playing with fire a little bit there on the dial in, only being 6 thousandths over it. But,
yeah, that was.
Yeah. Anyway,
tiptoeing down the centre line.
All right, I think that completes the first round of Junior Dragster here for Western Weekender.
Yes.
Here today, and the next category out, according to the schedule, will be Super Gas. They're another one of our classes that are running Chicago Shootout. There's only, I think...
well, there was 6, but now there's what, 4? 1, 2, 3, 4.
4 cars left in that category. So, yeah, they're running Chicago Shootout. So we'll determine a winner by the highest point scorer out of 3 rounds. And, you know, they're always pretty tough racing. I think
some of the competitors have been running a little bit too fast for that 990 fixed index this morning. But let's see if they've had the opportunity to adjust their throttle stops and their electronics that are in those cars that allows them to run very closely to that 99 fixed index. Of course, there's a couple of competitors there that can run low 7s, if not high 6s, but they're here for different reasons.
Yeah.
I will say to get the eye in and maybe test a few things for the upcoming East Coast Thunder event here, which will be in around about 3 weeks' time at Sydney Dragway. So very much keen, waiting for that to for that weekend to roll around. And just looking in our staging lanes, we've got a large number of competitors rolled round for their first round of racing. We can see the Timmy Hot Rod Supplies modified Eliminator back there as well, Les. And they always put on a really good show, and plenty of tough racing and plenty of quick times as well.
Yeah, it's never a truer word spoken. Truer words spoken, and it's, I think. Just by observation and my experience being up here, the modified Eliminator is one of these most consistent categories that we've got. You know, like all the cars, when they come out, they run on there. They're a bit like. Not like Super Sedan so much, because sometimes Super Sedan, they have breakdowns or whatever, but this modified, and they're all altered rear-engine dragsters, hot rods that make it into the category of HR, AHR or BHR, and they're so competitive, and the racing's really, really consistent. Very close too. And
I think one of the appeals for me, it's, as you just touched on there, you can run a front engine dragster, you can run a rear engine dragster, you can run a 6-cylinder Holden motor, you can run a twin turbo V6, you can run a big block Chev, a small block Chev, a Toyota V8, whatever you want. It's pretty much open slightly. You can even run a motorcycle engine in them if you like. There's only been a couple of those run in modified Eliminator. I suppose I'll say in the history, but not that common nowadays. But certainly, big cube V8s are certainly seem to be the flavour of the month. But there's a few people in there that like doing things differently. I mean, we see he's not here today, but Jeremy Payne's run into the 6s now with that twin turbo V6 dragster. Certainly one of the quickest modified cars in the country, and has nowhere near the engine size of some of the other competitors, but that's his chosen engine that he chooses to develop in the way that he wants to go racing. Yeah. So that's the good. For me, that's one of the attractions to it, is the fact that there is such a mix of cars and body styles in that category. Yeah. And they're all competitive in their own right. So. Yeah, well, that's so true, because when you mentioned earlier about you could have a motorcycle engine in a whatever, but Peter Brown's a great example of that. He had a little motorcycle engine, 1300 cc's or 1398 cc's. Kawasaki or something from memory.
Yeah, and it was very, very short, looked like a little praying mantis, and then he sells that and buys a rear-engine dragster that's got 540 cubic inches in it.
Yeah, big change there for Pete. He also ran a modified bike, I think, at the same time as he had the other little dragster. But the other one that ran that modified, the dragster in motorcycle engine powered dragster in modified was Colin Lloyd. Now I think that was the protest car. Now he went into the 7s back in the 90s. Like the thing virtually had a pro stock style engine in it, and was running modified dragster. Now there's been a couple of guys up in Queensland that have tinkered with the Hayabusa motor in a modified style dragster, almost like I'll say in inverted commas, junior dragster on steroids, because it was just a little bit bigger than a junior. So obviously very lightweight. But the problem, I guess, when you start throwing a turbo on a really small cube motor, the consistency kind of does.
That's the weak point.
Yeah, it does make it a little bit more difficult. But at the end of the day, if that's something that you really want to do, and what you're wanting to do, go and do it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's, you know, so people say, well, why don't you do this? And say, well, why don't you clam up and keep your suggestions to yourself? This is what I want to do. I'm building this thing for me.
Exactly right. So we can hear the two
yes.
super gas cars firing up underneath us. We've, and of course, this category a little bit different, ladies and gentlemen. They run a fixed index, so they're all running to a 990. The competitors are all looking for a 990 or slower, hopefully by only a couple of thousandths. They leave on a pro tree, which means there's only one flash of amber lights and then they're off.
Yes.
Most cars can run well and truly quicker than the 990 index. So what they do is they leave the start line and then they almost, I'll say the word die, like that, bro. The engine goes silent, they coast for a bit, and then they take off again. What that is the throttle stop. So the driver can electronically control how long that throttle delay goes on for, and then it re-accelerates again. So that's why we see a 990 at like a mile an hour that should be a mid 8-second pass. So again, a category that is super tight a lot of the time. There's a couple of other small rules. You can't deep stage, which means, so the drivers have all 4 lights on. If one of those two was to move a little bit forward and drop the top light out, they would lose instantly. So there's the throttle stop. And the accelerating again. Now these two side by side, will they stick to the 990? Let's see. Well, a 988 with a 9 there for Catanzariti. Didn't get it because Roy Romeo, he stayed over that 990, went 996 with a 2. So he was 62 thousandths of a second slower than the 990, where Catanzariti, he got there first, but went too fast.
Went too fast, that's it. He's gone under that 990 index. And that was the other, I knew there were 4 attributes, but the one I was missing was the Pro Tree.
Yes. Yeah, so this category was very, very popular in Victoria.
Yeah,
it always was. It almost, you could call it almost the home of super gas racing was in Victoria. But I also feel a lot of races from, when I say the early days, back when I was racing, not that that was the early days of drag racing in Australia, but certainly from my recollection, a lot of the races that ran super gas are now running pro stock and other, I'll say group 2 categories, so other index style of racing.
Yeah. Comp classes where they've got indexes there, whether it be a national index if you're IHRA, or if you've got your own index that you're given after a certain event, and that's another sanctioning body. So which we'll be moving over to later on this decade, as we watch there, Mario Polito, Chevy Cobalt. And what does that stand for? Something you did? Motor? No. Anyway, it's you, and I put it together and said, oh, that's what MPS stands for, because it motorsport. Just say it was MSC, Motorsport Connections, or something like that. Competition Solutions, MPS. CC Royal, UCBC. It sounds like a some sort of university. And advanced ready mix.
That's what it sounds like, doesn't it?
Doesn't it? Yeah. So, and that's for Mario Polito. Clint George, well, we've seen him dancing up and down this this racetrack here in the. He's dialed in with a 9.211 when he's been running 7 O's and 7 ones here. So Clint George out just. Competing in this super gas field. He can't run, so he's dialed in at a 9211. What's the go here? Mario Polito has dialed in 9. Also is Clint George. So he's he's coming to have a shot at what's his name? There ain't no 990s in either of those cars. 770 for Clint George and a 699 with an 8 for Mario Polito. Ah, dear. Well, that was a good exhibition run. That was, you know, like I thought something was cooking there. Craig Davies from Brayton in New South Wales. That's Craig in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in at an 8.27. And Peter Brown, of which we were just, who we spoke of just not more than 3 minutes ago. Peter Brown, that's him. In the same company, different manufacturer. In the Rocket lane, Peter Brown dialing with the 753. So Craig Davies is a bit slower than that in that little front engine drags. That's a beauty too. Small block Chev 385. Dialing with an 8.27. So he gets 3/4 of a second handicap over Peter Brown. And now Pete Brown is no slouch, pardon me, but neither is Craig Davies. Even though he does get the handicap start, Peter Brown. Now this is where, an 0.33 against an 0.52. Brown's got the 0.52. Can Craig Davies hold him off because he had a better reaction time? He does. He runs an 8.32 on an 8.27 at 153. And for Brown, a 7.68 on a 7.53 at 178. That was a very, very close race. Okay, that's better. Now it's the McCaskill family show. We've got Adriana McCaskill in the Rocket lane, running an A-modified dragster. And Danielle, I'd say, whether it's a sister or a cousin from Sylvania and New South Wales, both running Chevy big block engines. For Danielle in the Aeroflow lane, a Chevy 555. She's dialed in at a 720. Adriana McCaskill has got 598 cubic inches. And she's dialed in at a 706. 706 is quicker than a 720. And Danielle in the Aeroflow lane will get the handicap start. So you'll see the there's 0.400 of a second between each light as it comes down, which is the equivalent of the blink of your eye. And that's 0.4 of a second. So Adriana to do the chasing in the from the Rocket lane there. And this should be a good tussle. They're both very, very competent racers and in their own right. So we'll see how we go here. Doesn't seem, no, single run has been indicated to Danielle, so she's got a solo. Adriana not racing. An 0.89 reaction time for her in the Aeroflow lane. She's going to drive it out the back door too. I dialed in at a 720, ran a 723. That's 300ths over her dial-in at 183.77 miles per hour. Unfortunately for the Adriana McCaskill over here in the Rocket lane, unable to participate in that run. So that's the end. Unfortunately, it is elimination, so she can sort of like sit back. George Burakeshliev, that's George in the Rocket lane, up against Corey Dyson, young Corey from Kilmore in Victoria. He's dialed in with a 767. George Bukarezhliev, he's dialed in with a 7.86. 7.86 is slower than a 767, so George will get the handicap start. This will be very hard to pick with the naked eye, very hard to pick. But the computer, that's what we've got computers for. They can, they'll be able to sort out all the differences. Oh, geez, that starting line and the burnout area there looks resplendent with all those machines. Different styles. Rear and front engine dragster. We've got a hot rod. Oh, Corey Dyson red lights. George Bukarezhliev does get the win. On his 786, he runs a 795. You probably saw the lights flashing. So an automatic win to him. He'll be into the next round. of Timmick Hot Rod Supplies. Great sponsors they are too. Timmick Hot Rod Supplies down there, I think it's in, from memory, Mulgoa Road in Penrith down there. And the Mick and the team. And Jenny Petrie, usually, she's the manager, the store manager, but anyway, Mick and Tim, and that's where they got the name from, the owners of the business. Now, we've got our number 1 qualifier. Just a minute. Oh, just got an update on the status of Timmick Hot Rod Supplies, and that's what you get for not being here. You know, working once in 12 months. So let me see. I missed that. I was just being informed. But anyway, it's Timmick Hot Rod Supplies apparently no longer exists, and Jenny Petrie's not here because she's moved down near the Victorian border there somewhere. So, well, that's pretty sad for drag racing because we don't have a sponsor. Jess Turner now from Epping in Victoria. She's dialed in with a 750. That's her in the rocket lane. Sean Leafting. He's dialed in with a 652. He's had this T-bucket running right on song. 467 cubic inch Hemi, dialed in with a 652. Jess Turner in that AA modified, so it's must have it's AA, so it must have some form of it's not a supercharger, and I don't think it's turbocharged, so it must be nitrous assisted. Jess Turner in the rocket lane, she's dialed in 750. She'll get the handicap start. Sean Leafting in that big thunderous T-bucket, Alden. Oh no, Sean Leafting there. An 012 reaction time. Oh, look at that. On his 652 runs a 662 with the shoots out before just after the finish line at 190.81 miles an hour. Just turned it there. A 756 on a 750 and an 065 reaction time. Unfortunately, wasn't good enough to get her to the line first. But that's racing. Can only have one winner by hook or by crook, or by hell or high water, preferably the latter. Tony Heisman's from Spring Hill, Chevrolet Camaro, Chevy 632 cubic inches, dialed in 803 on the rocket lane up against Chris Corbin. Chris from Blaney, just further up the road, sponsored by the Ryan's Bakery in Blaney. Great shop they've got there, that bakery. It's just getting more famous by the day. He's dialed in with an 899. He'll get the handicap start because Tony Heisman's is dialed in with an 803. Chris Corbin in the Tirana to go first. Oh, he wins. Oh, Chris Corbin. Your lucky day, champ. Oh, Tony Heisman's done the double barrel. He's red lit and he's gone quicker than his dial in, so that'll make it easier for Chris Corbin to swallow. So he'll take the win there, Chris Corbin. He had a few mishaps and misstarts, or well, the engine wasn't performing 100% off the start line, but now, oh, he's all fired up now. Stephen Mikulev over in the rocket lane, dialed in 860, takes the win. Johnny Regatas there, an 017 red light, handing the win to Mikulev, and on his 860 runs an 885 at 138 and an 828 on an 818 at 165.86, but a red light, so the win going to Mikulev. Definitely going there. Oh, we got Joe Gattalari in that Holden VL Commodore running a Chevy 555. up against Brett Sheard. He's been a proponent of producing these great utes, pickups, dual cabs, whatever you want to call them. But this one's extra special. Small block Chev 441. This is top sportsman now. We're finished with 785 again 8. So Gattalari gets a handicap start. Brett Sheard. I don't think he can hold, Gattalari can hold him off. He does. He takes the win too. Pardon me. 0.35 reaction time for Gattalari. So, oh boy, that's an 0.35. And for Brett Sheard, it was a 0.131. So he was way behind. Jeffrey in the Chevy Camaro, Chevy 522, up against Paul Partridge, P squared. Paul Partridge and Arcadia Vale, dialed in 790. Both, this is heads up. Red light for Jeffrey Sargent. Paul Partridge takes the win. These guys aren't going to slow down. A 790 to an 803. Partridge got there first. No, he didn't. He didn't. Pardon me. I've got something really bad in my throat. Thomas Leake, all the way from Googong in New South Wales, and down there by Queanbeyan, Bradbury Smash. Well, they're not in. I wonder if the new owners are going to keep the name. And Peg's Auto Trim. Thomas dialed in at 786. Been looking forward to watching Thomas today. Lisa Sargent now in that sharp little Nova. She's dialed in 856. She gets a handicap start. No, she red lit. And young Thomas Leake there on a 786 runs a 788 and at 168 miles an hour and an 010 reaction time. So Thomas Leake into the final. We're nowhere near the final. What are you talking about? Into the next round. Concentrate. Dimitri Stamatis from Jerrabomberra in New South Wales. Gee, that's a nice area, that Jerrabomberra, let me tell you. It's very, I tell you what, it's steep and hilly, if nothing else. But a nice part of New South Wales down there. He's dialed in 775, and Alan Vella has dialed in 845, so that little Capri will get the handicap start, running a Windsor 450. There he goes. Oh, Dimitri Stamatis has rolled through. He's rolled through the lights. And, anyway, Alan Vella runs an 8537 at 158. Yeah, Stamatis had rolled through the beams and triggered the starter hadn't even pressed the button yet, so it didn't record a time or anything. But it's the red light sure did come up. Josh Boscovich, Ford XA Coupe with a Fontana 410 cubic inch. They're got a really neat cylinder head arrangement on them. It's Fontana. They're very rare. If you get a Fontana engine, they're specially made, and it wouldn't even, well, it is aftermarket, but you know, like the amount of those Fontana engines around the place, you can count on an amputated hand. Boscovich gets out there with a .124, but Dave Whitmore out with an 0.38 reaction time, holds on to the lead, runs an 8.27 on an 8.10 at 156 for the win, and Josh Boscovich there on his 8.35 runs an 8.83 at 122.87 miles an hour. But his only handicap was the lateness of his departure from the start line. Joe Sorbello, young Joe, he from Marsden Park, he's got a bye run. I think that's because he was #1 qualifier. No, Tom, he couldn't have been. Dialed in at an 870 and an 0.44 reaction time. He runs it through here, a 9.36 at 151. 9.36 at 151. He'll be into the next round of top sportsman eliminations. Got Super Sedan now. Super Sedan, another great class. Frank de Grazia in the Rocket Lane from Noraville. Holden Tirana, small block Chev, 427. Dialed in 872. Nathan Watt dialed in the Aeroflow lane into that Commodore at 918. 918 is a lot slower than 872. He'll get the handicap start. Frank de Grazia to do the chasing. Red light for Nathan Watt. Automatic win for Frank de Grazia in the Rocket Lane. Nathan Watt goes 91.91, 9.191 at 145, and an 8.85 on an 8.72 for Frank de Grazia. Red light for Nathan Grant. Unfortunately, Victor Sitlogiannis. That's Victor over there in the Rocket Lane. Pat Firiolo, the Aeroflow lane, dialed in at a 10.17. 10.17. He goes early. Oh, Pat Firiolo has got the start line advantage for his reaction time. Can he hold on to it? Puts the picks on, runs it through for a 10.20 at 125.93 over Victor Santlogiannis. And Pat Firiolo will be into the next round. This is going to be a good little tussle here as well. It's Debbie Robb from Tamworth in that big Ford XB Coupe running a Ford 528. Dialed in at a 9.12, a 912. And Jim Denaro from Engadine in the Denaro race chassis, 943. That's a tough little Cortina. Debbie will have her hands full here as Jim Denaro kept it. Yes, he's run on his 943, runs a 948 with a 9. He had an 012 reaction time, and Debbie Robb there with a .165. That's where her handicap was there, unfortunately for young Debbie on the trailer, and it'll be heading back north to Tamworth. Next pair, Ross Bilby in the Rocket Lane. Ford Cortina wins a 434 cubic inches, dialed in at 970. Lou Palumbo, Holden HX, that 1 tonner there, dialed in at 920, quicker than 970. Ross Bilby in the Rocket Lane in that little Cortina will get the handicap start. You see the lights come down in his favour. Red light, that's another red light by 1/1000th of an inch of a second. Lou Palumbo there, a 0.46. Well, he can take all day virtually if he likes. He runs a 932 on a 920 at 145 because he did get the automatic win. Ross Bilby, he'll be really, really sore. A 001 red. The mighty Rex Webster from Madawi in the Austin A40U. Chevy 540, dial in 950. Dave Gruber, Dashing Dave from Gilmore in the ACT, Queanbeyan Engine Service. Tim Gruber's his nephew in the Holden LJ Tirana. Dialed in 9.19. Rex Webster gets the handicap start here.
Oh, not much in this one.
No.
There's 072 for the
No.
Austin, but Gruber in the Tirana, slightly better with a 061. He'll take the win, goes a 926 with a 1 on his 919 to take the win. And Rex Webster, 958 with a 6 on a 950.
Yeah. I don't know what that what he's done to that Mazda Capella down there at the back there. He must have made a sort of like a Pro Stock style spoiler and made it come round. And it's a really nice touch to that car. It seems to be
wing,
round.
the wing, you mean? Yes.
Yes.
This is like a deck wing
Yeah.
sort of thing on the back, just to extend the back of the boot, I'd say.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really provide a huge amount of downforce, just a little bit of stability. 10-0 the dial in for Kerry Stewart in the Austin. Will Alf Axiak get there?
He's going to break out. No.
939 with a 5 on a 935. Nice pass there for Axiak. He had about a tenth to make up off the start line and managed to do that. And he's going to move on to the next round. Unfortunately, Kerry Stewart out of racing for the rest of the afternoon. Looks like we're going to have the battle of the HB Tiranas, Les.
Yes.
We've got two of them in Super Sedan, and they're about to race each other. So Sean Marr, he's in the Aeroflow lane in the blue model. Then we've got Martin Stevenson in the Rocket lane. Stevenson in the black car, dialed in with a 955. He will be chased down by Sean Marr, who's tweaking his dial in. I think that just saw some of the numbers change. He's noted because you can see the dial-ins on the readout boards down the bottom end. So Sean, a very experienced racer. There's all these little things that you're supposed to check.
Yeah.
Now, if that was if we got the numbers wrong up here in race control and put the 821 in there, and he goes into the Christmas tree, he's accepting that. Whatever it is, he's accepting it. So it's up to the driver to say, hey, that's wrong.
That's wrong, yeah. Oh, red light by Stevenson and a breakout, so automatic win to Sean Marr. He'll take that any way he can get it, but that's just the outcome. And Martin Stevenson will partake no longer in this meeting. Nathan Cowie in the Suzuki Mighty Boy, small block Chev 400, yes, 400 cubic inches in something like that. You know, like you could probably fit 400 feathers in it. But, you know, small block Chev 400 cubic inches, that's...
Do you know what the sad thing was with the Suzukis? I knew a couple of friends that had them. They were still charged as a commercial ute.
Yeah.
You can fit like half a wheelbarrow of something in the back of them if you're lucky, and they were still registered as a commercial vehicle. So, just one of those things. But this one, not carrying much in the back, other than a big set of tyres. And he's going to get the win because, unfortunately, Brendan Costello has left the red light on the start line. Cowie will take the win with a 941 with a 5, 136 mile an hour charge. Yep. He's going to move into round number 2 of Super Sedan, and we're going to see him back on the start line very shortly.
Yeah, well, I see Dad there, Chris Costello down there, just walking back towards the tunnel. He's not racing today, but young Brendan is, so well, at least we have one of them here. But he put up a good show in qualifying. Joe Zammit dialed into the 10.18. He's out to test it, I guess. 10.25 on a 10.18 at 130. Oh, gee, Rob Cardham.
Yeah, very strong burnout there for Rob in that green XE Falcon. Dialed in with an 8.92. He was our number 1 qualifier, went 8.88 with a 7. He could do whatever he likes. He could go in, take the green, and then roll back out. He still gets the win. But this basically is another qualifying run for him. Conditions changing a little bit as the afternoon warms up a little bit. So 8.97 with a 3 on it is 8.92. He could either leave the dial in or he could probably adjust it just ever so slightly for round number 2.
Yes, well, that, might take this opportunity to, we don't have anything lined up.
We've got Western Weekender is the next, Junior Dragster for Western Weekender is the next category out here for their round number 2. They are accumulating in the staging lanes. So I think we might just throw up to our big screen for a couple of short words from our sponsors, and we'll be back with you as soon as those guys and girls are ready to race. So we shouldn't be down for too long. We'll be back with you very shortly.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Introducing the brand new aeroflowperformance.com. Featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
All right, round number 2 of the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters about to unfold in front of us. We've got Zach Grafalo and Joshua Burtonshaw about to do battle. Burtonshaw is our current points leader in the championship. He's on 320 points.
Geez, come a long way, that young
He
Josh
has.
Burtonshaw.
He's been around a little while.
Yeah,
but yeah, no, he's
I can
getting
remember
better all the time.
Yeah. He was, he was dawdling down in C Junior Dragster, just getting a handle on the machine, and like it's in his chosen, hobby or sport. And we're sure at this point in time, we're sure glad he did. But he was, he was. Left at the hands of defeat, but gee, he's sort of just risen up there, and look at him now, he's dialed in with an 803. That shows a lot of confidence. Zach Grafalo, similar sort of situation. Dialed in here in the Aeroflow lane, 813. He'll get the handicap start. Young Joshua Burtonshaw. Oh, red light, no, boy. Zach
Well, I'll tell you what, Burtonshaw's dropped the red there too, so there was not much in that in reality between the two, because there's only a 10th difference in the dial-in. So Burtonshaw went 017 red, but Rafalo, he had to leave the start line first by 10th, and he left 032 before that. So
yes.
Rafalo, unfortunately, redlining himself out of competition. Burtonshaw will get the round win points, and he'll move on to round number 3.
Yep.
Next up, we're going to have Archie Boscovich in the Serbeck Constructions Junior Dragster, dialed in with an 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. 860. Archie doing battle this time around with Max Perry. Perry from North Narrabeen. I tell you what, it would be absolutely glorious down in the northern beaches right now.
Wouldn't
Probably
it ever?
a little bit of an onshore breeze, I reckon. But,
Yeah.
But I reckon it'd be pretty fabulous. Dialed in with an 8.19, so he will have to chase by near enough to 0.4 of a second. One light on the Christmas tree.
Yep, that'll be it. Blink of an eyelash. Eyelid.
Yeah, Perry, probably a little bit more experienced in the junior than Archie, but that's okay. Doesn't mean that Archie's going to be
Well, he gets
less
the
likely to win.
Yeah. Well, he gets the handicap start. If he cuts a good light, well,
some
gee
issues
whiz,
for Max
solo.
Perry. Not sure what's happened. That's the second time today that car's been pushed back, unfortunately, for Max. And Archie's going to take the win. Tested the dial in. He got 0.48 on the tree, so nice reaction time. And went 8.59 with an 8 on his 8.60.
Yeah,
so,
two 1,000ths off.
So unfortunately there for Max, he's been pushed back. He was fifth in our championship chase at the moment.
Yeah, Zane Condello now. In the Rocket Lane, he's dialed in at 8.22 up against Tom Baker. Tom Baker in the Aero Flow lane, dialed in 8.05. 8.05 is pretty quick, so he'll have to sit and wait while Zane Condello, his opponent in the adjacent lane, in the Rocket Lane, gets the handicap start. So an 8.05 up against an 8.22. So Condello, watch for Zane over there in the Rocket Lane, get the handicap start. Tom Baker to do the chasing. This is our number 11 qualifier in Baker, up against number 15 of Zane Condello. So all fired up now for this elimination round of junior drags that we're running here today. And the speed Adict.
Oh, there's 1,000ths in the reaction times, Les. Baker with the advantage. Anybody's race at the finish line. Oh, Baker goes 5,000ths too fast on the dial-in, handing the win to Zane Condello. Baker got there by over 1/10 of a second, so he was a lot closer to the dial-in. Not that Condello was far away from it either.
No, look at the difference. It's, like 8 flat.
Yep, on an 8.005.
8.005, wow. Alex Ruffalo. We had the McCaskill show earlier on, and now we've got the two Ruffalos. Alex Ruffalo in this one, in the Rocket Lane. He's dialed in with an 8.08, and Chloe Rako with an 8.05. Nothing, between these. 0.03 of a second. Hardly noticeable to the naked eye. It will be a heads-up race to the naked eye. But, as I said, that's what we got the computer for. That's why that's its job. Well, something sounds off.
Yeah, it's the car following the idle is up a fair way on it, but 0.99 to an 0.89, so not much in these two reaction times either. 10,000th of a second advantage going to Ruffalo in the Aeroflow lane. He didn't get there. Reiko closer to the dial-in, 8.05 with a 6. He was only 6,000ths over the dial-in. So Chloe's going to move into round number 3.
3, yeah.
3 of Western Weekender Junior Dragster. Johnny Lucy's going to get the solo here, dialing with a 12.19.
Yep.
Yeah, just when they fired the car up, the idle seemed a little bit high. That's what we could hear on the track mic.
Oh, rightio. That's funny watching the pit chief there, Johnny Lucci, Dad Lucci there is stopping and starting and stopping and starting. But the young fella in the C Junior Dragster gets it. He's there by himself, so he'll just concentrate.
Yeah, it goes 0.74 red on the tree there. Doesn't matter. He's already got the win light.
Yep.
Gets the opportunity to test the dial in, looking for a 12.19. Let's see what he can do at the finish line. 12.21 with the 4.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Not too bad at all.
No, for a C Junior Drags, I've never heard of him before, and yeah, I'm sure that if the last meeting was cancelled, it would have been the meeting before that, and maybe a couple of months before that. So I haven't. He's doing pretty good. He's just the same as young Josh Burtonshaw. I used to sit down here and watch him as he, was running a C Junior Dragster, and it was, like all the other cars were going, the other machines were going past and stuff like that. And I thought, oh, gee, it's a bit disheartening for someone like that. But
well,
look at him.
We all start somewhere, Les.
We do, and you're a prime example. Oh, who's that?
Problem is I stopped, Ellie. I didn't continue on, but
didn't you?
That might change. But anyway, we'll see how we go. That's the second round of the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters finished here for this afternoon. They're running over five rounds of racing here today.
Yeah.
So we've got a couple more rounds of the juniors left for this afternoon. Looks like our next category out, Les, will be the Go Logistics Super Street is the next one on the category.
Oh, okay. That's this lane here.
So we can see them on our staging lane camera.
Yeah, that's a good idea, isn't it?
Yeah.
Having the camera at the other side of the building so we can see and we can be up to date. We'll inform all the spectators and everybody else that is interested in drag racing here at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah, of course, following the Go Logistics Super Street, we'll have Street Fighter, which of course is the entry level.
Yep.
For I'll say the adults, if I could say that, where juniors is entry level for kids,
yeah.
8 to 17.
Yes.
Street Fighter would be the entry level for adults. If you want to run your everyday race car, everyday road car,
yeah.
Some treat it like race, especially around Sydney streets. But if you want to race your everyday road car with a dial in, where reaction times matter, all that sort of stuff, you can test your racecraft in Street Fighter. And of course, if you don't like cars as much as you like bikes, we have a category for you too, Street Bike. So again,
yes.
that category is geared towards road-ridden motorcycles that come out. You learn some racecraft with the dial-ins and the reaction times and all that sort of thing. Race with the handicap and test your race skill out.
Yep.
It's a good start. And then from there, if you like what you're doing and you want to go a little bit quicker, you move up into Super Street, then Super Sedan, so on and so forth.
Yes, that's how it usually works. There are some races that are sort of like gifted, if you like, and it's just like bright kids. They might skip a couple of classes or, move up to 1 year ahead and, say from 3rd to 4th class. And it's the same. But look, no one ever knows. You don't know what you really don't know.
Yeah, until you try.
Yeah, so, the thing is to get out there. If you've got an urge, and I always say to people, just go with your gut instinct, or your first instinct, whether it be, no, I don't want to do it, or, yes, I'd like to have a go. Well, if you'd like to have a go, there's you've got the best facility, one of the best facilities, if not the best in the world, located in a great city and in a great part of Sydney as well. Gee, it's a pretty good attraction to have a go. But I'd encourage people, just what Steve was saying, and just expand on it. It's not hard, and you'll be impressed, and I think you'll find it sort of exhilarating if you've never tried anything like this before. It's not like starting if you want to sort of like dive into a swimming pool. Well, yes, it might be for people that want to dive into a swimming pool, but if you want to go racing or try it, have a go. What have you got to lose?
I think the beauty of classes like Street Fighter, you don't need a specialised vehicle to give it a go. You can come out in your road car, and if you don't like it, you don't like it. If you enjoy it, come back. But if you want to run other forms of motorsport, say circuit racing competitively or even speedway or whatnot, you actually need a specialised vehicle to go and do it. There isn't a category where you can run your road car around the speedway.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. There isn't, and even if you want to go circuit racing, well,
there's track days and stuff, but they're not competitive style of racing.
No,
you know, I mean, I'll compare them to our Race for Real Wednesday nights, where you just come out, run the best time you can, you challenge yourself on the reaction time if we've got enough entries, and if you're lucky, you might win a little bit of a cash incentive if you're in the top 3 for the reaction times. However, there's no winner, no loser as such. It's purely just racing the clock. So, without further ado, let's get underway with the next round of Go Logistics Super Street. We've got Philip Armstrong in the early model Holden Commodore taking on Adam Bowers in the VT, and Armstrong will take the win, 11.42 with a 5 on his 11.17. He's going to move into round number 2. Had the better reaction time, but also got there by over a 10th difference in his crossing the finish line first.
Finish line, yeah. Well, Adam Bowers, well, it looks like he's he's that get out of jail guard free. He's used it up now, and his opponent won on this occasion. So we did see in the previous round him scarpering off, hugging the wall there.
Yes, yeah. And we're going to move into the next pair. We've got Dennis Matisic dialed in with a 10.15 in the Chevy Camaro. Anthony Gadolari in the Holden Ute dialed in with a 10.80. Not too much in the reaction time. The Utes with the smallest of advantages, and he's going to convert it to a win. Goes 10.81 with a 1 on a 10.80 dial in. So nice pass there for Anthony Gadolari.
Yep.
And the Camaro, unfortunately, on the trailer for the afternoon.
Yes, Gadolari there, an 0.85 reaction time up against his opposition. I think it was an 0.93. So just had that little the spare joker up his sleeve, and it came in handy at the top end. So the Gadolari car will be in the next round of competition. Henry Spickak now in the Holden Commodore Ute, the 6.3 litre. That's the car in the rocket lane, and up against the evergreen David McGlynn from Morisset, New South Wales, and a nice part of New South Wales too up there at Lake Macquarie. And Henry there is dialed in at 12.05, Dave McGlynn at 10.63. So the Holden Commodore Ute, the 6.3 litre Ute, will get the handicap start. Henry, I've said that a lot.
That's a big red light though, Les. 214 is a pretty big red light. I think Henry's foot might have slipped off the clutch there, or a bit of a brain fade, I'm not sure, but results the same. Dave McLean will move on to the next round in that Holden Monaro. We'll see him back for round number 3.
3, yep.
Next up, we'll have Craig Warren in the white Holden Tirana, our number 1 qualified, dialed in with a 10.20. He's going to take on Mark Hocking in the Holden Tirana. Hocking running for Hurricane Metal Roofing. Arthur Johnson Engineering. A whole heap of sponsors on board for him. I think we might be seeing him back the next round. He's got an 0.57 on the tree compared to Warren's 1.20. But I think Warren drove back around him. Yes, he did. He went 10.25 with a 6 at 1.25. Warren's going to move into the next round. I'm not sure what happened there with Hocking.
No.
He was out in front, but I think something just went away, I think.
Strange, sure. Chris Zammett now in the Rocket Lane in the Holden VT, running a Chevy 350, dialed in 12.20. Greg Robbins in the Aeroflow Lane, dialed in with 11 flat. So 11 flat is a lot quicker than a 12.20. Zammett there. Gee, every time it's my turn to commentate, someone gets a red light. Greg Robbins into the next round. Chris Zammett, an 0.27 red light, unfortunately for him. Greg Robbins, fortunately for him that Zammett first was worst. He runs a 10.97 on a 11.00. So he's just a bit short there as well. So he'll have to fiddle around with his dialing. And next pair out in Street Fighter is Grant Law and Danny Stadelmeyer. Stadelmeyer there. Oh, gee, well, he's got a handicap start advantage. He's got that little Honda Jazz. Oh, Grant Law there. Can he maintain his lead. Stadelmeyer comes through and runs a 16.84 on a 16.75 for the win. And Grant Law on his 20.50 runs a 20.52, but his reaction time was NBG. Benny Roberts now in the Ford XR8 Falcon over there in the Rocket Lane, dialed in 14.70 against Nick Bennett. Nick Bennett dialed in a 13.50, runs a 13.50, runs a 13.62 and gets there first. So he's into the next round of competition. Now we've got Scott Goodison from Taree in the Mitsubishi Legnum 2.5 litre V6 twin turbo all-wheel drive machine. That's Scott in the Rocket Lane, dialed in with a 16.15. Wayne Smith in the Club Sport, he's dialed in at 13.40. Oh, he does take the win too, and he got to the line first. Wayne Smith, he runs a 13.43 on a 14.30 for the win. Don Zammit. They're pretty quick station wagon. I like the station wagons. It's sponsored by DHL. And Brett O'Connor in that big pickup. He usually runs a 454 Camaro, but I understand that he's performing some work on it, so he's decided to run the street hack. And what a hack it is. A 13.07 for Zammit on a 13.05 and an 0.95 reaction time, getting there first for the win, Don Zammit. Brett O'Connor, and I think he's here to keep up his racing prowess, and it's more or less like a bit of a test and tune for him as a driver. Glenn Garlick in the Holden Commodore. 3.8 litre in the Rocket Lane. The white car there up against Darren Moody. Garlick dialed in at 13 flat. Darren Moody dialed in at 13.63. It's a race towards the top end now. These guys are neck and neck. Double breakout, but the win going to Moody. He broke out by the lesser amount. Darren Moody over in the Aeroflow lane. He gets the win. He'll be into the next round. He'll be pretty pleased about that. Here's Lockie McCaskill. His two sisters are running 6s and 7s around him. He's in Street Fighter here, but he's still having a go. Mac 1 Welding on board for sponsorship. He's probably got an apprenticeship with him. And Lockie McCaskill, a 15.35 against a 13.08 for Stevenson. Can he get there first? He should. Yes, McCaskill does get the win. Alan Stevenson, a 0.137 reaction time, but a breakout, a 13.008 on a 13.080. So McCaskill on his 15.35 runs a 15.40 at something with an 8 miles per hour. Okay. Now, coming around to, what have we got here, Steve?
Modified bike.
Modified
bike. bikereview.com.au. First round, second round of racing. We've got Michael Borg taking on Bobby Joe Simmons. Simmons gets there first but breaks out. A 9.53 with a 6 on a 9.60. Heading the win back to Michael Borg. Next up, we'll see Peter Strudwick on the Harley V-Rod. Dialed in with a 9.64. He's in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on Lorenzo Capogna. Capogna on the also on the V-Rod. He's dialed in with a 9.00.
Yeah, Lorenzo there in the Rocket Lane. Very seasoned campaigner. And he's at it again, folks. An 0.18 reaction time. He's got time to look over his shoulder, see where his opponent is. But he wins anyway. A 9.12 on a 9 flat at 128. And for Strudwick on his 9.64 runs a 9.90. It's 3/10 over.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
Something going away on that motorcycle there, I think. Yep. For Strudwick to be that far away, normally he's very close to the dial-ins and whatnot. Ron Adams in the Aeroflow lane now taking on Santina Keith. Adams dialed in with a 9.46 on the Harley Davidson Destroyer. Santina Keith on the Royal Enfield. Keith has over a 10th.5 up his sleeve. 0.95 was her reaction time. I'm not sure if Ronnie Adams is going to get around her at the bottom end. No, he got there first, but got pushed to the breakout, Les. 9.35 with an 8 on a 9.46. Santina Keith on to the next round.
Yes.
Yeah, so there we go. Royal Enfield into the next round, Les.
Well, look at that. See, surprise, surprise, surprise. Place is full of surprises. You can't have someone with have a reaction time of a 0.395 against someone that's had a reaction time of 0.73. So you're struggling all the time, and it's no more evidence there than you run just too hard, and it just broke out and handed the win to the opposition. That's exactly what happened there. Sean Ricketts for a solo run here on a modified bike, dialed in with a 9.36, a reaction time of 0.49. He'll get a chance to, he runs a 9.29 on a 9.36. Oh, that's a pretty stout difference there.
Yeah, if you want to adjust that dial in for the next round of racing.
Yeah, you better do something with that 9.2 and 9.3. Joseph Corey in the Harley Davidson V-Rod Destroyer, 1430 cc's. That's young Joseph in the Rocket Lane, and this is extreme bike, so it's heads up, no dial-ins. It's just who's the quickest of the two.
Curry with the better reaction time, 0.56, but Newman with a vast performance advantage here, I think, is going to take the win straight down the centre of the aeroflow lane. 8.84 with an 8, 1.53 mile an hour to a 9.68 with a 2 at 1.30 for Joseph Curry.
Yeah, Joe Curry there, just 3/4 of a second behind, but you can see the distance on track, and it always looks a lot greater than that. But we're talking in seconds, and then tenths, and then hundredths and thousands, and then tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands. So it's a pretty competitive sport. Brendan Miglianico over in the Rocket Lane up against Diane Azzopardi. Whoa, what happened there? Something.
I don't know. The bike for Miglianico just turned.
Heavens to Murgatroyd, exit stage right.
Over to the right. Something breaking away, I think. But
oh yeah, because the track walker ran all the way over here to pick whatever up came off. Wow.
Meanwhile, Diana Azzopardi takes the win, 9.24 with a 0.
Oh, right, 9.24.
Can we see what Brendan might be looking at there, Ben? Is that possible? Have a look at what Brendan might be looking at on that bike as he sits there.
Still got a couple of joggers there, so
the bike seemed very loose off the start line, which
I was going to say, did it throw a chain?
There we go. So if we look up on the big screen, we can see that Ben's been able to zoom in on the bike. Looks like it's thrown the chain. Does the wheel look like it's sitting in the right position too?
Well, they got the that's a bloke's leg. I thought they'd laid the bike over, try and hook the chain back up. Put it on the sprocket, but it wasn't. All right, ladies and gentlemen, not quite sure what happened to the motorcycle there. Tristan Anderson in the rocket lane dialed in at 13.98. He's out in front, but here comes Stefan Stavala. Oh, Stefan Stavala had a .139 reaction time, but Tristan Anderson had a .217. That's why he was able to round him up. He had a bit of time up his sleeve. So that's just how the Mercedes-Benz every so often. Phil Gardner from Kugong in the family Yamaha XR 900. Dialed in with a 1220. Angela Hunt from Pittown in the Suzuki GSXR 1000 over there in the Aeroflow lane with a dial in of a 1080. She'll have to do the chasing. I think she might. Oh, tell Phil Gardner's a .206 had the start line advantage. Yes, he does take it through for the win there. He had a .206 reaction time, runs at 12.43 on a 12.20 at 116. And for Angela on her 1080, runs at 10.89 at 136, but had a .372 reaction time. So had a lot of work to do. Nathan Cowie from Seven Hills in the Suzuki Mighty Boy, small block Chev 400. Jim Denaro from Engadine in New South Wales in that little Ford Cortina. Now Cowie's dialed in with a 920, which is quicker than Jim Denaro's 945. So the more computers than the space shuttle car over in the Aeroflow lane with the dial in of a 945 will get the handicap start. He usually cuts a pretty good light though, Jim Denaro. And he's done so again on this occasion. He's had an 040, does get the win, runs a 948 on a 945 and a 040 reaction time. Jim Denaro, very, very seasoned campaigner. AW. Yeah, Tony Wadley there with the tow vehicle and assistant to Dave Gruber. Helps him out as on the with getting the car down here, maintaining it. Oh, Dave Gruber into the next round. Dashing Dave. On his 922, Pat Furiolo, a 005 red automatic win. Dave Gruber runs a 921 with a 7, a breakout. But hey, this is first is worst. So Dave Gruber there, 9. Well, he ran a 920 with a 6. 921. I'm sure that was a 921. Anyway, 921. All right, that down. Joe Zammit and Sean Maher. Sean Maher in that little HB Tirana over there in the Aeroflow lane. St Mary's Engines, sponsored by St Mary's Engines, helping Sean get through his racing career. Our number 5 qualifier up against Joe Zammit. Joe Zammit in the rocket lane has dialed in with a 10.22. And is our number 19 qualifier. Sean Maher is our number 5 qualifier. Oh, Sean Maher's got his hands full here, folks. He's got his hands full here. Joe Zammit could cause an upset. Joe Zammit breaks out. Runs a 10.20 on a 10.22. Sean Maher on his 9.23 runs a 9.26 with an 0.22 reaction time.
Yeah, Zammit got their first 2, Les, but it's easy for us to say when we're looking at the numbers and we already know who the winner is.
Yeah, that's it. And we know the reaction times, the competitors don't.
Or do they?
Well, if they tune into the...
No, we don't have that anymore. I know you mentioned Garth Bell before. He used to, when we used to race across the road, they had a radio station. He used to have a road car that had a radio in it. So he would tune to the radio and listen to, to his competitor,
Yeah, right, okay.
Smart.
smart.
Yeah, well, and he's just the kind of guy that, I'm not surprised. Not surprised. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but I'm just not surprised.
It's just using what's available to you.
Yeah.
So, Colombo out in front at the moment. That's a better reaction time. Gets there. No, he didn't get there first. Cardham got around him, but he went too fast, Les.
Yeah, in getting there first, he went too fast.
0.006 of a second too fast.
Yeah, there we go. 6,000. That's all it takes, folks. Just 1,000. Or 650, like 43 10,000ths of a second. That was the recently departed and slipped into retirement. Rob Oberg. If you're listening, Rob.
Axiak with the wheels up, very aggressive launch and gear change, but the Mazda left too soon. Frank de Grazia moving into the next round.
He'll be pleased about that. He's been going hard all day, Frank de Grazia. He's 882 and runs a 10.06 because the lights flashed in his lane. He didn't have to bust a gut, so to speak. Break a leg. Now this is this a repeat of an earlier tussle, or was it the other McCaskill? This is the question.
It must be, Les, because there's only those two cars here. There's no other modified cars. Oh no, there's one. I can see the front end of Craig Davies' car, but there's no other modified cars that I can see.
Yeah, well, she did bear out.
I mean, Timmy Hot Rod Supplies is next on the list, but...
Yeah, but I've been told that Timmy's...
All right, so Daniel McCaskill doing battle with George Bukareshvili. See how much easier it is when you know how to say it.
Isn't it? Yeah.
That rolls off the tongue.
Right.
Right, so 723 the dial in for McCaskill in the rear engine dragster. Bukareshvili in the front engine dragster, 786. He will leave the start line first. 039, he's got 2/10 something speed. I think Bukareshvili we will see in the next round. If we don't, something drastic has gone wrong.
Yeah.
There we go, 792 with a 3 on a 786.
Oh, look at that. She ran a 723 on a 723. She ran a 723 with a 4.41 over, but the reaction time was...
Yep. So Bukareshvili have still got there by nearly a 1/10.5.
Yeah.
Just goes to show how important the reaction time is.
Yeah.
When you're doing dial your own racing.
Yeah, consistency and good reaction times do generally win drag races.
Well, they certainly help.
Yeah.
All right, Sean Leifting in the Hemi-powered T-bucket. 467 cubes of Hemi, supercharged Hemi. Doing pretty well in modified Eliminator here. Dialed in with a 656. He's going to be doing battle with Craig Davies in the front engine dragster, who's dialed in with an 827.
Gee whiz, 656 and 827. Craig Davies will hear this thunderous roar come from behind. Whether he passes him or not is up to the driver. Oh. We must be getting up to the semi soon.
Well, 2 of 4, but the thing is so far... Not
Some
sure.
of the
I couldn't see. Oh no, we've got Lee Harder-Law down there.
Oh,
so
yeah,
that's I can't see below me whether there's another car waiting beside him. Doesn't look like it. So we've got 5 cars left in modified Eliminator.
Yeah.
All right, this will be
a pretty tricky battle. I think Leifting's going to have a little bit of a challenge on his hands. He's a very accomplished driver, but there's just so many more things that he has to stay on top of with the blown motor. Davies away with an 0.17 reaction time. Leifting's a 10.5 behind. Here he comes, dead straight out of the hole. I don't think he's going to get that Dragster. No. He got there. No, he didn't. He went too fast. 6.51 with a 1 on the 6.56. Davies gets there first, takes the win. Fair and square. 8.31 with a 3 on an 8.27.
On an 8.27 and an 0.17 reaction time as compared to a 0.181.
Yep, so there was 40 mile an hour difference in between those two cars.
Yeah.
So
well,
what's that, 60?
40?
65, nearly 70 k's an hour.
Oh, well, 50 miles an hour is 80 k's, so what'd you say, yep. 47? It'd be 76.
It was 40 mile an hour, so yes.
Oh,
40
about
miles
70
an hour, 70 kilometres an hour difference. Just it's a fair difference.
Well, too right.
All right, next car on the start line will be Lee Hartle-Law.
Dialed in with an 802 and a 003 light. Well, he's won the race anyway, and for a solo, he didn't. It's just a bonus, a 003, but he should be really happy with that run. 694 to the 1,000 foot and an 806 on an 802. Chris Corbin, I see down there, so we must be running top sportsman.
Correct.
And Stephen, S-T-E-P-H-E-N. I always thought that was Stefan Mikulev. But anyway, Stephen Mikulev.
That's how I spell my name.
Yeah, that's how it's spelled there. And the Holden Malou up against Chris Corbin. Chris Corbin gets over to the centre line again. Not much difference in the reaction time. It looks like Mikulev. Oh, he's gone an 8.56 on an 8.60, handing the run to the win to Chris Corbin over there in the rocket lane. He runs a 9.40. No, yeah, Dave Whitmore there ran a 9.40 on a 9.37. Dave Whitmore dialed in 8.08. That's the guy that's created most of the smoke here, the young Joe Gattalari from Cecil Hills in the VL Commodore with 555 cubes. He's responsible for a bit of smoke as well. Dave Whitmore, 8.08. Joe Gattalari, 8.53. 8.53 is slower than 8.08. So Dave Whitmore will have to do the chasing here in this little, he's asking a lot of that little small block Chev 400. It's TSAA, which probably means he's got nitrous or something on there. Joe Gattalari, Chevy. Oh, he's got big cubes. Gattalari's 0.17, so he's got a pretty good start line advantage there. He should take the win. He runs an 8.54 and an 8.53 at 159. Dave Whitmore, an 8.18 on an 8.08. And his reaction time was a 0.75. So there was the start line advantage showing through. We've got Paul Partridge now in that little SVO Mustang fastback. Dialed in 7.88 against Alan Vella, who's dialed in at an 8.45. Something happened to the Vella car. Partridge just backing off there as well. Runs an 8.06 on a 7.88. You can see that Alan Vella was not making much progress. Oh, gee, look at this. Thomas Leake. Leakey. Oh, well, that's his dad, Bruce. Runs in Pro Stock. Thomas Leake, and then there's Mark Leake. He races that really neat gunmetal grey Tirana. Goes like stink too. Joe Sorbello, talking about a bloke going really fast, goes like stink, is Joe Sorbello. And I think he still holds the record for the number of passes down a drag strip anywhere in the world. Joe Sorbello, I think he's put over 3,500 runs. Well, that was before COVID. So he's made a lot of trips up and down here. Joe Sorbello, that's Joe in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in 870 up against Thomas Luke. Thomas Luke 787. Joe has to be very, very quick here. 019 to an 096. He might have Thomas Luke here. He might have put Thomas Luke on the rack. No, Thomas Luke drove around him, runs a 788 on a 787 at 164. Joe Sorbello on his 870 runs an 886. Well, there's a bit of a loss in power there somewhere. And at 157.01, Thomas Luke into the next round. Joe Sorbello, one of the most consistent and persistent races that has ever graced the track here at Sydney Dragway. And Thomas Leake there, the young fella from Gugong. His dad, yes, it is his dad and his brother that also run in drag racing as well. So he's carrying on the tradition. I think he's. I'm not quite sure if he's the oldest or the youngest, but anyway, they're great races. All three of them. Thomas Leake into the next round. Oh, a 0.96 reaction time. He won't be happy with that, I know, but that's just the way it goes. We've only got 2 cars down here in the staging lanes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, just while we wait for the next lot of cars to come around, which should be the next round of Super Gas and then Go Logistics Super Street, we'll just throw to our big screen for a couple of words from our sponsors, and we'll be back with you very shortly here at Sydney Dragway. You're watching or listening to the 7th round of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. New South Wales Drag Racing Championship Series here at Sydney Dragway. We'll be back with you very shortly.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
We have these things pegged at 9,000 RPM for up to 50 laps, copping mud and debris.
As the crew chief, it's my job to make sure my wife Michelle has the safest and fastest car possible.
My customers want race car performance with show car looks.
From skiing to ocean racing, we run for over an hour at full noise. Quality and reliability is everything.
Doesn't matter what you drive, rotor, import, street race.
These aren't your standard performance parts. Designed here in Australia, we've been involved in testing since the beginning.
The range started with a few hundred parts and has progressed to well over 10,000.
We need something that'll perform and outlast the competition.
That's why I use the best performance parts on the market.
That's why I use Aeroflow.
That's why we use Aeroflow.
Aeroflow's got something for you.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Okie dokie, hokey pokey, still in the super street category we're running. Craig Warren over there in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in 1020. 1020 up against Greg Robbins, who's dialed in at 11 flat. And Craig Warren in that cranky little Tirana. And a red light from Craig Warren. He'll be really, he's probably giving himself uppercuts there. And Greg Robbins there at automatic win. Runs a 14.45 at 11 flat, but he can see now that all these his opponent's efforts are to no avail. And now we'll have Anthony Gattalari running Super Street in that Chevy 454. Geez, in that ute. That Holden HQ ute. He's had that ever since he came to the track here. He's had that 454 in there, and it runs as regular as clockwork. Sure, did I say that about it? Yeah. And he dialed in at 1080. This is a test for the dial-in. He's cut a 052 light. 1080 runs a 1083 on a 1080. That's pretty close. It's pretty close. Oh, perch of nitrous from Dave McGlynn. Like that car down there. He's Dave McGlynn is one of those mature citizens, and he's not. I thought he was a young sort of like rebel rouser, but he ain't. Just a unforeseen observation, prediction, observation, statement. And it turned out to be all wrong. Dave McGlynn now is dialed in with a 1063 over there in the Aeroflow lane up against Phil Armstrong. Armstrong dialed in with 1116. Dave McGlynn has the handicapped advantage at the start line. Philip Armstrong ran 11:16, but Dave McGlynn did get there first.
18 thousandths of a second across the finish line there, Les.
Yes, and he had no 44 reaction time on his 1063. He ran at 1065 with a 4 at 121, and for Phil Armstrong on his 11:17 run an 11:16.3. So the win, Dave McGlynn won without Phil Armstrong breaking out, because Dave McGlynn got there first anyway. Correct. So that was all sorted out, but we don't have anything in the SLs, staging lanes. It must be getting around. Oh, well, good. Everything's running nice and smooth here, except for the unfortunate incident involving Bruce Ritchie earlier on.
Did you just jinx us?
No. There's... I can say that four-letter word rain,
no,
and there's no rain around.
You missed the confidence right now. Next thing, there's a storm front that blows over just here.
Yeah, no. Captain confidence, thank you. Yeah, playing with fire. Who's Stewie? Yeah. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Racers, staff, fans, everybody that's here. We're just about to get into, we're coming to the pointy end of the program. And now we've got, it looks like Chloe Arako. And she will be in the Aeroflow lane up against Archie Boscovich in the rocket lane. So we've got Chloe Rako's dialed in with an 8:05 and Archie Boscovich is dialed in with an 8:59. So Archie's just a tad slower there because he's running a B junior dragster. He can only go so fast. So he's dialed in with an 8:59, which is 9 hundredths faster than what he is allowed to go in that class. Chloe Rako can dip. Anybody can dial in at 790, but it doesn't leave you much of a margin for error should you go under 790. But anyway, Archie Boscovich is dialed in with an 8:59, Chloe Rako an 8:05. So 8:59, and Archie being a B junior dragster, he's dialed in with an 8:59 because he can't go any quicker than 8:40. Oh, Chloe Rako over there, an 0:38 reaction time. She'll probably get the win here. She does. She runs an 8:09 on an 8:05 at 79.52 miles an hour. Archie Boscovich on his 8:59 runs an 8:67 at 75.20 miles per hour. Now we've got Zane Condello. Now this, that would appear, it appears here that there's no other racer alongside, that this is the semi-final. So if it is the semi-final, we have Chloe Rako in as one combatant and Zane Condello. Now Zane's got a bye run here. Can't do anything wrong really to disqualify himself unless he hits the wall or crosses the centre line. So let's take it that he's going to go gun barrel straight, and he'll test his dialing. Run 790. Gee, can't dial any better than that. No, there's a couple of more. So this is not the semi-final. So there's two more, so there must be five. So Zane Condello on his 790 runs a 790 with a 10. Johnny Lucci and Josh Burtonshaw. Johnny Lucci, there's dialed in at 12 seconds flat in his C Junior dragster. And Josh Burtonshaw has dialed in with an 8:08. This is C Junior dragster up against an A Junior dragster. Now, Johnny Lucci's been pretty, he's pedaling through, and he's got to this stage, which is pretty good for a junior, for a C Junior dragster. So he gets 12 seconds he's dialed in at, and Josh Burtonshaw's dialed in with an 8:08. So for nearly 4 seconds, Josh Burtonshaw has to have a look at the back of Johnny Lucci's race car. .109. Oh, gee, see, now.
Burtonshaw with a bit of work to do. He's got a 10th to make up. I don't think he's going to do it, Les.
No. Oh,
he got it. He got it.
Double
Both cars went too fast, Les. A double breakout. 12:05 with a 7 for Johnny Lucci there on a 12:20. Burtonshaw went 8:04 with a 3 on his 8:08. He'll take the win.
Oh, yeah, it's a 12:05 on a 12:20 and at 8:08. Lucky he snuck that 8 in, you know.
Yeah, margin of victory is a little bit more than what we think. It's a bit over a 1/10 of a second. So Burtonshaw chased him down, probably pushed him to a breakout, but I think that's one of the things. Just because you don't cross the finish line first doesn't mean that you don't have a chance of winning. There is a tactic there where you can potentially push your opponent to stay in the throttle.
Right. Yes.
And with 30 mile an hour difference in closing speed, or near enough to, that's 50 k's an hour. That's a lot. Fair difference.
Yeah, that's
so. Coming from a racer that used to race a slightly slower car than most other people, it's very difficult to pick that closing gap at the finish line when there is such a big speed difference.
Yeah, you always wish that the racing distance can be increased to suit you.
Yeah.
But it doesn't happen. It's like a mate of mine carries around all these old lotto tickets with a result on it, just in case someone invents a time machine.
Oh, really?
He's my age.
Wow. Okay. You're going to do, who was that? Biff out of Back to the Future. The Sports Almanac or whatever it was called. Yeah, okay. I think he's I think your friend's taking that to the next level. But okay.
Yeah.
Each to their own.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. That's how I found out his wallet was really thick, and I said, "Oh, gee, you got a lot of money there, Ken." And he said, "No, it's not money. It's lotto tickets with a result on them."
Well, it is money because it's money he spent to buy the tickets.
Sorry, that's right. He's got lotto tickets to show for it.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. But so that was the quarterfinal. Now the semi-final is
the next round. Yes,
the next round will be the semi-final. And we've got, what have we got here? We've got
Street Fighter and Super Sedan is not there, but we've got Street Fighter.
Oh, that's a tow car.
Oh,
no, Super
Sedan. Behind the tow car. My bad.
Yeah, that's right. Dave Gruber's there. Dave Gruber's there.
Yeah, Dave Gruber, Lou Palumbo.
That's Lou?
Yep.
Yeah, Lou Palumbo.
And Frank de Gracias.
Yeah, he's in the Tirana.
Gennaro, I think, is up the back. I think.
Yep. Yeah, that's the
And
Tirana.
I don't know who's behind the blue car. Is that Sean Marr?
Yes, it was, because he did win. It might have been his opponent broke out or something. Oh, but he got there first anyway. There's Macca.
I want to know how far he travels in a day, Macca. Never stops.
Doesn't he? Virtually not. Yeah. No, it's straight.
He does have a push bike, but he's still. How much distance he travels, I'd like to see. All right, so it looks like Street Fighter will be our next category out, and we're into round number 2 of 4 for these races, and.
Yeah, well, there's 3 rounds to go there.
Lockie McCaskill's still there. We've got Danny Stadelmeyer still there.
And Zammit.
Zammit
station wagon. Don Zammit, is it?
Don Zammit, yes.
Yeah, Don Zammit in the station wagon. So, yeah, well there's 3 rounds there. In this particular time. So, and then we'll be around to Super Sedan, so they've got the same amount. 2, 4, 5. Okay, here we go. Nicholas Bennett from Mudgee in that little green Gemini, the Holden 202 power. Mudgee Carpet Court. There's Carpet Court and Carpet Call. Wayne Smith from Oakhurst in the Aeroflow lane in a HSV Club Sport, the red car there. It's been going really well. Dialed in at a 1330 and Nicholas Bennett a 1350. So
Nicholas in the 6th position in Street Fighter.
Wow.
Wayne Smith in 7th. So these two.
I think that little you and I is going to hold out till the end. Oh, no.
He got there first but went too fast.
Too fast. Oh, gee, broke out.
13:48 with a 4 on his 13:50, handing the win back to Wayne Smith in the club sport.
0.006 of a second too quick, but that's all it takes. Not much more.
Correct. Battle of the generations here. We've got Darren Moody in the later model Commodore Ute versus Youth and Exuberance in Lockie McCaskill in the VS Commodore. McCaskill slightly better on the reaction time, about 100th of a second.
Exactly 100th of a second. Oh, no.
Another one, another breakout. 15.31 with an 8 on a 15.37 for McCaskill. Got there first, but too quick, handing the win back to Darren Moody.
Oh, gee, yeah, he'll be a bit hard on himself, or a bit cranky with himself. Danny Stadelmeyer now dialed in with a 16.75 over there in the Aeroflow lane up against Don Zammit. Dialed in to 13.05, that little Honda Jazz. Oh, that's a nice growl. That ain't no V6 either.
No, I don't think so.
Don Zammit, you're telling porkies.
Yeah, I think he's selling porkies on his entry form.
Yeah,
I think he's going to come around that. He's on the brakes early.
Oh!
Stadelmeyer, another breakout. So that's three races and 3 breakouts. 16.72 with a 9 for Stadelmeyer. Too fast on his 16.75. Not too much in the reaction times, but we saw Zammit. He was on the picks right at the finish line, trying to wash up a little bit of speed. I think he played the game to push Stadelmeyer to a breakout there. Moving into Super Sedan now, we've got Dave Gruber and Lou Palumbo doing battle. There's a 10th of a second in the dial-ins.
Yeah, 1/10 of a second exactly.
Gruber will
So
have to wait.
Lou Palumbo will get the handicap start because he has the 9.30, which is slower than the 9.20 of Dave Gruber, but virtually it, to the naked eye, it'll look like a heads-up race, depending on reaction times. Oh!
7,000th head start going to Palumbo on the reaction time. I think Gruber's in front, and no, he wasn't. Palumbo went first. He broke out as well. 9.25 with a 2 on a 9.30.
Wow. So Gruber's the winner.
Yes.
Yeah. Wow. Now Frank de Grazia up against Sean Maher. Sean Maher dialed in 9.24 in the Aeroflow lane. And de Grazia in the Rocket lane dialed in with an 8.82. So 9.24 is slower than 8.82. So the earlier model Tirana gets the handicap start. De Grazia to do the chasing. Oh!
Maher with a small advantage on the start line. He has a lot of experience though. And I think he will take the win. Yes, 9.27 with a 9 on a 9.24 for Sean Maher. He's going to move into the next round. And de Grazia there, unfortunately, he's round number 7 of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series has come to an end.
Come to an end, yeah. Well, that's most unfortunate, but they're in a 2-horse race. There has to be a winner, even by a set of circumstances or just by sheer effort. And we see Jim Denaro dial into 9.45 on a solo. He'll be testing his dial in 9.48. He's run just a little bit over. There is a bit of wriggle room there for Jim Denaro, but I doubt if he'll change it. Jim Denaro 9.45 runs a 9.48 300ths. Yeah, I doubt if he'll change it. Oh, now we're into modified bikes, so we're getting to towards the end of the program. Angela Hunt is in the Rocket lane, Suzuki GSX R1000 1000cc, 1080 up against Stefan Stavala from Wetherill Park in the Harley-Davidson Night Rod, dialed in 1010. And Angela gets out with a .185. I don't think Stefan, he won't make up the difference, I don't think. I think Angela might be sort of opening up a bit of a gap, but double breakout. Angela Phipps runs a 1050 on a 1080. And Stefan Stavala was a lot less than that. So the win being handed over to Stefan Stavala in the Aeroflow lane by virtue of the fact that he broke out by the lesser amount. 3/10 for Angela. Oh, wow, she's really got that car honking. Tristan Anderson on the Royal Enfield, 13.99 up against Phil Gardner. Now, Tristan Anderson is going to had the start line advantage, double breakout, but he still wins. He runs a 391 on a 1391 on a 1399, and Gardner on his 1225 runs a 12.024. So Tristan there in that on that Royal Enfield is the winner, and he'll be into the next round. What have we got here?
We've got a run against. Well, it looks like Santina Keith had some issues. That's her racing day done. Michael Board's going to move into the next round of racing. I'm just going to say something. I'm going to throw something out there. We are seeing a bunch of breakouts here. I reckon the air must be pretty good.
Yeah. Well.
I know I'm just a humble commentator, but that's what I reckon.
Yeah.
We've seen a cluster of breakouts in the last couple of rounds.
Well, it's either it's either that or the races. It's just caught them off guard.
Yes. All right, on the start line now, I think that's Sean Ricketts in the Aeroflow lane taking on Lorenzo Capogna in the Rocket lane. Ricketts dialed in with a 9.30. Capogna with a 9.0. He will have to wait 3/10. There we go. 0.17 on the tree for Ricketts to an 0.09 for Capogna.
Oh, jeez. He's
Bring
good.
on the finish line. And it will be Sean Ricketts. Runs closer to the dialing. Got there by nearly 0.2 of a second. I don't know what happened there. Capogna running 9.25 with a 6 on his 9.0.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah.
Still had 10, 11 mile an hour on Ricketts at the other end. So, yeah, I'm not sure what's happened there.
Yeah, must have been something I'd perhaps gone sour with the bike. Oh, there's something wrong with the lights. Oh, this is going to... hope it doesn't cause too much consternation.
All right, what do we got now, Les?
Well, we've got Extreme Bike, which is sees us with Ben Newman and Diane as a party. They're pitted against each other, and I guess this is the last round for their pairings, and they'll have to pick two combatants for the final. Diane as a party and Ben Newman. Well, Benny might catch up here. Yeah, he does. He runs an 8.87 with a 9 at 152. This is heads-up racing here. And Diane runs a 9.119 at 148 miles an hour. Now, we've got Joe Curry, but I don't see Leonard. He hasn't featured in this last round, unless he's got that many points he doesn't need to.
Well, we saw, which round was it where he shifted and it didn't shift into gear? Was that the last time we saw him? Yes, it was, wasn't it? I'm wondering if there's been a mechanical issue.
With
I won't say failure because I don't know, but the fact that he's not here is pointing to a mechanical issue.
Yep. Well, it might be between...
Yeah, so Curry just rolling out of the throttle at 1,000 foot.
Yep.
Doesn't have to prove anything. He's not chasing a time for a dial-in. 10.98 with a 3 at only 89 mile an hour.
Yeah, well, he's that's way off his best time. But like you say there, just rolled out of it, backed out, and just rolled on through the lights there. And I guess it'll be out of Joseph, Curry, Dion as a party, and who was the other? Anyway, the other one that went down with.
We'll see what race control tell us, because they're the ones that make the decision.
Oh right, okay, yeah, they do. With the they've been telling him the points.
Correct.
So they'll do that. Oh, phew.
It's a bit late for us to worry about that now.
Yeah, flick pass straight over. There they go, against this one here.
All right, so we're not too far away. I think the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters are in the staging lanes suiting up. How many have we got there, Les?
1, 2, 3.
Okay, so this is their semi-finals.
Semi-final.
The sheet is telling me the truth.
Yep, good.
All right, I see...
double red lights, so they're getting the equipment out for the junior dragsters. There goes the lifter of the hay bale.
I think they're tyres.
Oh, are they?
I think,
right.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. What am I thinking, hay bales?
I don't know.
Well, it's been a splendid day. Oh, that sinister laugh in the background.
Yes, I know. It's because he's picking on you. All right, so don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, on the 4th and 5th of November, so only 3 weeks away, we will have the 400 Thunder East Coast Thunder event here at Sydney Dragway. It's going to be a fantastic event. If you like Nitro Funny Cars, if you like all of the professional series categories, I suggest that you get online, grab yourself a ticket. We're here Friday and Saturday. I believe it will be the all-run format for the professional series. So there is Nitro Funny Car. There was Top Bike, which of course is another form of Nitro. There is Pro Slammer, Pro Stock.
Pro Stock, yes.
And I think Pro Alcohol was there too.
Alcohol,
so quite a good spread of cars, plus all of the Sportsman Series categories as well. So spread over 2 days of racing. It's looking to be a fantastic event. So I strongly suggest that you go online, grab yourself a ticket, preferably for both days if you can. Head out here after work. What a fantastic way to finish the week off. You come out here after work, or better yet, knock off early on Friday. And enjoy a bit of championship drag racing here at Sydney Dragway. It's our second major championship event for the year. There's also the Pro Mod category too, which has been another fantastic introduction into championship drag racing, where we see the turbo and blown cars fight it out over the quarter mile, but with a fixed index as well. So not to forget those guys, they are incredibly fast and very cagey in their racing as well, those guys. So, but on track now, we've got the semi-finals of the Western Weekender Junior Dragster, and they will be run between Zane Condello and Joshua Burtonshaw. Condello in the aerosol lane, dialed in with an 822, Les. He's taking on Joshua Burtonshaw. He's dialed in with an 803, is what he had dialed in, I think, the previous round of racing.
Yes, it was. Exactly that. 803. I remember.
Burtonshaw running for D&J Haulage, Scorpion Race, where MacArthur Signs and Graphics, he's going to move into the final. He's our points leader at the moment in the Championship Series. Zane has left an 035 red light and goes too quick as well. Burtonshaw, 808 with an 8 on on an 803 dial in there. 017 is his reaction time. So a good pass there from Burtonshaw and the team.
Yeah.
They're going to be moving into the final, and Joshua's going to be taking on Chloe Reiko. How do I know this? Because she's the sole competitor in the lanes for this race.
Yeah, so Chloe Reiko and Josh Burtonshaw will be your finalists in the Western Weekender sponsored Junior Dragster bracket we're running here. She gets out there with a 011 red light. Oh well, best to get them out of the way now. An 808 on an 805, pretty good, pretty good. So they'll probably leave conditions as is.
Okay, so both those competitors run very similar times. It's going to be a very close final in terms of their dial-ins and their ETs that they're going to run, I think.
Yep.
But let's just wait and see what the final unfolds for the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters.
Yeah, well, that's what all the youngsters will be looking at, and all the parents and their associated pit crew. There's a few of them around. It's a real family deal.
Not to forget the banks of mum and dads too.
Yeah, the banks. I see all them banks walking around. Yeah, they were walking off. Yeah, but I don't sit. I'm not as. I'm a bit conservative when it comes to that. But for Stephen Bush, you know, like one of these wealthy property barons.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll talk
He's
to you.
doing fine,
I'll
folks.
talk to you about that off air, Les. But
Yes,
yeah.
Oh, good. Oh, more news. Oh,
It's not good, I can tell you.
Oh, no.
All right, so I'm just going to change the subject because
yes,
it's
well,
a little bit awkward. But we're just waiting for a few cars or bikes to come around in the staging lanes. Unfortunately, as we get to the later rounds of racing, of course, the turnaround times become quicker and quicker because there's less cars and they need to do a little bit of maintenance. So rather than listen to Les and I babble on, why don't we throw up to the big screen, Les, and then we'll come back to you when we've got some cars and or bikes paired up in the staging lanes, and we'll bring you those as soon as we can. If you're joining us online, I hope you're enjoying the broadcast, and we also enjoy everybody being here at the venue as well. I hope you're having a nice afternoon. Take the opportunity to grab yourself a nice warm coffee or a cinnamon donut. I know they're up at the top of the grandstand there.
Yep, yeah, very nice.
Or a water or whatever you choose to consume. Take the opportunity, toilet break, and then we're not too far away we're already into the finals of some of our categories, most of them up to semi. So we're not too far away from having everything wrapped up, and we'll be back with you very shortly here at Sydney Dragway.
Not slow. Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Introducing the brand new aeroflowperformance.com. Featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
All right, Anthony Gadolari and Greg Robbins doing battle. 10-8-0 the dial-in for Gadolari, 11-0 the dial-in for Greg Robbins.
Yes, I think, yeps, and very true. Now, one of these two guys, there's one guy that's going to be in the final, but out of these two, one of them's got to go into the final. Now, we've got Robbins in the rocket lane, dialed in at 11 flat, and Gadolari at 10-8-0. Who's going to make it?
It will be Greg Robbins.
Greg Robbins, look at that. Anthony Gadolari.
He broke out, Les,
broke out,
but he was
but
trying
did
to
he get
catch.
there
No,
first?
he didn't.
No.
He was trying to catch Robbins, so he had a slower reaction time there, and Robbins was able just to keep his nose in front and take the win there.
Yeah, so it'll be Robbins and Dave McGlynn in the final. He's going to test his dial in. 0.77 reaction time. Might be a bit. You can't tell with young Dave. Is that regular? He's been here before. Runs a 10.85 on a 10.63. So something wrong there.
Yeah, right. It's a fair difference in the dial in there.
Two tenths. You want to be talking hundreds and thousands, not tenths. But anyway, that's that's settled. That's settled for the final, and we've got Chris Corbin and Paul Partridge. Chris Corbin's been really lucky today.
He has. He's had a bit of a mixed day, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. I mean, he's huffed and puffed his way through through the rounds to get to where he is now. But unless something happens, well, it's drag racing, and you know, you don't know whether he's foxing, or he's cagey, or he's just out and out smart. But he's up against another smarty in Paul Partridge. Paul's in the rocket lane. He stole in at 787. Chris Corbin at 899. Oh, look, this is a race. Yes. This is a race.
5,000's in it. Partridge with a little bit of work to do, but I think he's in front and he takes the win. 8:06 with a 5. 145 mile an hour there for Partridge on his 787, I think was the dial-in. I think Partridge was in front well before the finish line. The numbers, I think Partridge showed in front at about 1,000 foot.
Yeah, well, that's right. I don't think that his opposition picked the right number, unless something's gone wrong with the car. It's that's Chris Corbin, and I thought it may have huffed when it should have puffed. But anyway, the distance seemed to be a lot greater. Still in here. Oh, gee whiz.
Gadolari getting very crossed up in the burnout there.
Yeah.
And he's taking on Thomas Leake.
Yeah.
Gadolari dialed him with an 853. He's in the aeroflow lane in the exclusive Transport VL Commodore. Thomas Leake in the Bradbury Smash and Peg's Auto Trim backed Pontiac Grand Am. I know who Les is going to go for, and that's okay. 788 took the dial in for Thomas Leake in the rocket lane. A very tough racer in both cars here.
Both cars, yeah. They are. Well, they've proven themselves. They've both been. Both of these races are in the semi-final. One finalist has been decided. Now it's out of these two here, and Joe Gadolari's dialed him with an 853. Thomas Leake a 788. So Thomas to do the chasing in this particular tussle. See Gadolari get the. This has been decided. This will be decided by reaction times, and yes, it did go the way I thought. Well, I was hoping as well. And thanks very much to Steve Bush for not giving anything away. So Joe Gadolari there. It was great to see him race here today. He's provided he's accounted for himself very, very well to get into the semis. Thomas Leake was the fortunate one as the victor, and he'll be around in the final. So that'll be Thomas Leake later on in the program. We're getting towards the end of, we can see the staging lanes just filling up. So a couple of the guys, and I can see the Hartle Law machine. So that's another one. I can see the Zamet for Street Fighter. Oh, and we can see, yay, someone's jumping up and down there. We can see, yeah, that's it. Oh, we can see him there. That's a great lift. Hey!
What's your forte, rugby or gymnast?
There we go. So yeah, we've got everything here. 1, 2, 3. Yay!
Ben's got it on the big screen, Les,
so we
don't look like we're just entertaining ourselves. No. So meanwhile, we've got George Bukareshvili in the Race Max Direct front engine dragster. He's lucky enough to get the solo into the final.
Yep.
And he'll be taking on either Lee Hartle-Law,
yes,
or Craig Davies.
In the
other front engine car. So we could have two front
engine cars. We could have.
It's been a while, I'd say, since we would have seen that in in modified.
In modified, yeah. It's rather spectacular, but that takes away absolutely nothing from Lee Hartle-Law. At this point, he's the spoiler, and we all know that drag racing is winning, all about winning, particularly when there's only two of you in a tussle. But George Bukarishlev from Bass Hill, he did pretty well actually. I think he might have been #1 qualifier. No, Daniel Flack was. Flacky, but he's not here anymore.
All right, Bukarishlev into stage. Leaves with an 014 light.
Gee, good.
Straight down the rocket lane, through the finish line, 795 with a 2, 170.6 mile an hour.
Yes, that's
just like that.
Yeah.
Side-by-side burnouts there for Heart of Law and Craig Davies.
Yeah, fine pair of races. Racers, not races. Yeah, the Heart of Law's from all the way. It's not a bad place, area of New South Wales or Sydney outer in Silverdale there. Been having a bit of water up there too, as well.
Yes.
Oh, it's water everywhere. It's all over the place. Victoria had their share yesterday. Anyway, Lee Hartelaw dialed in at 8 flat. Craig Davies 8:30. So young Lee Hartelaw will he'll have to do the chasing here. It'll be a pretty good tussle. Staging, Jewel.
I think you're right, Liz. This is where neither racer wants to bump into full stage. They're both going to sit there and idle. Okay,
Oh,
Lee's gone
Lee's in. Yeah, right.
Davies not too far behind. And Davies with the red light. 3,000 too early. Handing the win to Heart of Law. So it'll be Heart of Law versus Bukarishlev in the final. Heart of Law through with an 8.05.
I can see Lee Senior down there was applauding. He'd be happy. On you, Lee. Yeah, that's it. Thumbs up. Anyway, Craig Davies accounted for himself as well from Brayton in New South Wales. Run on his 8:30, ran an 8:30 with a 5, but a 003 red light. Paul Partridge, he's in the final, one of the finalists in Top Sportsman.
Yeah, woulda, coulda, shoulda there. Davies would have, if he didn't red light, he would have been in front quite easily, I think.
Yeah, I think so. So it's Uncle Don Zammit and Wayne Smith. Who's that? Where's the Walsh character? He's usually in. Oh no, he's in Super Street, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
So 13.3 the dial in there for Wayne Smith to a 13.05. So not too much in it, this one. Wayne Smith in the red Commodore, he'll be leaving the start line first.
Yeah, well, this is an all-show Holden deal.
It's all Holden deal all the way around because the next race will be all Holden too.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's continuing on from last week.
Oh, Don Zammit.
Pretty much. Don Zammit left too early, 016 red. That'll be a battle of the red Commodores in the final. A red Ute and a red Sedan.
And a red Ute and a red Sedan. Yeah, beautiful. That's the now that's the 6-litre one. It was Henry Spickex. That's the 6.3. Darren Moody. That's him from St Clair. Dialed in 1360. 115 reaction time. Yeah, Thomas Leake will be the other one in the final. So it'll be Thomas Leake and Paul Partridge. Flash, 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 flash. A 13.583. Ooh, gee whiz. I don't think you'll do much.
Yeah, I don't tinker it a little bit, I reckon.
You reckon?
Yep.
Okay, we've got Dashing Dave Gruber in Super Sedan.
Super Sedan is the only category we have not completed to the semis yet. So there should be, I think, Dave Gruber, yes, Jimmy,
Jimmy Denaro.
Denaro and potentially 2 more. I reckon that's Sean Marr coming around the corner now.
Right again.
Is it good or sad that I know the tow cars?
That's your attention to detail. See, he covers everything. Sean Marr. Well,
those guys are going to be so tired by the next 10 minutes.
They're not on camera. Oh, yes, they are.
They are.
They weren't when they first
No, they can
started.
see themselves in the staging lanes. You're getting higher. You should be getting worse because you're tired. But okay. Be careful.
Yeah.
No broken legs, all right?
No, he's a candidate for the Toyota ad. Ah,
hello.
Yeah, everything.
Hope you're having a nice afternoon, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, do your Toyota impression.
Oh, it's good to see that. It's just one big happy family here at Sydney Dragway. Even the pit crew's jumping up and down. Well, it's been a very entertaining day. Now, as we get ready for this, I thought, well, there hasn't been a class for Kit Hunter to race in, and but I thought the Pirate Pete Hamilton, I thought he might have been here today from Profection Performance. Anyway, just concentrate on the people that are here.
Correct. That's all you can do.
Yep.
As we see the shadows start to lengthen here over Sydney Dragway. That racetrack would still be holding quite a fair bit of heat.
Heat, yeah.
The air would be probably starting to cool a little bit down, I reckon.
Yep. So, well, there's no wind, so we don't have any. We don't have to worry about it. There's a crosswind.
Very slight breeze out there, but that's good. So we can see our first semi-final pair will be Dave Gruber in the Strip Rat.
Yes.
Dialed in with a 920. He's going to be in the Aeroflow lane. He's taking on Jimmy Denaro, these old sparring partners.
Yes. Oh.
Denaro in the Ford Cortina. He's dialed in with a 947. And I think Sean Marr, looking at the staging lane, Sean Marr has a solo into the final.
Solo, yep. Well, unless it's we've seen Dave Gruber go. Oh no, he's still there.
No,
Sean Marr.
Yeah, Sean Marr's being towed by the blue Mazda.
Yeah, right.
So if I go through my...
Oh, here it is up here anyway.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
So we've got Sean Marr. He's our #1 point scorer in the Championship Series at the moment. He's on 310 points.
Yeah.
Followed by Pat Friolo, who went out earlier today.
Yeah.
So he might suffer a little bit for that. It was only 10 points difference there. And third in the championship so far is Dave Gruber. He's 40 points behind Sean Marr, back on 270. So we think Marr's going to be in the final.
Yeah.
So he's going to be picking up either, I think, 80 points for a win. Yes, 80 or 100 points.
Yep.
And whoever he races against is either going to pick up 80 or 100.
Oh,
so
right. Okay, yes, it is too.
If Gruber gets into the final, there's still going to be a 20-point gap.
20 point. Yeah.
If Gruber gets into the final and wins, there'll still be a 20-point gap. 20-point gap.
Yeah.
So Marr's in a pretty good spot here.
Yeah. Well, if it's yeah, he is, and it's just turned out that we've got Dave Gruber in the first pairing. Now, if it was either one of these two up against Sean Marr, it could have been a little bit different.
Yeah. So Denaro is back in 5th on 260. So he's 50 points behind. He's got a little bit of work to do, I think. Denaro. He's going to be lucky if he can get into the final, and then in the next round he would want Marr to go out way early.
Yeah.
Which possible, but highly improbable. Can I put it that way? All right, no mucking around. Both races into full stage. 008 on the tree for Jimmy Denaro. 030 on the tree there for Gruber. Gruber with a little bit of work to do in the Tirana.
No, he won't
side
make
by
it.
side, I think
he
Denaro
does
gets there first, Les, but he's gone too fast. He went 9:46 with a 5 on a 9:47 dial in.
Wow.
Yes, he wouldn't be happy. Gruber, on the other hand, he's going to be cheering. He's into the final up against Sean Maher.
Yep. Oh, wow. Well, that was a race. I saw Jimmy Denaro take off there. But he took off and he kept on taking off. Sean Maher, 9:24 dial in. Bit of smoke around, so he did do a burnout. There he goes. Oh, 001. Oh.
Yeah, wow.
Bet he wishes that was his... So it will be Sean Maher. He runs a 9:26 on a 9:24. A 9:26 with an 8 at 144.88. So Sean Maher and Dave Gruber in the final of Super Sedan. That's pretty fitting.
Yeah, it should be a very good final there for Super Sedan. I think it's up to Sean Maher to lose from here.
Yep.
Like not only tonight, but also the remainder of the championship. There's one more round left after this in the series.
Okay, so it is over eight.
According to that, yes. We're here
Oh,
today.
round out, yeah.
Yeah, we missed round 2 and we've also missed round 6.
Yeah, yep, right. Oh yeah, round 8. Oh well, it looks like it has been 8.
All right, and according to my schedule, Les, we're at finals now.
Yeah, we're all waving up.
They can't see us, though.
Can't they?
No.
Oh, good, okay.
Lucky for them.
Yep.
Right, so what I will say is normally at the end of the race meeting, about 10 to 15 minutes after the race meeting, the last car goes down the track, we'll try and put together a trophy presentation in the covered area in front of the cafeteria. So if you're a winner or a runner-up, head down to the cafeteria next to the scrutineering shed, and we'll get the trophy presentations underway and complete as soon as we can. As I say, usually 10 to 15 minutes after the last car goes down the racetrack is when we try and put that together, and then we'll award the winners and runners-up. Take the opportunity to come along, thank your crew, your friends, anybody that's come along to support you, your sponsors, of course, and yeah, it's a good fitting way to the end of the afternoon. Someone's going to get hurt. I can just feel it.
Yes, they are. They're watching themselves on the... Is there... Yeah, they'll be watching.
There's the camera on the back.
Yeah, the camera on the back.
He's doing pretty well. I reckon he'll be a bit sore tomorrow.
Yeah.
Hey? Yeah, that's right.
Oh, here comes the two combatants for Super Street. Well, it's that time of the event, ladies and gentlemen, race fans, spectators, every driver's pit crew. It's finals time, so we are going to kick off with the Super Street, which pits Dave McGlynn in the Aeroflow lane with a dial-in of a 1075 up against Greg Robbins. Greg in the Rocket lane in the XR Falcon, running a 427. He's dialed in at 11, so he'll get the handicap start. Dave McGlynn there. Oh, this might be a Dave McGlynn win here. Yes. Oh, Greg Robbins, he got there first, but he broke out. He ran a 10.968. And Dave McGlynn on his 10.75 ran a 10.82 with a 9, so he's the winner. So Dave McGlynn is a winner in Super Street. So I'll just write that down, Dave McGlynn. And unfortunately for his combatant there, he'll have to settle for a runner-up, but now we've got Street Fighter, which is Darren Moody in the Rocket lane, up against Wayne Smith. Now, Darren Moody dialed in a 13.58 in the Rocket lane, and he's got out with an 0.39 reaction time, but the win going to Wayne Smith over there with a HSV Club Sport, running a Chevy 6 litre, dialed in 13.30, had an 0.15 reaction time, and ran a 13.51, just a little bit over. But he had a more complete package. Had the figures been a bit lower for his opposition, there could have been a really, really good race there. Might have been a different final outcome, but as it stands, that's the way they roll. Michael Borg in the Rocket lane on the Kawasaki ZX12R 1198cc, dialed in with a 1021. He's up against Sean Ricketts. That is Sean there. Sean did make it. There we go. So Sean Ricketts in the Aeroflow lane and making all that noise. That sounds like a completely different bike to what he had before, but it sounded almost two-strokish. Dialed in with a 929, so Mick Borg's dialed in with a 1021, which is slower than a 921, so he'll get the handicap start. So the Rocket lane, you'll see Mick Borg take off in the Rocket lane, and Sean Ricketts to chase him down.
He won't have to do a thing because Michael Borg's left the red line. Unfortunately, a 127 red on the tree. Ricketts is our bikereview.com.au modified bike winner. 924 with a 9, 143 through the finish line. Michael Borg got there first with a 10.19, breaking out, but left the race on the start line with the red light.
Yes, and fine effort by Sean Ricketts, and unfortunately for Michael Borg. Oh, he's now this is going to be Tristan Anderson on that Royal Enfield 600 twin, 1391 he's dialed in at, 1390 win, 91 he's up against Stefan Stavala. Now Stefan Stavala is dialed in at 10 flat, but you've got a stonking hot Harley Davidson there. It's a night rod special, 1250 cc's.
Problem is for Stafala, it's not wanting to idle for him, which could cause him a little bit of a mental game here. But 10-0 to a 1391. Anderson to leave first. He's away with a 173 reaction time. What can Stafala do? A 253 reaction time. I'm not sure if he's going to catch that. Little Enfield is out in front at the moment. He's still in front at 1,000. And, the Enfield goes too fast. 1388 with a 7 on a 1391. Les. He got there first by nearly 0.4 of a second. So unfortunately for Anderson, he went too fast, heading the wind back to Stafala, I think he was expecting him to come around him at a big speed. Like we can see
Yeah.
there's 40 mile an hour difference there,
yeah.
roughly, across the finish line for those two bikes, and he would have heard him coming.
Yeah, for sure. But that big night rod, you can certainly hear it. And that was a good pickup that that you pointed out there, Steve, because it was it went and it was revving and it sounded normal. Then it went quiet.
Yep.
And then
started it back up and then it died again. Started it back up and died again. And then he was playing with the throttle the whole time. He didn't just go into to stage and then leave. Not that he leaves on idle, but it's nice to know that if you let go of the throttle, that the thing's going to keep running.
Yeah.
So as I say, a little bit of a maybe a change in routine there is what hurts Stafala on the reaction time. But he's made it up at the other end. I mean, he was still 3/10 slow. Compared to the dial-in. Like he dialed in 10 flat and he went 10.29.
Yeah, 10.29 with the 3. So
I think he got out of jail free there, I reckon.
Yeah, so, but a great Tristan Anderson. He put up a great, if not for anybody else, for me, he did. I was really surprised and I was, it was good to see someone in a Royal Enfield. Which has just been turned around lately, I hear, and they made sort of a copy of their earlier models, but with all the modern technology. So it certainly paid off for Tristan Anderson, and had things been just a little bit different, 13.887 on a 13.91, so 3,000ths of a second. He's gone just too much and just too quick, but he should be happy with it. He seems all right. He's not banging on the handlebars or anything. Okay, now I did see someone moving underneath.
Yeah, that was Joshua Burtonshaw
okay.
moving in under the tunnel.
Yep.
So we can see that the bottom end of the racetrack, we're putting the safety gear on the finish line for Junior Dragster. Of course, this will be their final round. It's one more race for them here tonight, and that will be between Joshua Burtonshaw and Chloe Rakio.
Chloe, yeah. Be a good one.
So I think that was Harry doing the star jumps.
Oh,
out the back for us, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so because Chloe's brother.
Yeah.
Chloe just getting strapped into the car. She'll roll forward and we'll soon see the boards change. The dial-in's up. Burtonshaw, he's ready to go in the rocket lane.
Yep.
I don't think there's any sort of real advantage in either lane for these races at the minute. There is a time in the afternoon where the sun, I think, plays a little bit of a part in the rocket lane, just with seeing the ambers on the tree. But at the minute, the tree is well and truly shaded. So, as I say, there's no distinct advantage there.
No, that's the shadows are deep enough to cover both lanes. So here comes the other. Pushing it by the wing.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be too much in this one ET-wise. We've seen Burtonshaw around the 8:08. He's kept with that dial-in. We saw Rakio run a similar time to 8:05. So there's only 0.03 of a second in the dial-ins difference between these two. So they'll be side by side, hopefully all the way down. Burtonshaw qualified a little bit quicker with an 8:03 earlier today.
Yes, and this is 7 and 8 in the qualifying order. That as they came into qualifying, Josh Burtonshaw was qualified at number 8, and Chloe Rakio qualified at number 7. So this is it. We've got the two genders here.
Starters in, the engine's fired. Now let's see what happens. Chloe Rakio in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 8:05. She will be chasing Joshua Burtonshaw in the rocket lane, who's dialed in with an 8:08. You won't see that by eye on the Christmas tree.
go. They're little bullets.
Yeah, I think Burtonshaw's car seemed a little bit crisper on the little test launch there than Reikio, but that's only my opinion. I'm only listening to what the engine sounds like. Sounds better there for Reikio.
There we go.
All right, Burtonshaw running for D&J Haulage, Scorpion Racewear, and MacArthur Signs and Graphics. All pivotal to Josh's racing. D&J Haulage is his father's business. Scorpion Racewear, obviously, for the shirts and caps and all their personal apparel, and the signs and graphics for the car. I mean, it's pretty cool.
Yeah,
it all ties together.
All encompassing. Yep.
All right, Burtonshaw, a little bit of work to do. 1.02 on the tree. Reiko an 0.81.
Oh, she's gone too quick.
Too quick, went 8.03 with a 9 on an 8.05. 11 thousandths of a second too fast. Burtonshaw, he gets there. Goes 8.08 with a 4. So he's 4 thousandths over the dial-in and takes the win. Luckily, because Reiko got there first by 3.5 hundredths.
Yes, yeah, she did get there first. 3.5 hundredths, 3.61. And that's it. So congratulations to both there. A fine effort.
I think with that, as I rummage through my paperwork for the points, Burtonshaw will no longer be tied for first with Rottenbury. And I think Chloe will move up a few spots, obviously, but Burtonshaw will now stand alone as leader of the points. And I'm thinking will also be clear by quite a fair bit of the competitors that are around him in the list.
Yeah. Okay. So we're
because we've got we had coming into the event Burtonshaw and Alex Rottenbury were tied on 320 points. Rottenbury went out quite early this morning, or early this afternoon, I should say.
Yeah.
So the next competitor was Tegan Smith.
Yeah.
And then back from there was Claire Little. She went out, I think, round 1. Harry Reikio was in 6th. Liam O'Neill in 7th. Alex Ruffalo, Zach Ruffalo in 8th and 9th. We go all the way back to 20th for Chloe Reiko. So she's definitely going to move up the ladder a little bit.
Yeah.
Probably up to somewhere around the 14th. But looks like we're now moving into extreme bike, Les.
And we've got the sole combatant. He's racing himself. And I don't see the other two down there, so...
Well, that's interesting, because didn't Joe Curry do... Whoa, big wheel stand there for Ben Newman. Big wheel stand. He's lucky to bring that back down. I think didn't phase him too much. So still runs through a 9.23 with a 7. Definitely slower than his qualifying time. But
sure. But look at that.
The front wheel was level with the top of the fence at 3.30.
Yeah. Well, he qualified at, is that 150.93 miles an hour? He's
Same
just
speed.
run 150.41.
Same speed there.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure who he was supposed to race, because we saw Curry go a solo in the in the semi, but they were running a Chicago shootout. So I think it comes down to low ET points and then low ET perhaps, because there is no dial-in or anything like that. No. Yeah, but Ben Newman will move. Sorry, he's taken the win, obviously.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Well, I'm just trying to work out in my head, who he should have been racing, but we'll find that out in presentations.
Yeah.
It looks like the next cars coming under the commentary box here will be the modified Eliminator cars, and that will be Lee Harderlaw and George Bukareshlev.
Gee, that's good. That's a beauty.
This is going to be a tough race. We have only got a little over 1/10 of a second between the two. Harderlaw's dialed in with an 8.04 in the yellow Roadster. Bukareshlev with a 7.90 in the front engine Dragster.
Lee Senior there has given a plenty of water, probably for George. Oh no, he's done both.
Yeah, he's done both. Big longer burn out there for Bukareshvili. A little bit more smoke, but that car has been running pretty well today. Had a little bit of a mix-up in the first round of qualifying, I think, but the team's bounced back from that.
Yeah, the car just stopped, just about just short of half track, and but they seem to have got it all sorted now. And
So-
good, it's a good time for it to come good. Well, it's been, it's gotten this far, so ever since that, it's been running really hard. So's the driver, and I see Lee Senior down there. He's all eyes.
All right, so Hardlaw running for BK Race Engines, Prestige Air Conditioning and Electrical, Bukareshvili in the Dragster running for Race Max Direct, Advanced Product Design, Brian Tui Racing, Motorsport Connections, 804 the dial in for the hot rod, 790 the dial in for Bukareshvili. It's been thrown away on the start line there. Bukareshvili with a 006 red light. Hardlaw will be your modified Eliminator winner. Goes 804 with a 4 on an 804. So 4 thousandths away. His total package was 41 thousandths per second in that race. 037 on the tree.
Wow, that was good, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
a little bit disappointing there for George,
for
but
George,
he'll have to settle for the runner-up spot.
006, yeah.
All right, next category out will be Top Sportsman, and we've got Paul Partridge and Thomas Leake. Partridge dialed in with a 786, Les. He's in the green Mustang.
Yes.
Also running for BK Race Engines, Coating Kings as well. The SVO Big Block 604 cube power plant on board for him. And a 788, so only 200ths of a second for Bruce Leake. Thomas
Thomas
Leake.
Leake.
My bad. It's been a long day.
Yes,
right?
it has.
So Thomas Leake, 788
Mm.
for Bradbury Smash in the Pontiac Grand Am, also running for Peg's Auto Trim. He will get a very, very small head start over Paul Partridge in the Mustang.
It's virtually heads up.
Virtually heads up.
It'll be sorted out through the computer.
Wow.
Oh, no.
I don't know what's
Look,
happened
Thomas
there.
Leake.
Thomas Leake has not reacted anywhere near what he would have liked, and we see a 788 with an 8 on a 786 there for Paul Partridge to take the win.
Thomas Leake, I mean, he's pulled a 8.850. If you, me, and Benny were driving cars, and we had really, we're pretty. I'm pretty.
I was going to say, speak for yourself, eh?
No, I'm just. I'm for myself. I am for myself, but all our bad ones wouldn't add up to 850.
Yeah, no, unfortunately there must have been
something wrong.
Something wrong with his concentration, or perhaps with the car, I'm not sure. Anyway, result does not change. We see Paul Partridge with the win, and Thomas Leake will have to settle for the runner-up spot. All right, I think the last run of the day is going to come down to our Super Sedan final, and that's going to be Dave Gruber in the Queanbeyan Engine Services.
Oh, something rolled off Sean Maher's car.
Specialised towing. Oh, there's a lot of fluid there, so I'm wondering if it's evaporating, so it's potentially fuel, but something rolled off it, you say?
Yeah, sort of the what's it? Well, Sean's, he's got his hand out the door and he's making hand signals through the door. They'll tell him what it is. I don't know what it is, but that guy's,
See, I think
Vegas is pointing to.
Nah, it's. I think it's the fuel cap, perhaps, or some sort of cap, because whatever it is, it's nearly evaporated, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to put it back on.
So he's lifted the bonnet. but it's going to be to no avail. Dave Gruber's going to take the win.
Gruber.
Dialed in with a 920. Disappointment there for Sean Maher.
Yeah.
A 916 with a 5 there for Gruber. 144 through the finish line.
916, gee whiz. He's I better write that down so I don't ask.
Yeah, 916 with a 5 there for Dave Gruber to take the win.
916, he'll be happy with that. He's hanging around the 920s all day. 916, 5. And the fine. Yeah, so he's driving it back now, but yeah, I saw that little tap just roll over, and the official was he greeted it and picked it up, but hey.
Yeah, I didn't see that happen, but
oh well, they've all packed up.
Have we got?
Is there anything else?
I don't know. They're not walking away from the start line. Normally, that's a very good indication that we're finished, but I think they are packing it up, Les.
Yeah, they are. I can see.
I'm going to call it and say that that was the last race of the night. And there's the signal of the screens being cleared. I'd like to thank everybody for coming along here to Sydney Dragway for round number 7 of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series. And we hope you enjoyed today's racing. If you were lucky enough to come and spend the day here, we also hope that if you joined us online for the live stream, we hope that you enjoyed the live stream and you keep an eye out for the next one.
Yep.
Join us on Facebook, see all the things unfolding before the East Coast Thunder event, which is coming up in 3 weeks' time, November 4th and 5th. Also, if you like us on Facebook, you'll see all the posts relating to all the other events that happen here at Sydney Dragway. There is always something going on, whether it's a test and tune, whether it's a private hire, whether it's a specialty event. It's always good to stay in touch. So I'd like to thank everybody for coming along. Thank you to all the track staff for all their hard work during the day. Thank you to Les for all his assistance in the commentary box.
Steve.
And we look forward to sharing a little bit more time with you down at the trophy presentations in about 15 minutes or thereabouts at the cafeteria awning. Look forward to presenting all our winners and runners-up with their trophies, give them opportunity to thank their supporters and their sponsors. And in signing off, be safe on the roads, and we'll see you here again very soon.
Very soon. Yep.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.